Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite guy who would never spend eternity sitting in a chair holding the threads of all time like a loser, Adam Friended.
That's right. Loki, that POS. Did I get it right?
You saw my tweet.
No, look, I'm in on the pop culture stuff, man.
Oh, okay.
I know what's up.
All right.
I know what's so I guess you're watching Loki then.
I watched it all, yeah.
Okay. The pain.
Yeah, it's the end. It makes no sense and is not explained. And I asked people about this on Twitter, and some people got very upset because they liked it, which is fine. But I realized that everyone that liked it, none of them actually understood the ending either, because none of them could explain it.
Some people are cool with that. Some people don't mind. I'm not one of those people, though.
Yeah, I was just like, well, it's just, and I know this is a complete divergence, which
let's get. What are we watching today? Okay. Let's enough of this nonsense.
So today
people are here for politics.
Today, maybe we'll talk about Loki some other time. Today, we're watching the Secret Leftovers podcast. There's a Secret Leftovers podcast that happened not on Ethan's channel.
Right.
That was kind of spontaneous. And it is Hasan versus Ethan. And it's such a bad interaction that honestly, if Ethan doesn't just break ties with Hasan, with Hasan at this point, I'm no longer going to feel bad for Ethan. Because it's just like, at this point, it's just like a battered housewife. You're like, listen, you got to leave. Okay, you got to get out of there.
Yeah. Well, look, I only watched bits and pieces of this. I haven't watched as much as I'm going to watch here with you. So I'm definitely looking at it with fresh eyes. We had talked a little bit privately about the situation here. And I know a lot of these alliances form just out of convenience. It's like, you're a giant Twitch streamer, I'm a giant YouTuber. Let's join forces and do a political podcast. And, it's going to be very popular because we're both going to reinforce each other's celebrity, right? That's not how ours formed. Like, our show formed because we were both basically, we both had channels. I wouldn't say we were nobodies, but we were just, doing it for fun. And we kind of became friends along the way. I think that's part of the intrigue of the show, is our relationship, our growing friendship. I'm not sure there's a growing friendship here with Hasan and Ethan.
Well, there was.
Is there?
I definitely think that there was at one point.
Okay.
I think that's why Ethan is basically allowing himself to be gaslit, is because he is friends with Hasan. He does get very emotional and starts crying at some point in this stream. And it's just, so this stream is like 3 hours. So we're going to start from the middle. And I guess if we have time, we'll go back in the beginning. But the first hour that we're kind of skipping, Ethan is just basically, he's being very calm. He keeps granting things to Hasan. It's kind of like the first conversation we watched about Israel. Ethan just keeps granting points to Hasan, but Hasan gives nothing. He literally gives him nothing back. And it's very frustrating to watch. And it's very dishonest to watch.
That's an uncomfortable situation. So. That's a super, super uncomfortable situation. So I don't know much about the relationship previous to this. So I'm basically going off of my intuition that this began as a business proposition between two celebrities, basically YouTube internet celebrities. I don't know that they might have been acquaintances because just they're both huge. So they might have exchanged DMs or whatever, but that doesn't, you don't become friends exchanging a couple DMs over a couple of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
You become friends when you and I have talked for thousands of hours. I think we're up to 3,000 hours. We did the math once. So that's a long time.
Right.
That's a whole long time. So if you are, first of all, their show isn't as long as ours, but if you're talking to someone over and over like that, and you're in a situation where you're not going to give any kind of concession, what's going on there? Why is that the case? Why is he not giving any concessions?
Because he's not a good person. I don't know. Because I think it's two reasons. One is because he's so he's well, three reasons. One, he's incredibly biased on this topic. He's like insanely biased on this topic. Number one. Number two, he's incredibly ideologically possessed. And so he can't give any ground on this. I mean, his audience would eat, he's created an audience of radicals. And that's part of why Ethan is getting so upset at this, is that he's realizing how insanely radicalized Hasan's audience is. And Hasan kind of gives him this like mealy mouth moderate take, but Ethan needs to realize that that's performative. And like there's a reason Hasan has a bunch of radicals in his audience. It's because he's promoting a radical message. And
Right.
that's the issue. And the third reason for why he won't give anything is because I think Hasan's just not a good person morally. Because and we've had conversations about this both publicly and privately. We're like, okay, we can have disagreements about stuff, and we try to figure out like how to have disagreements about things without just like trying to tear each other down. And we try
Right.
to actually listen to what the other person's saying. Even if we don't agree, I feel like usually, unless we're talking past each other, like you say something and then I'll address it and disagree or agree, and then I say something and then you address it and agree or disagree. Like we're actually like listening to each other and responding specifically. I don't feel like when I'm talking to you that you're using like debate tactics. I've never felt that way.
Right.
And
Well, we're trying to teach people how to have constructive conversations. So that's
yes,
an
right,
aspect of the show. Yeah.
right. And in this conversation with Ethan, it really feels like he's just talking to Ethan, like he's talking to him nicely, but he's talking to him using the same quote, like debate tactics that he would use against talking to like a random person, like a random stranger. And that's what's strange to me. And I don't know if Hassan realizes it or he's just so NPC elephant brained, he doesn't even understand what he's doing.
Well, that's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of people having some empathy for Ethan. I mean, there's two types of people. There's the people who have empathy for Ethan, and there's the people who basically say Ethan made this predicament for himself. So he's like, this is karma coming up to bite Ethan. So I'm not sure where I fall on that spectrum.
I felt bad. I feel bad for Ethan. I felt bad for Ethan, but this is my point where I'm like, okay, if you keep going back to the abusive person, then it's on you. This is the last straw for me as a viewer of this relationship fall apart. It's like this is the end for me.
Okay. Okay.
If Ethan doesn't tell Hasan to screw off after this, then that's
well, we'll
on
see
you.
if I'm there by the end of the show. So
Yes,
I'm going into this with an open mind. Okay.
there you go.
This relationship can be salvaged.
Okay, we'll see.
I'll be looking specifically for contempt. If I see contempt between the two participants, I think, okay, well, this marriage is over.
There's one part where there is contempt.
Okay.
Okay. There is one part where there's contempt. So we're gonna do some jumping around a lot. We're gonna do some skipping because it's a 3.5 hour long conversation. So we'll see how much we can get through.
3.5? Oh, babies.
Yeah.
Look at these little babies.
Jerb for $20. Thank you, Jerb. Says listening to Hasan gives me an extremely unpleasant disgust reaction, worse than Vosh, which I didn't think possible.
Boo!
Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so let's start. We're going to start in the middle. We'll see what happens.
This is something that I talked to Jake about because I think Jake's understanding is like kind of childish of the matter. He always says like, "Oh, it's religion." It's Jake.
So I just wanted to highlight this. Hasan throwing his uncle under the bus, saying that his uncle has a childish understanding of the Israel situation.
Yeah, we had Jank on the show.
Yeah.
And it was right after he had a talk with Hasan. And my take on that talk was Jank utterly annihilated him, totally destroyed him, destroyed Hasan's little fucking baby brain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Jank was very nice about it. Jank was like, no one was destroyed. It was a cordial conversation, very respectful.
Yeah.
This is completely the opposite of that.
That's
Isn't
true.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah. He's got a very childish understanding. Yeah.
It's a one-way street with Hasan. Hasan is like, you build up my reputation, I destroy your reputation. Okay, get used to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, classic Hasan.
Cenk for president, bro.
Yeah, Cenk for president. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do the damn thing.
You're VP,
but no. But well, I do have I could actually technically run for president. He can't because I'm an American citizen. He's not. He's a naturalized American citizen. I am a natural born U.S. citizen.
So wow, not only insulting his Israel take, but he's mocking his run for office.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. Considering Cenk actually grew up in America, and Hasan grew up in Turkey.
Yeah,
Hasan was born in America, and then whisked right back off to Turkey, where he lived from 0 to 18. Came back to America as an American citizen at 18 years old. I don't know about you, Sitch, but from 0 to 18, I did a lot of becoming an American. How about you? I went to American schools. I watched American movies. I hung out with Americans.
I have something to admit. I'm ashamed to admit this, Adam.
What is it? Oh, no.
From the age of 0 to 18, I actually spent my time in a different country that wasn't America.
Really?
I actually didn't grow up in America.
Look, I'm devastated here. What's going on? I feel like my entire life was a lie.
I grew up in Canada. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed.
Look at this. Better be a lie, or
I'm a Canadian at heart this whole time. I just been lying about being so pro-America to make up for it because I feel so self-conscious.
Look, I'm not sure if you're joking or not. If you are,
this is a real. Can you tell from my voice?
If you
this
are,
is a real admission of fault and emotion.
Look, I want to tell you, if this is true, you did the right thing by lying to us. Okay, you totally did the right thing. You should be ashamed.
Oh, hey, speaking of Canadians, hey, Dev is in the chat.
Oh.
Dev says base.
I thought we banned all the Canadians from the chat. What are we doing? What's going on?
No, obviously I'm joking. That of course didn't happen. I'm American through and through.
Right.
There
Look, Sitch is a Boy Scout. They don't have Boy Scouts in Canada. Huh.
Yeah, they're called Moose Scouts or some Leaf Scout. No, they're Leaf Scouts probably, something, you know.
Right.
Lame.
So one thing I want to say is this. He always says like, oh, well, you know, it's a religious war. I'm like, no, it's not. Here's obviously it's not, but think about it this way. We have our own.
So wait. Okay. So I would agree that simply reducing it down to the level of like religion is not the whole picture, but obviously the religious aspect plays a big role in it, and it's stupid to pretend like it doesn't.
Sure.
I mean, that's like, so when they do the DNA test of a lot of the Jews that live there in the region, and they do the DNA test for the Palestinians that live there in the region, they're like the same group of like ethnic people, and they come from like the same stock. So the original disagreement, you know, a problem between the two people is a religious one. Right. In the first place. So to pretend like it's not is just stupid.
Versions of psychopathic fundamentalist terrorists, right? We do. And every now and then there's an act of stochastic terror, and that's devastating, and we deal with it through the normal criminal court system, right? That's what will happen. I'm not saying that like it's going to be perfect and everyone's going to get together, hold hands and say kumbaya. Okay, that like everyone's gonna hug and kiss one another, but what we do have a tendency to collaborate with one another. Okay, We do have a tendency to live in peace. That's what we want to do. So ultimately, if there is a structure, if there's a one-state structure, of course there's going to be fucking psychotic like Jewish power people and also Islamist fundamentalists, or even people who are like, nah, fuck that, I want to kill settlers regardless. Those guys are going to go to jail. Just like the kickstarting of that process also revolves around making sure that there is a tribunal for war criminals on both sides. Like being able to capture and also bring to justice war criminals on both sides of the equation.
So, since we're starting from the middle, I should say the Hasan's position on the Israel-Palestine situation is he thinks there should be a one-state solution where it's one state, it's all one country, that's a secular democracy. Okay. Which, like, theoretically, like, okay, listen, I'm a big fan of secular democracies, right? I don't have a problem with that on a theoretical level. That's great. I would be down for that. But that's a stupid idea if no one in the region wants that. If the Israelis don't want that, and if the Palestinians don't want that, then you advocating for this is nothing more than a dumb performative virtue signal.
Right. Isn't it pretty close to a secular democracy already? I've read that 20% of the Israeli population are Palestinian Israelis.
So my understanding is that if you're a non-Jewish citizen of Israel, you obviously have all the same rights as Jewish citizens. But it's technically a Jewish state, because they have the Jewish right of return. And there are, I believe, some religious rules. Like, I don't think you can do interfaith marriages or something wacky, which is stupid. But there's some religious rules that are like part of the government. And so, like, I understand if you're not Jewish, you might not want to live in a country that has some, even if it's minor, some level of like official state religion stuff. But yeah, overall, it's mostly secularized. My understanding, the law is anyway.
So,
but it's really a cultural thing because when I went there, the one time I've been to Israel, like even though a lot like what I was told was that the majority of people that live there are not that religious, that are Jewish,
right.
And they don't keep kosher or do any of that stuff. But like everything is basically set up to just to like allow people to be religious. Like you can go to I went to a McDonald's and like a food court and it's this giant McDonald's and it was literally two McDonald's split in half because one was the kosher McDonald's and one was the normal McDonald's.
So, but they're not arresting people who don't eat kosher, right?
No. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. But I'm just saying so I don't know, maybe when Hasan says like a secular democracy, I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, it seems like it already is.
Yeah, it is mostly, but is it just the law or is it just people don't want to live in a society where there's all this people doing stuff for religious reasons?
Right. Yeah, I don't. Obviously, there's a huge Christian component in America that you can take or leave. So
yeah, exactly.
As long as the society is set up so you can take it or leave it, then it's a secular society.
Right. Well, it's funny too. So I don't know if it's earlier in the conversation, but Ethan asks, well, who's advocating for this Western secular democracy you're talking about? Because when I looked at polling data, the Palestinians aren't asking for this. So the fact that Hasan is pushing for this is stupid because the Palestinians themselves are not advocating for this. And he lists one Palestinian group that I'd never heard of. It was called the PFLP, I believe. And I'm like, what is it? I've never heard of this. So I look it up. Okay, I looked them up on Wikipedia. The first sentence is, this is a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist group.
Oh, you know how he found it. in his daily search for Marxist content.
Yes, and I'm like, oh, fantastic. So he's like, oh, so when you say secular, what you mean is you want to replace Judaism with the ideology of Marxism, right?
That's not Marxism is not a secular ideology.
No.
That's as bad as any other religion.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is so BS. So, and also this group, by the way, that's supposedly advocating for the secular state, like it's a violent terrorist group that was like big in the 70s because they would kidnap, entire planes full of hostages and, fly them somewhere and then demand some sort of concession from Israel or something. So this is the group
Wow.
that Hassan is like pointing to, like, oh yeah, these are the people advocating for the one state secular democracy. It's like, people say, oh, that's great. That's wonderful. And also, obviously, a country that is created by radical Marxist Leninists is not going to be a quote democracy where people can simply vote away the Marxism and Leninism, right? That has to be like forcefully enforced in society.
Yeah, that's their state religion.
Yeah.
What do you
What's
do
up?
about the settlements that are there now? I guess you're saying it doesn't matter because everybody can live wherever they want.
The settlements are precisely the reason why I don't believe in a two-state solution, because I don't believe that there is any reasonable way to eradicate 400,000 people and then 230,000 from Jerusalem. Like that, you cannot do that in a peaceful way.
So
You
the
cannot
idea
take
is
these people
that-
out of there. By the way,
Right.
you were
Okay. So let me go ahead a little bit. So this is why it annoys me. There's a part of this conversation in the beginning that we're going to skip where Hassan says, I see, or Ethan says, I see people pass around that really stupid Michael Brooks clip where Michael Brooks says, it's not complicated. It's very simple. And Ethan says, and I've heard you say the same thing, Hassan. And yet the whole conversation they're having, and even Hassan just said there, he's admitting that it isn't simple, that it is complicated, that the fact that you have, so many settlers in the West Bank highly complicates the issue. The fact that you have, a lot of Palestinians who are like very violently angry at Israel, and a lot of Israelis that are violently angry at Palestinians makes it a very complicated solution or a little complicated problem that is going to, whatever solution is going to be a complicated thing. So and I tweeted this out and it was baffling to me listening to this. So in the first part of this conversation, which maybe we'll get back to, is that like they talk about this for an hour and a half, which is just Hassan saying there should be a one-state solution. And then Ethan says, well, how could you get that? Because neither side wants to live in the one state. Or he says specifically the Israelis. And Hassan has this really stupid opinion where he says, well, America can just force Israel to have a one state.
Yeah.
And Ethan's like,
How?
wait a minute. You think that America can force Israel to change its borders and population entirely? And Hassan's like, yes. Like, that's its whole argument. America can just force it to happen. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's not politically feasible in any way, shape, or form.
We just watched the other week or listened to that podcast that was about how the Abraham Accords came into being, which obviously Hassan is not aware of, which is that Israel was essentially going to start annexing big chunks of the West Bank. The Trump administration didn't want them to do it. And so they told them not to do it. And guess what? Israel told America to screw off. Okay. So we already had this situation literally happen where just a few years ago, Israel's going to start annexing the West Bank. And America's like, don't do it. Donald Trump's like, don't do it. And Israel's like, no, screw you. We're going to do it. So we've already proven Hassan's theory wrong. And the only reason that didn't happen was because literally the day before Israel is going to do this, it falls into, Jared Kushner's friend, whose name escapes me at the moment, who was like one of the chief negotiators with Israel. It falls into his lap, the whole deal for the Abraham Accord to normalize.
Ari Berkowitz, I think.
Something like that. Or yeah, something like that. It falls into his lap, essentially, to normalize relations, with some of the surrounding Arab countries and saying, here, listen, we'll trade you this, as long as you don't, with the UAE and these other countries, we'll trade you these normalizing relations as long as you don't annex these parts of the West Bank. And then Israel was like, okay, I guess, well, that's worth not annexing the West Bank.
It's Avi Berkowitz was the guy that crafted the deal.
Right.
And the thing, Netanyahu was going to basically give America the middle finger and just start annexing the West Bank.
Yes.
And the one piece of leverage that we have, that we had, that stopped it, we no longer have. Avi said, look, if you do that, Trump is just going to start attacking you on Twitter. And that actually made Netanyahu go, oh yeah, that would suck. That would not be good.
But even so, which is true that he did say that. But even so, that didn't stop him. It was only the UAE deal, normalizing relations with them, that stopped him.
Right. That came in eventually, but it did stop him momentarily.
It caused a pause where he's like, oh,
right.
That's going to be annoying.
Yes.
Right. But he was going to do
so. I don't. The power of Trump's Twitter. I don't know. Maybe he could have talked him out of it.
Maybe. But
I don't think we're in that position right now. And I only bring it up because having leverage over different nations, I mean, comes and goes. It's a very, with the current circumstances.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily always there. I don't know that we have a lot of leverage right now. I don't know the situation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, obviously we have an influence on Israel. Obviously we have an influence on our allies that we give money to and assist and help.
Sure,
and
we could withdraw aid, but look, I don't even know if that's politically feasible because our American Jewish people would throw a hissy fit and probably start throwing people out of office.
Not even the Jewish people. A lot of the Jews would, and a lot of the right-wing evangelical base would, because they really want the Jews to have Israel.
Yeah, exactly. Hasan is taking none of that into account, right?
No. Well, no, he's operating under this like idea that you could just basically teach the people, I guess, to not like Israel through propaganda.
Oh yeah, he buys into that.
Right. But but even if theoretically you could get America on board to do this, like there's a big difference between saying like, well, listen, we're going to stop aid for you to do X, Y, Z but there's like, that's a very different consideration than we're going to want you to completely restructure your entire country to our whims. That's like a radically different thing. Right. Like that's a huge ask. This isn't just like some like
the big
normal, like thing. And then it's hilarious too, because this is why this is so mind-numbingly stupid. This one-state solution idea is so mind-numbingly stupid. Like if everyone was in favor of it, or let's just say if there was a big chunk of Palestinians that were in favor of this, I would be like, okay, I'm on board with that. But there isn't. And it's so stupid that Hasan's saying this because number one, he understands like in Turkey, okay, where he grew up, there's a Kurdish population there that does the terrorism. Okay. They blow up buildings and do all this other stuff. And the reason they do this is because they want their own country.
Right.
And it's funny because the left always talks about, and they always complain about how after World War I, the evil European colonial powers, they took these empires like the Ottoman Empire that were broken, and they just drew a bunch of lines all over the place in the Middle East and in other places of the world. And those lines that they drew were for their convenience. And they didn't really take into account the local populations that live there. So what ended up happening was you'd have different groups of people that ended up living together in a single country that don't want to live together. And that caused, 70 years of conflict in the Middle East.
Wow.
Right. But we've heard people on the left talk about this all the time.
Right.
And Hasan's lived in a country that's experienced this. His own country has a population of people that don't want to be part of their country, and they're separatists. And yet he still is so dumb that he's going to advocate that thing for Israel, that they should just shove two groups of people that don't want to live together.
Right.
It's so weird to me. Like, this isn't going to work. You've literally experienced this in your own country.
Yeah, I think part of it could be American bias because it works in America, right?
Maybe, but it's funny because I tweeted out, I said, Hasan has the same thought process as the George W. Bush era neocons. Okay. This is what I thought we learned.
Nation building.
Yes, this is what I thought we were supposed to learn, especially someone on the left like Hasan. This is what I thought we were supposed to learn from the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. You can't just force a population to live in a liberal secular democracy that doesn't want to or doesn't have a culture to do such a thing. And so the idea that you can just shove these two groups of people together and force them to live how you want to live is stupid.
Yeah. Population has to want it.
Yes.
We can come in as the cavalry. If the population wants democracy, you know, America's right there going, we can help. But if this is the problem with Iraq. The population didn't want democracy, didn't know what democracy was. And we basically tried to force it on them. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Exactly.
Israel is a democracy in the Middle East. It's the one.
Yes.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Palestine isn't.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
what is Palestine really?
I mean, I don't even know what's going on with the West Bank, you know, in terms of their governance, because it's so corrupted. And then the Gaza is basically just people living under, you know, a mafia-esque authoritarian rule.
Does a Palestinian Authority control the West Bank?
Yes.
Okay.
And Hamas controls Gaza.
Right. Yeah. They seceded.
Yeah, in 2006.
And Palestinian control doesn't have a strong enough central government to maintain the peace in Gaza.
No. Well, I mean, PA doesn't control Gaza at all. Hamas controls it completely.
Right. Yes. Yeah. But theoretically, even if they did control it, they wouldn't control it because they don't have the state resources, the power to keep the peace.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, protect your own borders.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
I think, obviously, overtaking and maintaining permanent security in the southern regions was the first thing to do. The second thing to do would be to, instead of bombing Gaza, unless there is like areas where there's rocket fire coming from, which they trade off time and time again. But instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in response, hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes. And
what a dumbass. Sitch, this is painful. This is so stupid, so stupidly painful.
I mean, they should have just voted. Listen, they just got attacked by like the worst terrorist attack they've ever faced. They should have just the next day, boom, completely dismantled their government and, you know, elected a new or done like a new process. They got a new prime minister.
Does he not understand human nature at all?
Of course he doesn't. He's a socialist, Adam.
Yeah. Look, I answered my own question. The people are just as anxious to get even as Netanyahu. You just turned the entire population of Israel into a right-wing populace.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the peaceniks, just this whole peacenik stuff is not going to go very far when you've just had terrorists come in and kill a bunch of innocent families.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, right. They're going to like, oh yeah, let's have an election and get Netanyahu out of power. No, the first thing on their mind is, let's go get those bastards.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why this is so preposterous. And, you know, I said this in our conversation with Aristocracy, which was that, you know, and she said the same thing. It seems like I wouldn't be surprised if whenever this conflict calms down or ends, that, you know, Netanyahu gets removed because he is, you know, the polling shows, and it makes sense that he's being blamed for allowing the attack to happen. It's a massive security failure on Israel's part.
Oh,
and
yeah,
people will be held responsible for that, and that's, you know, completely understandable. But I don't think, and it's silly to think that in the middle of the war conflict, there is going to be like a complete, you know, confusion of dismantling the government and them voting to figure out who's the prime minister. And because if you remember, like, it's this, since it's not like America, it's not just like presidency. You have to have that stupid, annoying, like, you know, the parliament like entity in Israel has to form coalition blocks to elect a prime minister, and it could take like days or weeks or a long time to form these coalitions. And so it's like, oh, okay, so we're gonna have like a bunch of people trying to figure out who's in charge of the country while the country's in the middle of a military operation. Like, obviously not. That's stupid.
I'm listening to so much of the coverage, and yeah, it's very easy to have that turn the other cheek, oh, we shouldn't do this attitude, when it's not your friends and family who are brutally raped and murdered.
Right.
Like, it's real easy to adopt that attitude.
Yeah, on an emotional
from a long distance away.
Sure.
But I mean, I understand human nature. I know what those people are going through. And I mean, God, it's laughable. It is painful that someone is this stupid, Sitch. Look, can you imagine? Look, think we had September 11th happen.
Yeah.
And it happened on Bush's watch. A lot of people did blame Bush. Were people thinking right after September 11th? Remember when Bush got up there with the bullhorn and said, we're going to go get the people that took these buildings down? And everyone was like, hell yeah, we are. And enlistment for the military went through the roof. All those young guys that saw that on the news were like, look, you don't treat America that way. Look, I'm sure Israel's feeling something very similar right now. And they
did. Their enlistment went up like ridiculously after that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This whole peacenik attitude is real easy when you're a dictator from your room in West Hollywood. Real people, there's real stakes on the line here for a lot of people. And you got to take those into account.
So we haven't really talked about, because as the death toll for Gazans like rises.
Yeah, I think it's 11,000 now.
It's how much?
11,000?
Yeah, it's exactly. Like, this is going to get higher and higher and higher. It's going to be like crazy.
It's horrible. It's terrible. Is horrible. Yeah.
And as the number increases, people, become more and more like, okay, they should probably do something else, which I like completely understand emotionally. But we haven't really talked about like a lot of Israel's military response. And the reason I haven't really talked about it is because, number one, I don't know that much about like military strategy.
I want to know. Look, I keep thinking, so they're going to bring a cement truck in there, right? And dump the end of it into those tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do? Are they going to fill them with water? Like, I'm just technically, I mean, this is a huge challenge. I don't know if you've read anything on that.
I have, yeah. But I feel like the reporting, at least the mainstream reporting on this, is really awful.
Yes.
Because, when this first happened, I said, okay, Israel is going to have to take over Gaza. That's like their only option. And anyone saying anything else doesn't know what they're talking about. That is literally their only option. And the question is, how do they accomplish that goal? And so, like, if it turns out that Israel's just bombing stuff randomly or indiscriminately, like Hasan believes, then obviously that's like horrific and Israel shouldn't be doing that. But if they're bombing stuff in some way that necessitates their ground invasion control of Gaza, it changes the calculation. And part of the reason I don't feel super comfortable like talking about the military strategy and criticizing it, even though it is horrific that 11,000 people are dead now, is that I haven't heard really from anyone a good military alternative that would allow Israel to basically take control of Gaza. I haven't heard that argument at all. I don't know if you've heard it. But.
I haven't, no. They have, I think, 100 to 300 miles of tunnels that they're going to collapse every square inch of.
Right.
And it's a technical challenge I continue to think about. I'm sure there'll be lots of interesting books written on it once it's accomplished. I do think, like, they keep talking about this hospital, and nobody's talking about it explicitly. I'm like, that hospital has a basement in it with a hole that goes down into a tunnel. That's why the hospital is so important to the conflict. Look, it wasn't the IDF's idea to build a bunker in the bottom of the hospital. Like, they're doing the best they can with the challenges that they're facing. Hamas has basically set up an unthinkable situation for the IDF. So they're trying to parse through it. This is like an episode of Saw, that movie Saw. Right. They're like, look, we've got a hospital here. All these babies on incubators, and underneath it, there's a bunch of terrorists.
Well, I'm assuming that I mean, if they just blow up the hospital with no warning, that's obviously like
They can't do that.
No,
That's
right.
insane.
I'm assuming, yeah, they tell them. They say,
sh-
listen, you know, they're
I'm
going to
sure
blow up
they
this
have
hospital.
I'm sure they have the hospital surrounded.
Yeah.
The thing is, I mean, this is just a nightmare situation. I'm listening.
Right.
I'm getting most of my news from a German news organization. I think it's DW. I don't know what you're listening to, but I listened to an interview this morning where they had, I guess, one of the doctors in the hospital. And I just look, I'm not trusting anything that the doctor is saying, but for all I know, Hamas has this doctor's entire family holding them hostage.
Right.
Look, these people are killers. They're murderers. Like they're psychopaths. The things that they're doing to the population, they don't care about the population. They're trying to use our empathy for the population, which I mean, I don't want these civilians to die. I know you don't want these civilians to die. It's just, right. It's a horrendous situation. And these simpletons coming along talking about, oh, it's easy, sharing the Michael Brooks clip. It's not complicated at all. Look, you've got the director of the hospital with a basement that goes down to a tunnel, a labyrinth of tunnels. They've got all these babies on incubators. For all we know, the hospital director's family is being held by Hamas. Look, this is a very complicated situation. It's not just some hostage standoff.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and even if, like, hypothetically, Israel was literally doing what Hassan's end goal was, if Israel said, listen, we're going to have a one state, secular state, make sure that all Palestinians, have completely equal rights as the Jewish Israelis, right? Even if they did that, they would still have to go in and violently root out Hamas.
Yeah, it's a security issue.
Right. You can't have a section of your country inhabited by thousands of terrorists who want to kill you.
Not with 300 miles of tunnel where they can hide and plan terrorist attacks.
Right. And so it's like, and this is why it kind of annoys me when I hear people talk about this. And again, I understand like the horror of the mounting death toll, but until I hear someone give some sort of meaningful alternative to the military strategy, then I don't know what people are talking about. I understand it's an emotional thing because I've talked to family members, I've talked to friends, and you see that number go up and up, and it makes you sick. And emotionally, like I get it. Emotionally, like, oh my God, this is disgusting. So many people are dying. I want, there has to be an alternative. And I'm like, yeah, I'm right there with you. What is the alternative?
Yeah, spell it out.
Because like the other, like, was the alternative?
Ceasefire is not an alternative.
Right, like, because the alternative, first of all, Hamas is never going to surrender. They literally can only be violently rooted out. You can't give in to their demands. If you give in to their demands, number one, they're not going to stop. Number two, that's only going to reinforce them to do further terrorist actions, obviously, because it was successful. And then, like, when people talk about, like, oh, they could do a special, like, forces, operation in the tunnel, like, that's just a fantasy. That's not how any of that works in real life. Okay, you can't send magical groups of people to take out 300 miles of tunnel without hurting anyone else. So the only other alternative,
I think they might be working on that, though. I'm not so certain that
no. Wait. I'm talking about without bombing or doing anything else. Like, people act like you can teleport a group of like elite soldiers into a tunnel.
Yeah, of course, that's
and
ridiculous.
Then they'll just clear it out and no one on the top will be harmed, right?
They have to go in and establish a security perimeter around the hospital, which I'm sure is exactly what they're doing now.
Right.
Look, I'm thinking they got to be sending robots into those tunnels to map them out.
I would assume. But so the other alternative is like you have a ground invasion. It's instead of bombing stuff, you have a ground invasion. So it's like, okay, number one, you could do that, but first of all, that's going to lead to a lot of civilians dying anyway, number one, but it's also going to lead to an insane amount of your own forces and your own military dying. And so the question, so if you're the leader of Israel, do you say, okay, I have two options. I can do a lot of bombing, which is going to kill like a crap ton of innocent civilians who are part of a foreign country that doesn't like my country, or I could send in my ground troops and like thousands of them of innocent Israeli soldiers will die defending their country, which will weaken my country and harm my citizenry.
Right.
which, you know, obviously that's not the answer that they're going to go for.
They're going to be forced to, though. I think they're going. Obviously, they already have troops in Gaza.
No. But I mean, I'm saying they're bombing to set up. My understanding is they're bombing things in order to set up areas for the military to move in, and the bombing protects the military forces.
Yes.
Right. What I'm saying is people are saying instead of bombing, do like zero bombing because it has all this collateral damage, and just send in the troops on the ground. And I'm saying that would cause just an astronomical loss of life on the Israeli side.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense, like logically or tactically, for the Israeli government to engage in that behavior.
If you have to set up a perimeter around a hospital to deal with the tunnel situation, and you have 500 Hamas fighters constantly attacking your guys from behind, that's going to be a troubling situation. So the reason why they're bombing is they're trying to get rid of as many of the Hamas fighters as possible before they go in and set up that perimeter. So they're not dealing with, you know, people trying to kill them as they're working.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is a super crowded city with all these buildings.
Right.
So you could just have like all those buildings could be filled with people that want to snipe at you while you're trying to like deal with this tunnel under a hospital.
So if they have certain areas where they have ammunition and weapons stored for the Hamas fighters, that's what they're bombing. They're trying to take out their ammunition. They're going to move in, establish a perimeter around. Look, I'm sure those tunnels have lots of escape hatches. So I don't necessarily know how they're going to do it, but they're going to fill those tunnels with concrete, explosives, gasoline. I don't know what they're going to dump in those tunnels, but those tunnels are going bye-bye. Look,
right.
Look, and this is, I don't understand why people don't get this. Hamas, you know, they could have built a mosque. They could have built a shopping mall. They could have built a highway system. They built a bunch of tunnels. What are those good for? Nothing but waging war. Yeah, nothing but waging war. That's what they spent all this foreign aid that we're sending to the Middle East. That's what they spent our tax dollars on. Tunnels. Tunnels. Yep. People are complaining about, all us spending our tax dollars on bombs to deal with the problem. Look, our tax dollars have been going to build tunnels to create the problem.
To be fair, I don't think U.S. tax dollars goes to Gaza.
I
think that comes from like Iran and other places.
They're all living off of foreign aid.
I know, but I don't think it's U.S. foreign aid. I think it's other countries' foreign aid.
So Iran, we're not sending any foreign aid to Iran? I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't think. I mean, there was the whole thing about like releasing the money and all the stuff that people have a problem with, but I'm just saying I don't believe there's direct foreign aid where our tax dollars go to Iran that I'm aware of. But I could be wrong.
Let's look it up.
And then
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Engage in a hostage release scheme that would then also lead to a larger negotiations process. Absolutely. If they didn't comply, and if Hamas didn't comply, then you fucking.
The Obama administration in 2016 paid $1.7 billion to Iran in a combination of foreign currencies.
Yeah, but why? I thought the whole thing was like it was their money that was frozen or something.
What's the $6 billion deal with Iran?
I don't know.
You know, some tax dollars made it into those tunnels.
Did the U.S. under Obama give Iran $150 billion?
We gotta deal with the foreign aid situation. If we're not giving, we can give foreign aid to democracies, giving foreign aid to authoritarian governments, so that these leaders can oppress the population with our money. That's got to stop. That's got to come to an end. So many bleeding hearts.
Right. Let's just be crystal clear here. Okay. So it's my understanding. So in part of the nuclear deal that we did with Iran, the U.S. had Iranian money that it had frozen somewhere. And part of the agreement was if you don't build nuke stuff, we'll unfreeze the money that's yours. Now, to be clear, should America do that? I don't know. Probably not. And you can definitely criticize that action. And is any of that money going to Hamas, probably, right?
That's
But
the foreign aid. Yeah.
but no, stop. That's not foreign aid. Okay,
It's
that's
foreign
not.
aid from Iran to Hamas.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's not. It's not like America. Our tax dollars were not given, to my understanding, to Iran or Hamas.
Right.
Okay, that's the only thing I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, they're using US currency as a platform for exchange.
Well, no, they had money parked outside of the country that we were able to freeze. We didn't
Right.
give them money. So anyway.
Somebody gave it to them. They
larger.
So wait, so you listen, this is Hasan's plan here. Okay.
Oh, I'm sure it's a genius plan.
Yeah.
Yes. And then engage in a hostage release scheme that would then also lead to a larger negotiations process. Absolutely.
So so Hasan's first part of his plan is, after the terrorist attack, you get rid of your own government, and then you negotiate with the people that just killed 1,400 of your citizens and kidnapped over 200.
Right. You negotiate with the terrorists.
Yes. Thus showing them that their tactics are completely effective and work.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
They should probably go in and get, look, if we negotiate badly, it's good for them that they can just rush in and get a bunch more hostages.
Exactly. Like, this is so stupid.
And if they didn't comply, and if Hamas didn't comply,
yes, I
then
say
you fucking
should,
bomb.
but
then you bomb. Like, it's not my.
Okay, so this is such a easy to give take, because it's nonsensical. So first of all, so you have Israel basically shows them that terrorism works. They negotiate immediately in the aftermath of this attack. And then he's saying, well, if they don't negotiate with you in like good faith, whatever that would mean by Hasan's standards, then you bomb them. But what does that mean? Because he doesn't, and he completely dodges and doesn't tell us, and Ethan doesn't press him on this. Because like, what if Hamas could give like insane asks that don't make any sense? Or what if they said, listen, we'll give you back every hostage, and if you give us like a bunch of Palestinian prisoners. Okay. And so Israel says, okay. So they do that. What then? Do they not bomb them at that point? Do they just say, well, I guess you got your prisoners back, GG, you got us? Like, what kind of take is this? This is so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to deal with a security threat. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah. They have to get rid of Hamas. And this is why this take is so simplistically naive, is because any negotiation that Israel could give, which I've talked about in the past, and they should do this just because it would look good publicly. And I'm kind of shocked that Israel hasn't. They're obviously, I don't think Netanyahu's the most competent leader. But they should say, listen, you give us back the hostages. Here's our negotiation. You give us back the hostages, and Hamas surrenders, and that's it. Then we won't bomb you, right? We won't bomb the country. That should be the ask from day one. Okay.
Right.
Now, obviously, Hamas isn't going to do that, but that's why Hasan's take here is stupid, is because they have to get rid of Hamas. They have to get rid of Hamas. That's a non-negotiable part of their foreign policy after this attack.
Yeah. I'm not sure Hasan even wants him to get rid of Hamas. He seems pro-Hamas to me.
My point is always this. Like, I talk to my friends who are definitely a lot more conservative than you are. Right. My friends who are, Zionists.
Okay.
Who are a lot more conservative in their opinion.
I don't know in what way I'm conservative at all.
You're not. I'm saying that I have friends who are a lot more conservative.
Mischaracterize me what I believe. It's really.
I am not saying, I'm not mischaracterizing you at all. If I thought you were a reactionary on this matter, I would not be having a normal conversation with you. I would be incredibly critical and would be more interested in like yelling and trying to nudge my position across instead of like walking through this step by step and get faith.
Are you wearing baby gloves for me?
No, I'm not wearing baby gloves for you. I think that you are a very kind-hearted person who literally lived in Israel. So you, of course, have like biases, just like I do, right? Biases in the other direction. But you are someone who is ultimately led by empathy. That's not. I'm not saying it's baby clothes at all. I think like if you
Well,
are
I think
faced
it
with
helps that I'm not saying that we should kill all Palestinians. Certainly, that would be a different conversation.
Yes, exactly. But I don't think like this is something that I've explained to my audience time and time again, which was like that you pick your battles. Like there's no reason to fucking people love yelling at whatever is in front of their faces. And I think that you are someone who does have a lot of empathy for Palestinian people. And it is, in my opinion, ridiculous and unproductive to just like fucking spend any time being like, oh, you're bad, you're wrong, like fuck you. That's my perspective.
Since I'm on your stream, I'll just say this. I don't know the majority, but there was like a big portion of your fan base that was, I felt so unfairly and overly over the top, just so nasty that it made me want to disengage from the whole thing. And just like, I just don't understand like what I've done to deserve that level of fucking hate and accusations, other than just trying to like understand the conflict more, or saying that Hamas are terrorists, which I don't know why that's in contention, but
it's because
I don't know what people want. I've even frankly been nudged, I think. Yeah, I could say I've been nudged towards the one state thing. Like it makes more sense to me after talking about it with you. And so I don't know what fucking allies people are looking for. If I'm not a good ally for you guys, then I don't know. Like I'm talking to them because how are we ever going to actually have meaningful dialogues or meaningful peace about this when someone like me is too fucking Zionist or something for you to even talk to? Like,
I think a lot of people,
if you can't build a bridge with me, then I don't think you're going to build a bridge with a single person in Israel ever.
I know, I agree with you. I think the reason, I guess, like this is not a defense because I've like criticized people yelling at you regularly, and have told people to you know, I have told people to just like think about this critically and understand that there's a broad coalition that is an absolute necessity if you want to make any changes in the political realm, and like that you are not anyone's enemy in this struggle. I've repeated it time and time again. I told like I don't spend a lot of time in Discord, but I've seen you
say that, and
I've nuked my own Discord.
I appreciate what you've said,
and I think that it's
so sad that Ethan interrupted him when he was going to explain why Hamas is not a terrorist organization.
I know.
It's like, shut up, Ethan.
Well, Ethan's like so. He's probably very high on agreeableness or something, or maybe I don't know. He's so deferential to Hasan. Hasan shows, at least publicly, shows like no deferential behavior towards Ethan. Because he's saying like, oh, I've done all these things in the past. And it's like, well, okay, well, we're talking about like right now. Like, why don't you say to your chat right in this conversation when Ethan is there, say, listen, stop being fucking, pieces of human garbage.
Yeah.
To Ethan.
Ethan's not the enemy.
Yeah, you guys are wrong. We can have a difference of opinion on things without you guys being psychotic, and actually reflect and say, okay, is it unusual? Is it weird that my audience is basically acting psychotic towards, my friend here, so someone who's supposed to be my friend, someone who's supposed to be, my co-host for a podcast that we've been doing for over a year, and we have one disagreement, and people are acting like psychopaths about it, including, as we find out later in this video, Hasan's own mods are like complete psychos to Ethan. And completely like dishonest pieces of crap to Ethan. And it's just like, he's so obvious from the video that we watched, a few weeks ago, where Ethan basically is just running all the interference for Hamas, is that he's just cultivating this completely radicalized, psychotic audience. And then when someone calls him out on it, he's like, well, but I told them to be nice. I don't understand.
I have never heard him tell any of them to be nice. Not anything.
Supposedly.
When did this happen?
It happened off screen at some point, and I don't know, who knows of the past.
Okay. Doubt.
And you're going to see in this conversation that he actually very insanely basically gaslights Ethan and justifies his audience attacking him.
I think ultimately, it's silly to yell at someone like yourself on this process, even if there are disagreements. Even if there are disagreements that people might have with you. I mean,
Silly.
but the difference, of course, is it's the same cycle, right? It's the same cycle that you and I experience in other situations in our lives. Like we say something, tensions are high, and then people just like automatically take a black and white position on it, and then they posture.
In the studio right now. This is so stupid. We've been talking for like 2 hours. We could have.
Okay, let me jump ahead. So this is interesting. So they're going to have a debate over from the river to the sea.
This is not the same situation by any means. I mean, this isn't, we're talking about if socialism is viable in America. This is people in Hasan's community basically calling Ethan responsible for the terrorist attacks.
Right.
That's a whole different level of ugly.
Yeah. Well, it's you have people in Hasan's community, including some of his own mods, who are either explicitly or implicitly sympathetic to and agreeing with Hamas's actions on October 7th.
Right.
Okay? Which is like insane. And then you have, the people then are attacking Ethan, and his wife, calling his wife, a baby killer and all
saying they had it coming. Yeah.
Right. And they keep calling him a Zionist. And when they say Zionist, they're basically, they
mean colonizer.
They mean colonizer. And if someone's a colonizer, we've learned that we've essentially created a justification for their, violence against the person.
Yeah. Yes. They've targeted Ethan for violence. And I don't know. You have the one guy here who could call off the dogs, and he's basically saying, nah, look, this is my audience. I got to keep them happy so I can pay my mortgage in West Hollywood.
Well, and I don't know. So like, if someone in the chat knows, you can let me know, because I don't watch all of Hasan's content, obviously. And I don't read all of his tweets. But to my understanding, Hasan never publicly denounced Second Thought or any of those other people who were explicitly cheering on the October 7th attack. I don't think he ever denounced any of those people, despite the fact that Hasan constantly in the past propped up Second Thought to his audience and was even in the chat in that stream supporting them when they were saying these horrific things. And to my understanding, Hasan is too much of a coward and too much of a person of low moral character to say, okay, this guy said these insane things and I denounce him and I apologize for ever interacting with him or promoting to my audience. Because if we had someone on our channel that we were like friendly with and we like promote their content all the time, like if it turned out that like Dev, okay, Short Fat Taco, okay, friend of the show.
Don't throw Dev under the bus.
If Short Fat Taco had made some like insane video, like there was some Canadian terrorist attack on America that was like comparable to this, and Dev was like supporting it, I would be like, listen, I would throw Dev under the bus and I would apologize for ever, having him on the show and showing it to the audience. Like I would feel morally bad and responsible for the fact that someone that we promoted was like actually secretly like a psychopath. And I would want to point that out. I would feel that I have to point that out to make some sort of amends for promoting this psychopath to our audience. And Hasan hasn't done that.
Yeah, that's he should do that immediately. Mm-hmm. That's a tough thing for Ethan to live with.
Okay, before we get into from the river to the sea, let me read some super chats.
Okay.
Scott Ski 02 for $20 says, deport Sitch to the Trudeauian gulag known as Canada right now. No appeals allowed. There you go. Good riddance. Thea Wolfie 20 says, being on Twitter, it still baffles me that people will literally call for the pogrom of Jews and that Jews should be in concentration camps while in the same breath condemn the CIA and FBI for spying on people like them. That's a good point.
Wow.
Duke Norton for $20 says, guys, I have an elephant. It is that Hasan has to have an extra chromosome. There's no other reason for the amount of stupidity he exhibits time out the war. S class is best class. An A team is okay, I guess.
Cool.
Part of the issue, and we'll go back to it if we have time when we watch the first part of this video. Hasan's actually not stupid. He's super insanely, well, no, he is stupid, but it's his bias that makes him stupid. He's memorized a bunch of talking points and like random historical facts about the situation, so that if you talk to him about it, he comes off as smart to his audience because it seems like he's hyper knowledgeable about all these like random things, like historical facts about like, yeah, but Israel did this and Israel did blah, 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 blah. Now it's all in service of his incredibly stupid and biased opinion. But the fact that he knows all these little bits of information makes people think what he's saying is intelligent. And that's part of the problem.
Gives him the appearance of reputability.
Exactly. Yeah. Philip Kogans for $20 says the YouTube channel Puran did a nice video on Israeli military strategy the week after October 7th. Hour long, worth a watch. Yeah, I'd say a really great channel. I have actually seen that video, and yeah, that's where I was trying, my understanding of what they're doing. So
I might have watched that too.
Soldoge for $20 says, I don't know why in German, says, Adam sprechen die Deutsch. Ich finde das DW, because you watch the German news. Das DW auch ein gut, I don't know what that word is, Nachrückenkind ist, und es ist gut zum Deutschmann. Sitch is right. Most people criticizing the IDF have no alternatives to offer. That's not capitulation.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they want, though, capitulation.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in the position Hasan is in, where he basically thinks that Israel had it coming and Hamas did something glorious.
Right. Daniel Irish for $20 says 11,000 people died, just like the 500 people dead at the hospital. Terrorist provided numbers aren't to be believed. Well, I mean, that's a fair point too. These numbers are coming from Hamas, so
Are they? I'm not sure. So
they are, yeah.
Okay. Look, I completely agree with what Dan is saying.
Yeah.
We won't know the numbers until peace and security is reached. Right now, we're in an information war. So
right. An actual American flag. I'm crying and saluting for $20 says, hey now, today's my birthday, so I want to give you some money. Let's all try to not get ulcers from listening to this. Well, thank you. Happy birthday.
Yeah,
to
happy
an actual
birthday.
American flag. Look at that.
Yeah.
I would have assumed your birthday was on July 4th, but
yeah, the 4th of July. I was thinking the same thing.
But listen, happy birthday, actual American flag. Okay, let's get back into it.
Talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. That's the worst interpretation of it. I know that there's a lot of people, obviously, vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right? But like, so at the best interpretation of it, it basically means, as I've said, this one state dissolution of the state of Israel. And a lot of people also see that. I would say the vast majority of people in Israel see that as a genocide. So that it's if it's viewed in that scope. And there's another interesting thing that I've noticed about this. I mean,
look, a lot of the gaslighting has already took, Sitch. It's so painful to see.
You mean all his mannerisms? Or are you talking about what Ethan is saying?
What he's saying.
Oh, okay.
He's basically saying, well, I understand there's a good aspect to this.
Well,
I feel like when I talk to the people about whiteness, and they're like, look, Adam, whiteness is just a neutral term. Yeah. Like, get the fuck out of here. Right?
It's
fuck out of here.
Exactly.
That's the response. But Ethan is already like, he's like, there's 4 lights. Yeah, there's 4 lights. I understand.
No, Ethan's saying there's 5 lights. There was 4 lights. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's 5 lights.
Yeah.
How many lights you need? 6, 10? What do you want?
Ethan's like, listen, I see 4 lights, but I understand that other people see 5 lights. I understand some people see 10 lights.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's okay.
I wouldn't give into any of this stuff.
No.
If there's confusion about the statement, I think that confusion serves the people who have ulterior motives.
Exactly.
Yes, we should just point that out. We should say, listen, let's just make things clear here. I think people who say that are pieces of shit. And if you want to be a piece of shit, then you just go ahead and say that.
Yes. No, and that's a great point. And this is what annoys me. It's the same thing when I hear people talk about defund the police or CRT or whiteness. And I don't, and all the articles that I read that talk about this, like, I don't know if it's just like it's always been this way, but all the articles and all the journalists that write about this are so incredibly stupid. And they all describe what's happening in the worst possible, dumbest way ever. Okay. Because, like, it's, if you have a situation where you have a phrase, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, right? First of all, why does no one ever point out, except for me, that the fact that it's the name of a country instead of a people shows that they're advocating for a one-state solution? Obviously, that's what the phrase means, like from just a literal interpretation.
Yeah.
Okay.
What, free of what? What do they mean by free of what, Sitch?
Free of Jews?
Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly what they mean.
But obviously the fact that it says Palestine and not Palestinians shows you what they're saying is that the entire country should be Palestine, just from a strict literal interpretation of the phrase. Okay.
Yes.
So we can have a conversation that other people interpret it in other ways, but you can say, okay, from the strictest literal interpretation, that's what the phrase means. It's like defund the police. Okay. You could say other people interpret it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. But you have to acknowledge first that that's just what the words mean literally.
Yeah.
Okay. Number one. And it always bothers me that no one points that out. Okay. But then number two, if you have a situation where the origin of the phrase, which I think even Hasan admits, was people advocating for a one-state solution where Israel did not exist. Okay. If that's the origin of the phrase, which obviously it is, and then you have people who don't like the phrase and they interpret it in that same manner. Okay. Shouldn't that be how the deference is? Why does it matter that in between those two groups, there's some third group of people who are dumb, who have decided like, oh, well, I'm going to interpret the phrase to just mean that Palestinians shouldn't be second-class citizens. Why do we give those people any deference?
Would Hasan take this logic with something like the Confederate flag? If somebody came along and said, look, the Confederate flag is a cultural thing now. It doesn't mean what it used to mean, all right?
No, Ethan brings it up.
Oh, really?
In this conversation, yeah, he brings it up. Yeah.
Nice.
So
nice.
His answer is very stupid.
I can't wait.
The thing is, like, that phrase does have a long history of being used by terrorists. And so, you know, wouldn't hold on.
Wait, can I say something though? Because like the terrorism designation here.
Point.
Okay, go ahead. You make your full point.
Let me make my full point here, and then you can respond. There's an interesting phenomenon going on here where, you know, when minorities tell you they're offended by something, usually, especially liberals and leftists, they'll listen because it's not their place, right? They'll say it's not my place. If you say it, then that's what it is. I mean, Jews make up 60% of all hate crimes in America right now.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jewish people look at that and they say, listen, it makes me uncomfortable the way that that's used. I find it interesting that people see that as an opportunity to argue instead of listen. Especially to me, it's like you can make the same argument about the Confederate flag, where Southerners will be like, listen, it's just about our heritage. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with racism. And maybe, and some people do believe that, right? But at the end of the day, if a black person is like, that Confederate flag is offensive to me, you're not going to argue with them and say, no, it's just heritage. Like, not everybody who uses it is racist. So then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem fair.
I know.
So
I totally nailed it. I totally nailed it.
You nailed it. It's a good argument. And it's funny because, and I like that Ethan did this, he's using their own terrible leftist arguments against them. Okay. He's like, Jewish people are a minority. Jewish people are the victims of the majority of hate crimes, at least in America, supposedly, according to whatever stat he brought forward. And therefore, how could you, like, your whole thing as being as like leftist is you have to listen and believe to oppressed minorities. Okay. So you have a minority that's the largest victims of hate groups. How can you not listen to them when they say some slogan is like dangerous or genocidal or causing hate or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, no. Good on Ethan.
And you want to know the answer? You want to know, Hasan doesn't say this, but you want to know what I think the answer is?
What is it?
Because Jews are white.
Yeah, I was going to say it. Look, it's the only thing that matters to them is the oppressor-oppressed lens. So which side are they on the oppressor-oppressed lens? Israel's obviously, to them, they perceive as the oppressor in this situation.
The white oppressor.
Yeah.
Because I was actually thinking about this. And I talked about this
and wealth. Wealth is a...
Right.
Yeah.
But because there was this weird movement, and I actually started to read into the history of this, because there's like people have been doing like research papers and documenting this. There's this weird connection that started in like the 60s and 70s where leftist groups tried to associate the plight of the Palestinians with the plight of Black American liberation. Like there was an actual effort to make this association. And there's even people were talking about this. I forgot about this. After George Floyd, there's even a further attempt to solidify this. Like, I don't remember, like there's this weird mural in Palestine that someone drew of like George Floyd.
Wow.
And they were trying to like associate George Floyd as have something to do with like, you know, it's like Israel has the knee on our neck. Like, so there's always been this like weird for decades long trying to associate the Palestinians with like blacks in America. And this has made leftists' brains rot even further on this topic. And I thought it was weird because I'm like, well, why would Black liberation group in America, like, why would they fixate on Palestinians who are not Black when there's plenty of Black people across the world that not in America? Like, if you want to talk about foreign issues, there are Black people across the world that are being subjugated and oppressed all over the world, especially in Africa. And then I realized, well, wait a minute. Black people in Africa that are being subjugated and being oppressed are
being
for the
oppressed
most
by
part,
other Black people.
Exactly. Are for the most part being oppressed by other Black people.
Yeah.
And so in Israel, you have this concept of like supposedly, even though it's not, this is like not true, but there's this simplistic concept of white Europeans oppressing non-white people. And that's the attractive quality to so many leftist groups of why they focus on this. It's all this like, what's white versus non-white, because it plays perfectly into sort of their racist narrative of the world.
Yeah, that's what's scary about all this stuff, because this same cognitive architecture that's animating them could easily be switched on to white people at any minute, any moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was, well, this is why it was interesting. And I forget who it was. Someone tweeted out that like, after we saw some of the people cheering on October 7th, like when it happened and right after it happened, was the realization that like, this is why you have to be so worried about people that use this word colonizer, because it's really just a justification for them to be able to kill you and take your stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where do I begin here? So one, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free its origination, its inception comes from the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which you're right, was considered a terrorist.
Existed before Nazis.
Okay.
You know,
hold on.
Just saying.
I understand. I'm going to describe it. Okay.
Go ahead.
In its inception and in its broader context, historically, since the 60s, it has always been utilized as a slogan for emancipation and never for anti-Semitism. The reason why...
Okay, this is like super ultra dishonest. And so I talk about Hasan is like, he's not like, he doesn't have a low IQ, but it's like, this is all in the service of like stupid takes and dishonesty. Because first of all, if it is true, I couldn't confirm this, but if it is true that the PFLP, which stands for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, if it's true that they came up with the term in the 60s or 70s, okay, this was a radical Marxist-Leninist terrorist organization that hijacked planes that explicitly believe in their charter in violence, in using violence to get what they want. In their charter, they literally reject peace, saying that the peace process only serves the bourgeoisie capitalist. Okay, that's their words in their charter. And so their belief was that they wanted a one-state solution that was the entire state would be, the entire area would be Palestine, and it would be considered an Arab country. And they said that they would allow Jews who were like there before to continue to live there as long as they were, quote, loyal to their new state. Now they don't say that, you know, the white European Jews could stay. So I'm assuming those people would all be deported. Okay, anyone that immigrated to Israel from the 20s onward, I'm assuming would be deported if the PFLP came into power. But so their position from the beginning, if they came up with the term, was to have a violent one-state solution where they seize control of the entire region and they basically kill and deport anyone that doesn't do what they say, and it would be forced to be a Marxist-Leninist country. Okay. And Hasan knows this, and so he's dishonest here because that's why he says, well, it wasn't an anti-Semitic thing. It's like, well, who cares if it's anti-Semitic or not? If they don't want to have them there because they're Jews or whatever, they still want to replace the entire country and kill and deport like the majority of the population that just happens to be Jewish. Does it matter if it's because of they're explicitly anti-Semitic or not?
Right.
It doesn't. So he frames this to Ethan in this hyper dishonest way when the issue isn't, well, it doesn't matter if it's technically anti-Semitism. It matters is that it's a call to replace one country completely with a different country.
Mm-hmm.
Hamas adopted it. The reason why Hamas co-opted it when they had 3% support as opposed to the PLO, which had 83% support, right? Alongside the PLO, was because it was the slogan that was the slogan for Palestinian emancipation. This does not mean that like that slogan changed at any given point to mean killing all the Jewish people just because it was co-opted by a marginal militant faction that in and of itself has never reached a similar level of popularity to even a two-state solution has historically amongst Palestinians.
Okay. Again, hyper dishonest. So we have a group, the PFLP, which, by the way, was a marginal group. That's not a popular group now. And I don't think it was even that. I don't know how big it was back in the 60s or 70s, but it's definitely a marginal group now. And Hamas controls an entire region of Palestine. Okay. They control the Gaza Strip. So it's insane for him to make this argument that, like, well, this group that's a tiny group that no one cares about now created this slogan with the explicit idea to replace Israel through violence with a Marxist-Leninist state against the wishes of the people that live there. And then Hamas also took up the slogan and they use it in their own way they want to replace the country with whatever, religious Islamic version of the country they want. And then he says, well, Hamas is just a marginal, tiny, tiny group. Like, why do they get to control the slogan? This is so like wildly, insanely dishonest.
He's not addressing Ethan's original argument either.
No.
That aren't we supposed to listen to how the marginalized people feel about the slogan? It's not about the history or origin of it, or us being able to talk away the pain that the marginalized people are feeling.
Yes.
They've never polled anywhere near 52% support.
In which part of this do you think it's fair to argue with a group that makes up 80% of all hate crimes that happen in America, or not 80, 60%?
Because
that you can argue with them and say, no, it's fine.
I'm going to tell you. Two reasons. One, because Palestinians are the oppressed party in the structure against the state of Israel.
Oh, it's all about oppression hierarchy. Okay. There you go.
This is the lens. This is the only lens that they're capable of using ever.
Yes. True.
It's very sad.
Not Jews, the state of Israel, which does not, I think you and I both agree, does not represent the interests of Jews at all, and will falsely conflate the interests of Jews with the interests of the state of Israel, specifically so they can continue to engage in this argument, sometimes from a disingenuous framing, a disingenuous conflation. Jewish people themselves say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Jewish people are at the forefront of the anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activism, Jewish Voice for Peace, Jews for Economic. And
the existence of Jewish people doesn't, I don't, that point is not very persuasive. I mean, of course there is.
What do you, of course it's, I think it's very important.
Because
if
there's
it was
Israelis that say it.
No.
Therefore, a minority or Jewish people shouldn't be offended by it because some people say it. I mean.
No, I think because.
Listen, I don't know about you,
Good
Adam,
job.
but I'm not racist. Okay. When I say the N-word,
I
right,
was gonna
I'm
say.
not racist. When I use black as a pejorative, I'm not racist. You know why? Because
Why
I
is
have
that?
black friends. Okay.
Okay.
And my black friends, they
also
also use the N-word.
Okay, I got it.
I don't know if you know that. Now, we all know that the left and leftists have accepted this answer for the last 20 years.
Right.
Okay. Whenever someone has been accused of something offensive or racist, if you just say, listen, I have friends that are black and they say the same thing, then, you know, that's fine. It's totally fine at that
It's
point.
like an
right?
instant get out of jail free card.
Yes. It's like a magic spell you cast. Yeah.
Jewish people, I'm not going to talk about this as like Jewish people in general. The reason why I brought up Jews for Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. Like that's.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But
of course,
you,
there's
but
going to
you're
be
failing.
Israeli
But the most important component here,
it's
the
like
most
you're
important
tokenizing
component
a
here is
few
that
Israelis. It seems silly.
what?
Isn't it so? It's so funny because Ethan, he's saying all the leftist arguments back at Hasan.
And they're not
Hasan
working.
has no counter. But it doesn't matter because his audience doesn't care about principles. They don't have principles. Hasan doesn't have principles. It's just, you know, who are you more biased in favor of?
Right. And using whatever justification you can, even though it's contradictory and you used it in the opposite way a month ago.
Yes.
It doesn't, none of that matters. Look, there are people obviously using this as an anti-Semitic thing to say.
Of course.
It's just so obvious.
Obviously. Yeah. And there's lots of people, like that's what's so stupid is that, so you have a phrase that meant the destruction of Israel through violence, and, you know, different group meant to use it in the exact same way, but just wanted to replace it with a different system. Okay. And then you still have people today that still use it with the destruction of Israel in mind, and also the killing of the, you know, population of Jews or, you know, that live there. And so it's just because there's some subsection of people that are stupid that have adopted this frame and this phrase, and they've been basically tricked by bad actors into believing that it doesn't mean to use violence and genocide to eradicate Israel. We have to suddenly agree that it's a fine thing to say because a bunch of stupid people are saying it.
Yeah.
Oh, and that the fact that Ethan made that comparison to like Jewish Nazi collaborators, Hasan is going to use that later in the stream to basically gaslight and excuse his audience attacking Ethan. It's going to be like a big point of contention later.
Wow.
Ethan,
You're like, here, check out my Israeli. He says it.
that's not.
Then I don't find it a good point.
Well, I will explain to you why it's not a comparison, because I think you agree with me on this as well, that it's Palestinian emancipation is just, right? It's just. Whereas the Confederacy is not. The Confederacy was there to preserve, they said states' rights, but it was there to preserve the maintenance of slavery. Palestinian emancipation is not or has not ever been broadly defined at any moment throughout its history. The evisceration of all Jews living in Israel, or the forcible expulsion of all Jews living in Israel. Other militant factors that were never, ever as popular as the broader Palestinian emancipatory movement have taken on this slogan alongside slogans like Free Palestine in general.
Okay. So, well, first of all, I think Free Palestine is fine. You can have that as your slogan. It doesn't mean to necessarily get rid of Israel. And the fact that people don't feel satiated using that and they have to say from the river to the sea should tell you something. Should tell you something very specific, number one. But number two, so his argument, his defense against the Confederate flag argument is, well, the idea of the Confederacy originally, even if people don't mean it that way today, the original idea of the Confederacy was obviously to, maintain the right to have slaves. Okay.
Right.
And so it was a bad thing, where he says that the liberation and emancipation of Palestinians is a good thing. So therefore it's not comparable. That's Hasan's argument. And then he makes the claim that Palestinian liberation and emancipation never relied on the killing or expulsion of all Jews from Israel. Okay. So that's obviously just a lie. That's just a straight up lie. And he should know that, because in the original war in 1948, the goal was to kill and expel all the Jews from the land. That was the goal of the original war in 1948 when Israel declared itself a country, was to do that very thing. And Hasan is just lying if he's claiming otherwise. Okay.
Right.
And then if the PFLP, who Hasan claimed created the phrase, their goal was to expel the majority of white European Jews from the country, destroy the country, make it an explicitly Arab country, force everyone to be Marxist-Leninist, and say, well, the native Jew, the quote native Jews, could live there as long as they did whatever we said.
Right. And this is, they're the ones that came up with the original statement from the river
according
to the sea.
To Hasan.
Right. Do you know if that's actually true or not?
I couldn't confirm this.
Are they, and they're a Marxist-Leninist group, are they still around today, or?
They exist today, but they're tiny.
Thank goodness.
Right. So actually it is the perfect comparison to the Confederate flag, because yes, the original message of from the river to the sea was one of, by Hasan's own admission, using explicitly violent actions in order to destroy the country of Israel, expel the majority of Jews that live there, and supplant it against the wishes of the people that live there with a completely different country and a completely different government.
Right.
There's nothing
the
wrong
same
with
exact
being
argument to say from Free Palestine from the river to the sea can also be applied to Free Palestine as well. It's just a
No. No, because Free Palestine just means you have some areas of the country that are supposed to be Palestine, which is supposed to be the West Bank and Gaza, and you can say, well, I think those areas of the country should be free to self-governance. Okay? That's how you could interpret the phrase Free Palestine. It's broad enough, it's vague enough to mean that. It could mean something more destructive, but it doesn't have to mean that. It doesn't explicitly mean that. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, very explicitly says the entire region will be Palestine. Now, Palestinians, Palestine.
So this is just hyper cope spiral from Hasan, right? Because a bunch of people are saying this, they're anti-Semitic, and he can't grapple with that. It's like a cognitive dissonance thing.
It's just, I don't know. It's just gaslighting. I don't know what it is. It's just massive gaslighting.
Right. Well, also a bunch of people are on the left and they're looking very horrible.
Yeah.
So Hasan needs to make excuses for those people on why they're not so horrible. Right?
Yes. Right.
We're all just misunderstanding what they're saying. Really, they're like peace, love, and unicorns. That saying that sounds like they want to kill all the Jews is just, we're mishearing it. We're hearing it incorrectly.
Right. Yeah, I think part of it is that it's like the defund the police thing where they try to say like, oh no, this is bad. Like they know that defund the police is stupid and bad messaging. So they try to like gaslight you into believing it means something else than what it supposedly means. But it could be something else too, which is with Hasan. Number one, Hasan is in favor of a one-state solution. Now, he says in this conversation he doesn't care if it's called Israel or Palestine. But maybe this is bad faith Barry here, but doing a little bit of mind reading, I wouldn't be so remiss to say that if Hasan had a button and it said, Israel is one state that has a Jewish majority and is secular, and the other button said the region is called Palestine and it's secular and has an Arab majority, he's gonna pick the Palestine button. Okay.
Of course.
And so that's why, to me, another reason why, and this could be very dishonest on his part, is that I think he'd be totally fine with a one-state Arab-controlled Palestinian country that just controls the entire region.
Right. Wow. But he just knows that that's not going to fly. People are not going to accept that.
Yes.
It's just a matter of where the motivations lie. You have to look at
how Israelis view it. Is that you're saying that Israel,
I don't care about how Israelis view it. I will admit that I don't.
And Jews at large. I think I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
What in what position?
This is like, so when we had our conversation, a long conversation about debating why the term whiteness is so bad.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thought process where it's like, well, people that use the term whiteness don't care how white people feel about demonizing whiteness.
Yeah, of course they don't. Yeah.
They don't care about that.
Yeah.
Position are you to even say that?
Well, I'm in the position of almost entirely getting. I know. My perspective is not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
So Hasan does a very dishonest thing here. He says, well, my argument, my position, it's not because I feel that way. It's because there's all these anti-Zionist Jews that feel that way. That's the only reason I have this opinion. Like, as if we are supposed to believe that if every single Jewish person on the planet agreed that from the river to the sea is like a dangerous call for the eradication of Jews or Israel, like we're supposed to believe Hasan would actually change his opinion then.
That's an insurmountable bar. First off, there's always going to be some crazy people.
Sure, of course.
But yeah, no, he's going to maintain the same position.
Yeah,
look, his position is not. Yeah, he said it. Look, he doesn't care what people think.
Yeah, that's he just said. He just said, I don't care what the Jews and Israelis think. He just said it like 5 seconds ago. And now he's saying, well, that's the only reason he has this opinion. So, okay. So you don't care what the Jews and Israelis think as long as they disagree with you. If the Jews agree with you, then you do care what they think. And that's the basis of your entire opinion.
That's the basis of all of his opinions, Sitch. Every single one of them. What are you talking about?
Okay. You're right.
Well, I don't speak for your entire ethnic group.
How many Jews have you polled about if they find that offensive or not?
It doesn't matter if people find it offensive.
You know a ton of Jews.
It doesn't matter if Jews find it offensive, Ethan.
It doesn't matter if a minority group finds something anti-Semitic?
Yes, of course, because we're not talking about Jews at all. We're talking about Israel. This is a conflation between Israel and...
No, in this case, the perception is because that phrase has been co-opted by terrorist groups and it's been used widely by terrorist groups, and the idea that's being communicated, although we've talked about the one state idea today and the way that we've discussed it definitely seems like more realistic, but people don't think about it that way. They think about basically the state of Israel disappearing. And when Jews around the world think about the state of Israel disappearing and there's like a mass fucking genocide of all the Jews there, then yes, they're going to look at that and they're not going to be happy about it.
Ethan, Israel is the party with all of the power in the structure. Palestinians have no power in the structure. I'm going to listen to the Palestinian voices and tell you the historical reference points as to what from the river to the sea Palestine will be free when talking about it. Just like
So you completely correct, Adam. This is how shallow and stupid and easy the lens is here. Okay, whoever has the most power is the bad guy, and I listen to whoever doesn't have the systemic power. They have to be correct just by the very nature of the fact that they're being oppressed makes them correct.
Yeah, it's idiocy. Look, I don't. This whole idea that they have no power is ridiculous to me.
Sure.
I mean, they had power to. They could have built a mosque. They could have built a shopping center. They built tunnels. Like
right.
What the hell? That's power.
At what point can a phrase be did by a terrorist, and then you'd be like, maybe we'll back off that one.
The swastika and the Nazi comparison is actually a wonderful one, and I do not think that the Hamas or any Palestinian group has ever actually reached the machine of ethnic cleansing that the Nazis have. Making that comparison, in my opinion, is like diminishing the impact of the Holocaust.
It's not what they've done or can do. It's about the meaning of it, you know?
Yeah, Hamas also says free Palestine. That doesn't change the meaning behind free Palestine.
So just to be clear, so until Hamas can enact Holocaust levels of death, that's the only way that Hassan would change his opinion on this.
That's ridiculous. Attempted murder is still a crime.
Right. Well, and also, if you just think about it like logically, why would, like, what is the logic principle there for, like, just because if you have a group of people uses a phrase or a symbol to mean something bad, okay, like just because they're successful or not, why does that have any why does that change whether the symbol should be associated with that hate group or not? Like, why is there success?
It shouldn't. This is why I brought up the murder example, because attempted murder is charged as a crime in the same way murder is. Just because you failed at your attempt doesn't get you off the hook.
Right. Yeah, especially if the symbol or phrase they're using from the beginning meant the violent destruction of the country. And it's only after it, a bunch of idiots are trying to reform it because they've basically been gaslit by extremists into supporting something that they don't realize.
This is just Hasan lying. Hasan knows that people are using this to mean they don't want any Jews in the Middle East. He's either lying. Look, it's hard for me to imagine he's lying to himself this hard, but maybe he is. Maybe he wants to believe that people have this innocent interpretation of it that are using the term.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to take that position. I think people know what they're doing. I think this is people's are taking advantage of an opportunity to be anti-Semitic and suffer no social downsides because they can use this oppressor-oppressed lens and get away with it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's like they do this dishonest thing where it's like, well, it's not about being Jewish, it's about Israel. When, again, the entire conflict started because non-Jewish Arabs didn't want to live in a Jewish state.
Right.
They didn't want to split this. They didn't want to split the country in half with Jews, and they want to live in a Jewish state. So it is about being Jewish, obviously. That was tied into the entire thing from the beginning. And, if it had nothing to do with being Jewish, how come after 1948, after the war, you had all these surrounding Arab countries started killing and forcibly exiling all the Jews in their country? If it wasn't about being Jewish, right? Why would they do that?
Yeah, look, people have been passing around the numbers of Jewish people in these Arab states, and it goes down and down and down.
Right.
They're either making life incredibly hostile towards them and they're immigrating of their own accord, or they're doing nefarious stuff. I'm not sure which.
Right. It's like, it'd be like if, it's like, oh, listen, we're going we're going to start killing and expelling white people, not because they're white. That's how we like figure out who the bad people are. But it's not because you're white. It's because your ancestors did something we didn't like.
Right.
But it's not because you're white. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's literally what that means.
More collective punishment.
Yes, exactly.
Doesn't mean anything. What you have to look at is what the broader Palestinians, what the Palestinian movement believes, what the Palestinian movement implies when they're saying this. And it's important. It's important because, like, what are people to do, Ethan? What is the solution here? We say Palestinians can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There's people claiming that even saying a ceasefire is actually against Israel's best interests, or even anti-Semitic, as a matter of fact.
Did you know that other people are saying things that are completely unrelated and stupid? So therefore, I'm going to bring it into this conversation as a dishonest technique to smear you?
If 50% of the people are saying from the river to the sea, as meaning synonymously with get rid of all the Jews, it's probably best not to say it. It's probably best just to avoid, so you're not accidentally lumped into that category that's just saying get rid of all the Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you just admit to that? It's so simple. It's so simple.
Because they don't want to.
He's basically saying, oh, these Palestinians are so oppressed because they can't say get rid of all the Jews. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So weird.
Well, I'm curious, and I'm going to see if I can find one. So all the articles that were like carrying water from the river to the sea thing,
right?
None of them have ever brought forward polling data, because I would actually be curious. Polling data in both America and in Palestine and in other countries
to ask what it means.
Yeah, people that like the phrase and use the phrase, what do they think it means, and B, what are they in favor of? One state solution, two state solution, blah 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 blah. That would be an interesting thing to look at.
That polling data is going to be completely skewed, though. People are going to have the same cognitive dissonance as Hasan. They're going to answer that poll. Oh, it's completely innocuous.
Well, what would be interesting is that I think it's possible in America, you would see that, yes, the majority of people that like the phrase and use the phrase, they think it means something innocuous. But I wouldn't be even remotely surprised if you saw in the rest of the world, the people that use the phrase, they know
exactly what it means.
Yes. Yeah. And it'd be like, oh, this is why none of these journalists are doing this poll or advocating for this poll, because then you would actually see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
At a certain point, you have to realize that, like, maybe it's a little disingenuous, and that it's more so to just like squash any amount of any amount of sentiment expressed towards Israel.
At any point, should you think about maybe I should ease off this because it is offensive to the vast majority of Jews, interpret it in a not nice way, despite what people's intentions are, and that maybe it's counterproductive to double, triple, quadruple down on it.
No, because I'm not going to.
How does that help the cause of Palestinian freedom? When people go,
because I'm not going to. Because I'm not going to make concessions that I don't that hold no historic weight. That I'm actually listening to the Palestinians when they say what they mean. Because I don't have this like secret. Because I don't have this like secondary assumption that Palestinians actually are sneakily meaning something else. Like they're like actually talking about the destruction of Jews.
So first of all, he's wrong in lying about the historical origin, because obviously the historical origin did mean the destruction of the country, expulsion or killing of the majority of Jews in the country, number one. Number two, how does Hasan know what all the Palestinians think about the phrase? How does he know the answer to that question?
He doesn't. Look, he's in cognitive dissonance mode.
He can see into their minds. When he goes to sleep at night, he can collect the thoughts of the collective consciousness of Palestinians to make determinations about what this phrase means.
I'm sure he believes that.
Okay.
You're joking, obviously, but Hasan definitely believes that. Hasan trusts his gut way too much.
Yeah.
I know that's not what you said. I know that's not what you said. You're not saying that. You're not saying that at all, but there are plenty of people who are implying that. And even then, I'm simply stating the historical precedent for this sentiment. And of course, I'm going to combat misinformation, and I'm going to continue combating misinformation in a country that is outright hostile towards Muslims and outright hostile towards Palestinians from the actual state, right? There's anti-Semitism. This is absolutely.
You know the best way Hasan could combat misinformation?
What?
Delete his Twitch channel. That would be that would go a huge step in the right direction. He's being the #1 purveyor of misinformation.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely true. Anti-Semitism is a gross hate crime. It is completely unacceptable. You and I are in agreement on this. I've combated anti-Semitism nonstop for the past 10 years.
There's any people that hear that and they think, you know what? That means no, we got to get rid of all the Israelis. Do you think there's anyone that believes that?
That we have to get rid of all of the Israeli Jews in that area?
From the river
of
to
course,
the sea.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So,
there are anti-Semites. There are anti-Semites in the pro-Palestinian movement.
Do you think that it could be potentially misconstrued?
Can it be potentially misconstrued? Absolutely. Anything can be misconstrued.
So
any slogan can be misconstrued.
In consideration of all these things, if it can be misconstrued, if it is believed by people to mean it that way, then I don't think Jews are outside of their right to say, hey, this phraseology makes me uncomfortable. And I find it interesting that of all the minority groups, and again, people don't consider Jews a minority because they're white. I only say minority group, or most Jews are white, not all of them. But I say it because 60% of all hate crimes in the United States are against Jewish people that make up like less than 1%. So I find it interesting that when a minority group says like this phrase makes me uncomfortable, and I think the proliferation of this phrase is,
You're saying a minority group, but the problem here is this.
I don't think it's fair to just say, well, fuck you. I don't
because the
conversation
revolves around Palestinians, which, Muslims are a minority group in general, Palestinians an even smaller minority group, against Zionists, specifically Zionists who are maintaining the violent nature of the apartheid state in Israel. So in that structure, there are significantly more Zionists in America than there are Zionist Jews, and then there are anti-Zionist Jews. Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews are marginal because of the number of Jews in general on the planet, right? The much larger conversation is being had between Palestinian activists, which feature anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike, some of which are anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say that they're not, okay? Versus the much broader, much larger Zionist community that is comprised almost entirely of Zionist evangelicals, Zionist Christians in general.
So under this logic, and I use the term logic in massive finger quotes,
right?
If you polled America today and it said 51% of Americans support Israel's right to exist as Israel, as a Jewish country or Jewish state, then boom, you can say from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. Who cares if Jews that are pro-Zionist Jews think it's offensive or a call for genocide or whatever? They don't matter. But if you go to sleep and you wake up the next day and that poll shifts by 2%, so that 51% of the country now is against Israel being a Jewish country and a Jewish state, it thinks it should not be, and there should be a one-state solution where it's not Israel anymore, then suddenly it's acceptable for Jews to think that the phrase is offensive all of a sudden?
Yeah, because of the power dynamics, Sitch.
This is the dumbest way to interpret information in the world. Power dynamics do not change the reality of what words, phrases,
no,
science,
they do.
facts mean. That's not how any of this fucking works.
Yes, it does.
If
how it works. As soon as you're powerful, then you're the bad person.
if there are minority groups in this country, do you remember that video that this video was like years ago, and there was, I don't remember if it was at Evergreen or some other, no, it wasn't. I think it was not in America. There was a black girl at some college talking about how it was offensive that and racist that we don't consider like magic and magic spells to be real. Do you remember this?
Yeah, because they think science is a scam.
Yeah, science was created by like white Western colonizers
to oppress people. This
to
is
oppress
Foucault.
people, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, well, so just because this girl who believes in casting magic spells is black, okay, just because she's part of some oppressed group of people, does that make her automatically right? Because I guess it does under this worldview.
Yeah. I mean, she's got lived experience that you need to take into account. That's hegemonic power of science is ignoring for racist reasons.
Yeah. I mean, in her lived experience, she cursed someone and the next day they broke their leg. So therefore, you got to pay attention to that. She's also oppressed. So, she's right. What she's saying is true.
I think we should stick with science. I don't believe.
No. Okay.
The lived experience stuff, standpoint epistemology, I think is cancer. Yeah, I'm not down with that.
That's the conversation that's being had about the state of Israel. You can criticize Saudi Arabia and do it from an Islamophobic perspective, but many people are never going to turn around and say you're being Islamophobic when you criticize Saudi Arabia. But when
this is all
that's not even true.
What is not true?
There's so many people. If you criticize Saudi Arabia or Iran or any other country, they say you're just Islamophobic. There's like a ton of people
do it, yeah, all the time, obviously. This is also the P plus P equals R. Privilege plus power equals racism.
Right.
You can't be racist towards the Jews because the Jews are in the power position. They're in the privileged position. So all this stuff that they're saying, they can dance around in Australia and say gas the Jews, but it's not really, it's not really racist because they're in the power position. This stuff has to end.
I mean, that's what's insane. It's like you could literally have Hassan could be in like Nazi Germany, as Hitler's rising to power. And he's like, listen, there's all these Jews. They're all rich in Germany. Yes. Okay.
They did say that.
It's totally fine to attack them and call them out, right? They have the power position. Yeah, they have the power position until they don't because everyone starts killing them. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, this is so stupid.
It's not a good idea to teach people, any people, that it's impossible for them to be racist.
Yeah.
The human mind does racism pretty readily.
Yes.
And if you tell people whatever behavior you participate in cannot be categorized as racism because you're a marginalized person, that person is going to be racist as can be.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's absolutely there's no downside for them to do it. This conversation is a testament to that. I can't believe the things I'm hearing from Hassan.
Oh, yeah.
He has absolutely no empathy for Ethan at all.
No. Zero.
Yeah.
And,
how would you feel if a video surfaced of me saying something like, from the river to the sea, Sitch?
I'd be like, we have to have a conversation about that.
That would be quite uncomfortable, I imagine.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
Wow, man.
But and what you brought up about racism is a really good point, because tribalism, and racism is a form of tribalism, is the standard operating software of all human brains. That's the first and most basic lens at which all humans look at the world. They look at it through the tribal lens of I need to protect my tribe. There's an enemy tribe somewhere out there, and they're the bad guys. Okay.
Yep.
And then who the tribe is and how that, changes depending on the person. But that's the first lens that humans all use. And that's what racism is. And you have to be forever aware and taught to not be racist. You have to be taught to not be racist. And there's this stupid leftist idea that
Right.
like
Racism
racism
is
is
taught.
taught. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I
Everyone's
hate that.
just colorblind naturally. It's like,
No.
no, that's not, it's literally the opposite. And actually, Hasan kind of says it, though he says it, I think, earlier in the conversation. He has this crazy idea that people naturally want to live together of different religions and ethnic groups. They all want to live together in harmony and peace. That's the natural state of nature. And Hasan says that in this conversation.
Yeah, no way. Really?
Yes. He says people naturally just want to live together in peace and harmony. I'm like, oh my God, it's for real. Like this is
this saying that I always come back to, because it's so simple, is man is a wolf to man.
Yes.
Which I completely get, and just sums it up. Like if a man can take advantage of other men, subjugate other men, there's a high likelihood that they're going to do it.
Of course.
If they're in a position to do it. Like Hasan is a perfect example of this. Like he's completely subjugating Ethan here because he can.
Yes.
It's very sad. Yeah, very, very sad. So fundamentally, people on the left, they don't buy that. That's tough for them to acknowledge. It's very tough for them to acknowledge. They find excuses for it. You know, oh, society did this to them. Nobody wants to be to oppress other people. Nobody wants to be a wolf to other people. Yeah, bullshit. They do.
Well, it comes from a place.
They get off on it.
It comes from a place of living in a safe, privileged society. Yeah, because you know, if you live somewhere where shit's getting real and you don't live in like a Western democracy, you're not.
Oh, you understand this? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, you understand this in America if you grow up in the hood.
Sure.
When you're constantly being
you can still make excuses like, well, people only act that way because society forces them to. So I mean, they can
I guess you're right. There is that excuse.
But it is. I think it's because, the way that I define the left is believing that all problems stem from tradition. And I think an outgrowth of that is the idea that we see constantly repeated on the left, which is that people are inherently good, and that it's society and tradition that makes them evil.
Right.
And so therefore, especially the socialists 100% believe this. Therefore, if you tear down all the trappings of society and tradition, from the ashes, magically people will, through alchemy and goodness, will become, the magic good society utopia, even though every time this happens, some authoritarian regime comes out of the ashes. Like every time this happens.
It always ends up in man as wolf to man, right?
Yes. Yep.
Unfortunately. Yeah, we're very lucky to have these institutions that we've built that give us some semblance of security, safety and security, so we can believe these insane things and still not be completely torn apart as a society from believing them.
Yeah. If men were angels, they wouldn't. If men were angels, they wouldn't need government. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
They're not. That's why we do need some form of governance.
Right.
When you criticize Israel, because the foreign ministry has maintained this position and this posture for a very long time, propped up by the likes of the ADL, this conflation is the immediate counter. And I think it's cynically deployed. Is there real anti-Semitism that occurs?
Deployed.
Absolutely.
It's not cynically deployed. It's not. I mean, maybe some. I don't know. I don't think so. I think
come on,
really
Ethan. You don't think people are cynically saying something is anti-Semitic? Do you know how many people call me an anti-Semite? There's like literally fucking groypers online who
Jewish people don't like that phrase. It makes them uncomfortable. It's used by Hamas. It's used by the fucking jihadist group, the Palestinian jihadist group. It's used by other extremist organizations. It's been co-opted. At what point? At what level of co-opting do you think it's time to phrase this out?
Hasan would never accept this from somebody who was using the N-word and saying, look, I like it. It's fun to say, free speech.
They're just cynically deployed, Adam. Cynically deployed.
He would call that person a racist, and he would never let up. He would say, you're a racist piece of shit. Well, look, I guess it's just this, catch release that Hasan always has is the oppressor-oppressed dynamic. He would be able to say, oh, yes, but in that situation, the black person is oppressed. In this situation where somebody's running around using the K slur everywhere, well, they're being oppressed by the Jews. So therefore it's justified.
It's funny. So when we watched the Second Thought stream a few weeks ago, I don't think I kept it in the compilation we watched, but they have a very kind of interesting conversation where they talk about why do socialists always want to lose? Okay. Now they were using this as a justification for violence because they're like, well, as soon as the socialists use violence to get what they want, other lefties start to criticize them. And so they twist that around to like, well, they always want you to lose because you're not allowed to basically use violence to get what you want. And then they also kind of relate that to Hasan in Hasan's mansion. You know, like, oh, as soon as Hasan is successful as a mansion, like people on the left, like socialists get mad at him. And they're like, oh, why do socialists always like want people to lose? And it's because the framing of socialism is all based on you have to support the oppressed person. You have to support the person at the bottom of the stack. So as soon as you're rich, as soon as you own a mansion, as soon as you have some level of status or wealth, no one should listen to you by your own principles because you're no longer oppressed.
Yeah, winning is losing in their ideology.
Yes. It's funny, you know, we were talking about kind of like Nietzsche, the Nazis, the Stephen Hicks book, and about how, like, you know, he has the idea, or Nietzsche had the idea that Christianity was like the slave religion. Like socialism is the ultimate slave religion.
Yeah, yeah. You got to be careful there because the slave religion actually has won out, I think, obviously.
Yes,
so.
and obviously, and I agree that the slave religion and the concept of Christianity, I agree with, is better than the dominant conquer through power religion.
I'm going to reread that book and take some notes so we can talk about it on a live stream and clip it out.
It's a very fascinating book.
It is an amazing book, yeah.
At what level of co-optation? I told you already. The swastika is a great example of this. The Nazis are gigantic.
So it's not racist. So it's not racist until there's like a full mass systemic genocide of Jews.
No, it's not racist until there is a broad movement behind full-blown ethnic cleansing of Jewish people. Yes, even if it's like in support, there is no, in the grand scheme of things, throughout the history of Palestinian emancipation, which I will reaffirm my support for, I do believe it is just and I believe it is moral. Throughout that history, Hamas is but a mere blip. Okay.
Ethan really needs to ask Hasan a couple of questions. He needs to ask him, what does he mean? Like, what specifically does he mean by Palestinian emancipation? When he says it's just, does he mean that there's a two-state solution where the Palestinians go back to the 1948 borders and, you know, they're able to, you know, live without Israel controlling their trade or in their borders? Or does he mean that Israel just doesn't exist at all, and the whole region is called Palestine and is controlled by the Arab population, and that there should have never been a split in 1948? Like, those are important questions to ask whenever he makes these broad statements, because he's never held accountable for what he's saying.
Yeah, it's a technical issue because you can't have a state that's conspiring against you on your border. You can't have a state that's a security threat right next door. So sooner or later it becomes Israel's problem, regardless of where you want to draw the lines on the map.
Yeah, but also because he's trying to make an argument about what this phrase means, when I feel like he's actually in favor of the destruction of Israel and has always been in favor of it. He just makes this, like, you know, like when Nick Fuentes is like, listen, we should have a white ethno state. And then you go, or not Nick Fuentes, when, well, I'm sure he said this, but when Richard Spencer, he would always do this. Remember back in the day, he'd be like, Richard Spencer's like, oh, you know, he wants a white ethno state. And then people be like, well, how exactly are you going to accomplish that? Are you going to, like, you know, like violently kill all black people? He'd be like, oh, no. It's not going to be violent. We're just going to politely ask them to leave, right? We're going to pay them to leave.
What
and
happens when they say no?
Yeah. And it's like, what happens if they say no? It's like, no, listen, we'll figure out a way, a peaceful, nice way to do it, right? And everyone's like hears this. They don't believe it for like a second. You're like skeptical. Like, that's what it sounds like to me when I hear people talk about, like Hasan talk about this like magical one-state solution that the people that live there and even like don't want, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it'll be a magical, completely one-state solution, even though the people that live there don't want it. It's like, well, are you going to accomplish that through violence? No, it won't be through violence. Well, what are you going to do when those people like don't want to do what you're doing? Listen, we'll figure out a way through peace to solve it.
We'll figure out this impossible quandary.
Yeah.
And peacefully solve it. It's at some point it just becomes offensive that you're even postulating it. But I think that's the point. They want to be offensive.
Yeah.
And they feel justified because they're oppressed after all.
But a mere blip, and even to this day is not has never reached broad popularity. Hamas itself is like reinstituted its charter as well. If you want to fucking believe what they're saying, it doesn't matter. But ultimately, the mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there is an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think it's uncharitable.
This characterization is super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a fucking like it's got nothing. The concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering of Palestinians.
I hate emotional arguments. They trigger me more than anything else. Do you get triggered? I mean, I don't like it, but I don't get triggered by it. Yeah, people pull this shit on us, and it totally
you get
triggers
emotional
me.
About emotional arguments.
Well, look, he's basically saying, Ethan, you've personally been responsible for murdering 11,000 people here, and you're complaining that I'm screaming gas to Jews. Like, what the hell? That framing is so offensive. It's so offensive.
Is that? Yeah.
We joke around about it in the context of the abortion argument, just because you kind of have to laugh sometimes. But I mean, this is why they say your pro-choice people are baby killers.
Right.
Well, I guess actually we're getting the last laugh on that one, aren't we? The baby killers are rising up and destroying the Republican Party right now. But anyway, let's not.
Well, let me go back for a second because I want to hear what Ethan said.
Okay. Yeah. You look. Teach me?
Okay.
Teach me, Padawan Master. How do I not get triggered by these emotional arguments?
Okay.
They're so unfair.
Let me teach you. Well, first of all, the first thing you have to learn is that the Padawan is not the teacher. It's the person who's being taught. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's the very first thing you have to learn.
Okay. Who's Jedi?
The Jedi or the Jedi Master.
I am the young Padawan.
That's exactly.
Jedi Master, please tell me.
Yeah, okay.
Young Padawan Adam.
Right. Well, okay.
How do I avoid it?
It's very simple.
The triggering.
Okay. It's very simple. Okay. What you got to do is you have to be autistic. Okay.
No. No.
I hate to break it to you.
Look, Jedi Master. I love my emotions. I love swimming in them.
Okay.
They're as deep as the Pacific.
No, listen. The real answer is if you are consciously aware of how your brain works and how your processes work, which we talk about a million times in the show, and everyone knows, elephant rider stuff, and you're aware after the fact, because you're usually not aware in the fact, that your emotions are controlling you when this thing happens, is you just have to remind yourself, okay, like people will tie a little string around their finger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You have to have something.
I've literally done that. It works.
It does work, right? That's the only way to do it, because it's like when you're in the emotional storm, okay, you will not remember. You need something to trigger the fact of what your memory is when you're not emotional. You'd be like, oh, this is bothering me, and I'm trying to not be bothered by this. Okay. So you got to have the little thing, that the visual cue that you look at that reminds you, oh shit, am I in that state of mind? And then you just have to, and it's very difficult because when you're emotional, when you're angry, you don't want to not be angry.
Of course.
We've all been there. You've all been in the position where you're angry and you don't want to not be angry. Okay. So,
oh yeah.
Right. But it just takes,
It's like a tipping point.
yes.
You're like, don't get angry. Don't get angry.
Right. And then when you're angry, you don't want to not be angry. Even if you're angry and you realize, sometimes if you're angry and you realize that there's an out for you to not be angry, sometimes you just don't take it.
No,
You just
of
want
course
to be
not.
angry,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Because what people don't realize is that anger is an emotion that gives you energy and power.
Oh yeah.
And that's why it can be addictive, and that's why people use it. That's why people can like it.
Yeah.
And so if you want to stop it, it just takes practice. It just takes time. You just got to be in those moments and realize what's going on. And it's not going to work the first time, maybe even the second time, but maybe the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time, to just realize what's going on and calm yourself down. And it will eventually, you just condition yourself to try to not react to those sorts of situations anymore.
Can we come up with a plan B? If somebody uses this emotional argument on me,
Yeah.
can I have a comeback that's equally incendiary? Can I say something like, Hasan, why are you supporting the brutal rape and murder of innocent civilians in Israel?
You could do that, sure. I don't think it would help you as an individual.
I just look. I want to be. I want to be able to.
I mean, that's a thing you could do.
I want to have like the perfect zinger, the perfect response.
Yeah. See, that's just you not. That's you not trying to not be angry. That's you just trying to spread your anger to other people.
Right. Yeah.
So, which, I mean, good for you, I guess. Okay. Well, I want to hear his answer again.
Having a conversation doesn't matter, but ultimately the mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there is an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think it's
fair.
I think it's
this
uncharitable.
characterization is
So I mean, this is a total dodge too, to say, well, as long as there are people dying, we can't have a conversation about something else.
Yeah.
When it's like the first hour or 2 hours of this conversation was about those other things. Okay. Right. Like there's, and I don't know if you know this, Hasan. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but everywhere, at every moment, at every point in time in human existence, someone is being killed. Some horrible fucking tragedy is occurring. A group of people are dying unfairly, unjustly, right? It's just unfortunately like the nature of our existence.
Right.
That doesn't mean that every waking moment you can only talk about that and you can't talk about anything else at any point in time.
There's a tragedy going on here and you're watching the Barbie movie.
Yeah. There's literally, that's why I love Community so much with the character of Britta, she was the stereotypical woke California, like Southern California leftist before like woke was even a thing or was like a widely known thing, where she'd always like Troy and Abed would be sitting in a room and they'd be watching like cartoons and she'd run in and be like, how can you watch cartoons when there's like a genocide going on in some like, she named some country that like no one's ever heard of, and she'd sit down and just change the channel and be like, you have to watch this like horrible thing that's going on right now, and they're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no,
just
that's
trying to live
awful.
my life.
Yeah, I share that attitude.
Super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a fucking like it's got nothing. The concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering of Palestinians. It's got nothing to do with that. Invoking that is not fair. 57% of Gazans, by the way, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand why people would support Hamas during all this and who are in Gaza, but you say that, I mean, they have
Yes, in 2017,
they
in
have wide
2017,
support in the
Hamas
West Bank
changed its charter in
and
order to
Gaza.
gain international recognition.
It's,
And
it has wide support in Gaza and the West
in
Bank.
2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to maintain its civil governance factions and also gain international recognition, as had prior terror cells like the ones that you mentioned that Ben Shapiro still considers a terrorist, like Yasser Arafat, as they try to do the exact same thing. You might not believe them. Okay, I do think that there are certainly still anti-Semitic people inside of Hamas, of course, but ultimately,
Not all of them?
Palestinian people saying that they
You
support
think there's
violent
you think there's
emancipation.
Hamas people that are secular and cool and don't hate Jews?
Do I think there are Hamas militants? Absolutely, yes,
No, no.
100%.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think there's Hamas people that are like chill and secular and they don't hate Jews?
Oh, 100%. Well, yeah, you can yell at me all day for that. I 100,000% believe it. There are fucking 18, 19-year-olds. They don't know anything except fucking bombs being blown up in their heads. That is simply that is simply a means of violent retaliation. I don't think people operate on being bad and being good. I think people operate on, holy fuck, there's a bomb blowing up in my face that killed my fucking family. I hate this fucking state. And I'm going to join whichever faction will allow me to continue fighting against this state. Not every single person is like motivated by like cleansing every Jewish person in Israel.
So okay, this is actually not only is it like really stupid, but this is vitally important to Hasan's worldview. Okay, so Ethan asks a question, which I would have thought was a stupid question, but apparently it's like a genius question, which is he says, do you think that there's anyone in Hamas, in the organization Hamas, that is not anti-Semitic?
Right.
And Hasan says, oh, of course they're not anti-Semitic. And the reason he gives is because, well, the thing that motivates them is not that they have some like base hatred of Jews that it pre-existed some environmental condition. The reason they hate Jews and want to kill them is because the Israeli government, killed someone in their family or created bad living conditions for them. Okay. Now, this is important because when we listen to people on the left, especially leftists, they usually put like being racist and anti-Semitic as a form of racism as like, as long as, racist against white people is accepted, but being racist against minorities is like the highest, like horrible thing you can do. And so if you listen to Hasan's answer, it doesn't actually address his position. Like if you're a person, okay, who a Jewish person comes and kills your parents, and that makes you hate Jews as a group, you're anti-Semitic. It doesn't matter that there's some reason for why you hate Jews. Like just because a Jewish person did something bad to you doesn't mean that it's acceptable for you to hate a group of people. That's the whole thing about racism.
Yeah.
Like if you're white and a black person,
obviously.
Yes, exactly. And it's so funny because they always complain about collective punishment so much in regards to the situation. And yet here he's making a justification for having that collective punishment mindset. If you're white and a black person, beats you up and mugs you, that doesn't justify you being racist against every black person just because something happened to make you feel that way. And it's so interesting to me that Hasan, he says that just because a Palestinian person maybe has a reason, a tangible reason for why they hate Jews or they hate Israelis, that for some reason absolves them of their bigotry and absolves them of having some sort of violent or genocidal mindset.
He's saying it does absolve them, or it doesn't?
Yeah, it does. Yes.
Right.
It excuses them. They're not actually racist. So he's basically saying, since they have a good reason for being bigoted, they're not actually bigoted. That's Hasan's position regarding Hamas people not being, not hating Jews.
Yeah, this is P plus P equals R all the way.
It's even like, it's like just insane. It's an insane worldview. And it shows so much about the way in which he thinks. And this ties back into so much of like the BLM riot stuff. where there'd be like no sympathy for the people that have their buildings and businesses destroyed, but there's like insane levels of sympathy for the people that are burning down and destroying said property. And it's because, like, from their view, if someone is an oppressed person, an oppressed minority, and they're behaving in some violent reason, or some violent, if they're doing something violent, then they must be justified in their behavior and their feelings because of something bad that happened to them.
Right.
But if you're like well off, or if you're part of a non-marginalized group, then you have full responsibility for everything in your life. Okay. Because you weren't oppressed by society because of your skin color, right? Because I mean, obviously the idea that white people can't be oppressed is retarded, but this is their idea, right? If you're white and you're middle class and you're successful, you're 100% responsible for everything that you do and say. But if you're poor or you're part of an oppressed group, you're not. You're not responsible for yourself. You're just at the whims of the environment. It's an insane, it's like the most highest form of the bigotry of low expectations.
Yeah.
If that was the case, they would not have tried to make a, they would not have tried. Okay. If that was the case, they would not have tried to change their charter and become more and recenter their posturing so that they can get international recognition. Whether it was going to happen or not is one other thing.
The original one was like insane.
Yeah.
And who the
I agree. I agree.
Open this link. I mean, this was just happened last week. If you'll pull this up.
What is this?
It's one
Memory
of the head
reports. What the fuck is this? Oh,
it's just a clip of a Hamas.
Oh yeah, this is the Lebanese guy. Okay, so Hamas, just like every other. Just
play it.
I know. I've already played this. It's gonna. He's gonna say we're gonna do 1,000, 1,000,000 October 7th. Yes, I know.
Just play it. I want people to see it.
Okay, here I'll play it right now. I think my dog groomer is outside.
I'll just read it because somebody has to read the.
Okay, yeah, it says because of constitutional security, military, and political catastrophe to the Arabs. I'm reading it. To the Arab and Islamic nation, it must be finished.
I can't hear you.
Ethan, this is not the own that you think it is. I've already covered.
I love. You like this? This is insane to me. Like, first of all, he's so uncomfortable. Obviously, so uncomfortable to show this clip. Number one. Number two.
Right.
Ethan is supposed to be your friend and your co-host. Okay, you should be treating him as such. And the fact that he's like he's trying to not let him speak, and then he's like, this isn't the own you think it is. Like, are you for real? For real? That's what you're gonna say? Like, it's not supposed to be an own. It's supposed to be you guys having a conversation where you're trying to figure out something, right?
Yeah, that's not what's going on here, though, Sitch, obviously. It's like the conversation is more akin to Hassan has a bunch of Nazis in his audience, and his co-host is Jewish, and they're trying to tell him, look, you got a bunch of Nazis in your audience. Aren't you going to do something about it? And Hassan is trying to explain to Ethan, well, yeah, but those are my fans. It's like, yeah, but they're Nazis. Well, yeah, but I mean, don't you think they have some valid points here? Some arguments, some good points?
Yes, but have you considered?
Right.
Maybe the Jews do control everything.
Yeah, don't you think that's more what's going on here? I feel like
that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah. So it's just, it's super weird. It's super weird. Cause it is, I don't know. I feel like it's very unambiguous what's going on here for me, but I guess other people don't have that kind of moral clarity.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it comes down to this, open air prison subjugation type stuff.
Right.
Which maybe it's because I have this selectorate theory lens. I feel horrible for the Gazan people, for the Palestinian people, because they're just subjugated by bad rulers, which you would think people in America would understand. And who in America likes politicians or likes their leaders? Right?
Mm-hmm.
None of them.
Yeah, but it's because you're white, though, or something.
What do you mean? The leaders?
Yeah.
Oh. They don't like their leaders.
No, because it's what I said. Like, so our politicians, since they live in a rich country and they're mostly white, like they're responsible for their actions. But if you have politicians that live in a poor country who are not white, they're not responsible for their actions because they're, we have the bigotry of low expectations.
Yeah, I guess that's the problem. I guess that's the situation, right?
Unfortunately,
even though the leadership, I mean, a lot of the Hamas leadership is rich and lives in Qatar. How's that figure in?
Listen, they don't know that. Okay.
How's that figure in?
They don't know that or care. It doesn't matter.
I mean, they're giving their people enough weapons to subjugate the population. I would have to be on the ground there to kind of figure out what the tax structure is. But I'm sure people are being subjugated.
Sure.
This is why the whole Arab Spring took place, because the guy got shook down by the police.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure a lot of it's not from tax. I mean, I'm sure they do skim a lot, but I think it's mostly I'm assuming it's mostly skimming through foreign aid and things of that.
Well, I mean, bribes.
Yeah,
bribes are a form of taxation. So
yes,
there's two ways that you can employ a police force. You can tax the population through property taxes or an IRS or something like that, and then pay police. Or you just tell the police, hey, you're a freelancer. Just, make money on the side. Do you want to live in a country that has a freelance police force? Doesn't seem like a great situation.
No, that's not that's not usually the way you want to live. Yeah.
It's kind of a Judge Dredd type situation, right? Where they're meting out justice on the street.
Yes.
Doesn't seem like a great way to go. So
I am the law.
Look, Hasan's not bringing any of this stuff up. For him, it's like, it's an open air prison. Israelis are doing it.
Right.
Look, I read I don't know if this is true or not. I heard it on the DW news network, the German news network, but they were saying that there were people who were IDF soldiers that were basically being mean to the people in the West Bank. Have you read anything about this?
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't say it then.
Oh, okay.
Without checking into it.
Talked about this.
I just want people to see it.
I know. I've showed this on my stream. I don't know why you think this is like an own.
Well, do you think that every single person watching right now has seen every second of your stream?
I don't know, but okay. I mean, here we'll just probably not. We'll play it again, but I'm simply stating that, like, I'll read it for you if you want. It's not like a. This
I'll
is not
read
like
it if you're going outside to get your dog groomer. I can read it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll just.
Shit! Never mind. The groomer's not even here.
Oh wait, I can't play it on your stream. Never mind.
Yeah, I can play it, but it doesn't matter. Here.
So play it, and if you don't mind, just reading the.
Yeah. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first time, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth. Because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight. We will have to pay a price, and yes, we are ready for it. We are called a nation of martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. We did not want to harm civilians. But there were complications on the ground, and there was a party in the area with a civilian population.
There's complication. Listen, guys, we didn't want to hurt anyone. There were just some complications. We just accidentally oopsie-doopsie killed 1,400 civilians. Right?
Bunch of ravers attacked them.
Yeah, listen, we had our guys go over. We saw a bunch of people dancing, and we're like, listen, that's dangerous. They could dance all over us. Okay. We need to take these kids out immediately. Right.
Yeah, this is lies. It's bullshit.
Yeah. There was that phone call that I'm sure you've heard, or at least heard of, which is the guy who's literally called up their parents, who's ecstatic and bragging that he's killed 10 Jews.
Really?
Yeah, there's a phone call of one of these guys on October 7th, or I don't know if it's a phone call or if it's like a message, because I read the transcript, and it's like, oh, he's like, Mom, I killed 10 Jews. I'm like calling you from their own phone. Like, check Telegram. I killed 10 Jews. And you're just like, this is horrific. And then, you know, Hasan is parroting. And this is funny because he said the same thing too. He said, oh, you know, well, of course, it's an unorganized army. Like, obviously, they're just going to accidentally kill a bunch of civilians. Like it was an accident. But no, obviously, the plan, like, if it was an accident, okay, if it was an accident, you'd have a bunch of civilians who didn't die, right? Who were just hiding and they just left them alone. The way that we know it's not an accident and Hasan's a dumb, lying piece of shit for even promoting this narrative is because we know what they did was they invaded and they just systematically killed everyone they could or kidnapped them. They weren't leaving people alive. The only people that survived in areas that they went through were people that were managed to hide. That was it. Okay. So you can't say that this was just the actions of accidentalness or uncoordination. Obviously, the plan was to exterminate and kidnap as many people as possible. That was the goal.
They found like 50 people in a bomb shelter and they were hucking grenades in there. Like it's disgusting what they were doing.
Yeah. Oh, it was just an accident. It was just a big oops. They found a bunch of people hiding and they just threw a grenade at them by accident. Like this is, see, fuck you, Hasan. This is why you are a piece of shit, okay? And you make all this milquetoast bullshit about you don't support Hamas, and you get mad, and he gets mad at the end of this. He's like, oh, people call me Hamas Asabi, you know, and all this other shit, okay? This is why when you make up when you parrot these insane fucking talking points that literally, if you just thought about for 2 seconds, you know is bullshit. The idea that it wasn't literally the intention to just kill and kidnap everyone they can, it's so obviously what they were doing. And anyone that says otherwise is lying. Okay. So stop lying, stop being a fucking piece of shit, and just have a real conversation with your friend Ethan here about the situation.
Yeah, you could have had friends in that bomb shelter, you piece of shit.
Yes. Because this is in our coverage that we watched the other week. This is what he said. He was like, oh, of course innocent people died. This is an uncoordinated army. Like as if, yeah, like that wasn't the goal. Of course that was the goal. The goal was to kill and kidnap as many people.
The goal was to kill as many innocent people as possible.
Yes.
And Hasan has been making, ever since this has happened, Hasan has been making the argument that none of these people are innocent, which is the disgusting part.
Well, okay, to be fair, he hasn't quite said that. He hasn't quite said that.
He said babies are enemy combatants. How has he not said that? Because of the occupation. Don't soft pedal it now.
When did he say
totally
that?
He has said that.
Okay. I mean, if he said that, then that's fucking horrific, obviously.
He has said that the Israeli people are all occupiers and therefore guilty targets. Maybe Second Thought said it. Maybe it wasn't Hasan.
Second Thought and his crew 100% said that. Yes.
Right.
It was a large area across 40 kilometers. The occupation must come to an end. Occupation where? In the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all the...
Chad is correcting that it's Second Thought that is saying the babies are settlers.
So Second Thought did say that. Hasan said something about babies, but I don't remember exactly what he said. So
this is the general argument is that all of the Israelis are occupiers, and they even use the fact that they have the whole population is conscripted into the military. What do they call that? That you're forced to serve. Everybody in the population is forced to serve. They're even using that to say that everyone's a soldier because they all have served in the IDF. So therefore, all of these kids are enemy combatants.
Right.
Yeah.
The Palestinian lands. Does that mean the annihilation of Israel? He says, yes, of course. The existence of Israel is illogical, but there's cuts in there too. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying, but it doesn't matter. He's saying a bunch of fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty shit. I agree.
This is one of the this is a guy I've seen him before. He's a spokesman for Hamas.
Yes, there are multiple different factions within Hamas right now. There are multiple different factions within Hamas right now.
Hold on, let me finish it.
So it's interesting. So obviously Hasan doesn't want Ethan to watch the rest of this clip, right?
Oh yeah, it's killing him.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things is, I think there's two things going on here. He doesn't want him to watch the clip because he thinks it hurts his argument, number one, which is obvious, right?
It
the
destroys
second
his
thing-
argument.
Yeah, but exactly, because his argument was supposed to be like what the phrase means and what, and he was making this argument that there are no Palestinians that want to do like this thing. And yet here you have this guy who's a spokesperson for Hamas who's saying that there's going to be a bunch more, October 7th and all this other stuff. But I think there's another thing, which is that for most of this conversation, Hasan's chat hasn't been up. And if you notice now, Hasan's chat is up.
Mm.
Okay. And if you read some of the chat stuff, like there's some crazy stuff of people like basically agreeing with the guy or justifying it. Like one of the comments was, I remember reading when I was kind of scrolling through this, was like, Ethan just thinks the Palestinians shouldn't be able to defend themselves. Or there's another one that says like, this sounds pretty normal for a liberatory force.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and I wonder if part of Hasan's like hesitancy to show this clip is because he knows that the clip is really bad, and maybe he's worried that his chat is just going to be like on board with it.
Right.
And that's
And
why he's like
Does
worried.
Ethan have eyes on the chat? Do you know?
He does at some point in the conversation. I don't know if he does at this point in the
Right.
conversation. So he probably does at this point. Someone chat in their chat says, I'm so fucking baffled at how racist and disgusting Ethan is. What is happening? How is what Ethan's
Super
saying disgusting or
informative.
racist? Like what does he say that's been disgusting or racist?
The person believes that he's supporting Israel genociding the Palestinians. So that's what the
Right.
person believes is racist. And
Right.
yeah.
Another person in Hasan's chat says he's not even wrong in what he's saying though, question mark. Referring to the Hamas spokesperson.
It's a bunch of kids that just want to see mayhem.
Right.
This is Project Mayhem.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% correct from Fight Club, yeah.
For them,
Did you
it
see
is.
there's like this new narrative about how like it's not super new, but there's this narrative that it was really the IDF that killed a bunch of Israelis on October 7th, including at the party. They were the ones, they were killing their own citizens. Have you seen this narrative?
I haven't. I made the mistake of watching a Jimmy Dore video I told you, and he's already a October 7th truther. So he thinks that the Israelis knew that this was going to happen and let it happen
Okay.
so that they could
Okay.
go to war with Gaza.
Is there a conspiracy that he doesn't like?
I don't think
Does he
so.
think space is real? Does he think the earth is flat? Like, is there
was
anything he
just-
doesn't like?
Look, I don't understand how this guy is just huge. I guess it's because people liked him. People love misbelief.
Yeah.
They don't want to believe the truth. They want to believe the thing that makes them feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
And they want to hate America. So this it always comes back to America bad. That's really the source of all of this.
Yep. True. Start it up.
All right, let's do it.
Of Israel is what causes all the pain, blood, and tears. It is Israel, not us.
Do you
We are
want
the
me to? Do you want me to talk about it? He's
occupation.
going to say 1 million October 7th as well.
He says,
It is
"Therefore,
Israel,
nobody
not
should-"
us.
Let me
We are
just
the
read it.
victims.
There's only like 10 seconds left.
Okay.
Therefore,
I'll
nobody
finish
should
it.
blame us for the things we do.
We are the victims of the occupation,
October 10th.
period.
Just let me read it.
Therefore, nobody should blame us for the things we do. On October 7th, on October 10th, on October 1 million, everything we do is justified.
It is justified.
Yeah, he even says it in English. He says, it is justified. Okay?
Doesn't even know how many days are in October. And this guy is the head of the Palestinians.
Listen, they don't celebrate Halloween, okay? They don't know.
Crazy.
That's the
Are
only
you
reason I
happy?
know.
Now, let's talk about it because you brought this up as though this is like an own or something. One, for as many
Just the idea.
This is an own, Adam. He brought up an own.
This is just so, it's like a headache. It's such debate bro nonsense.
Yes.
You're just bringing this up to own me. I mean, my entire audience is calling you a pathological killer.
And a racist.
Yeah. A genocidal murderer.
Mm-hmm.
And you're bringing this up to own me? How dare you? This is crazy, Sitch. Internet politics is just wacky.
bloodthirsty psychotic freaks exist in fucking Hamas, there is the same number of non-democratically elected motherfuckers in Israel that say the exact same shit.
Dude,
you and I are in agreement on
I'm
that.
not saying this to defend Israel. I'm saying it because I'm just telling you why people are uncomfortable with that phrase, from the river to the sea, because they interpret its use like what this guy is saying, which is that from the river to sea, say to Israel be destroyed, and there'll be no Jews left in the region. Hi, Teddy. How are you, sweetheart? You have a good day?
Okay.
Yeah.
For the record, the from the river to the sea is in the Likud charter as well, and they do have the material. Not only do they have the support in their coalition government, but also the material realities reflect that Israel is a genocidal apartheid state. So when they say from the river to the sea,
So this phrase, when does it
You can't say that so flippantly. You can't say that so flippantly and then say, yeah, but I'm fine with that genocidal apartheid state existing and they should exist. Right? I mean, as soon as you call them a genocidal apartheid state, aren't you kind of saying that's got to come to an end?
Yeah. Or how if you're saying that one side is a genocidal apartheid state, how could you believe that there's a peaceful coexistence between the two groups as a one-state solution? How's that even possible?
How is 20% of their population Palestinian Israelis and they're a genocidal apartheid state?
Because that.
How's that work?
Because
1 out of every 5 Israelis is Palestinian. What's going on there? What is happening?
They're Uncle Toms.
This is just, I don't look, this whole thing, it's just all the terminology that Hasan uses are designed to lead you to one conclusion.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. And it's the from the river to the sea conclusion, which is just, that's what's so horrific about all this.
That's why his audience is so radicalized. That's why even if Hasan says that he's against, Hamas killing a bunch of people on October 7th, it's like, okay, but then as you correctly pointed out, all of his language, all of his points lead you to this thing. So even when he says, October 7th was bad, it's like, yeah, but everything else you're saying is leading you to like defend this action, essentially.
Yeah.
And then your audience is picking up on that. And also it's funny because he just said, oh, Israel is wrong and genocidal because the Israeli political party has some phraseology of from the river to the sea, and that's bad and genocidal. But I guess if Palestinians or Hamas says it, then it's not, question mark, because P plus P equals R.
Right. Yeah, that's why you have to get to the facts on what exactly is going on there. Yeah. You do. You got to drill in and get those facts. Nobody seems interested in those facts, though. They all have their biased opinions that they're trotting out instead of really digging into what's going on. I'm trying. I'm sure you're trying too.
Yeah.
And belongs to Israel. That is a little bit more important. However, I don't even care about that sloganeering. I don't care about what Israel says either. I care about the actions. Okay.
Okay. No. You made a statement defending this slogan, and that's the conversation.
Yes, I still defend it, and I'm
it's
still defending it.
Listen, it's got nothing to do with defending Israel or not. I'm telling you how people feel about it. Okay. So at what point? At what point does this statement become justifiably anti-Semitic? Your position is that once basically
So wait. Okay. Well, I want to go back to what Hasan said. He said, I don't care about what people say. I care about their actions. Well, first of all, we know that's not true because we've listened to Hasan say, you can listen to Bibi Netanyahu or some other Israeli politician say XYZ, and this shows you that they're really not interested in peace. Like you said this a million times. He brings this up. He brings this up in this conversation. He brings it up whenever this is talked about. So obviously, what politicians say is important in terms of showing supposedly what they possibly believe or what the movement is trying to accomplish. Okay. So it's very stupid to say you don't care what politicians are saying, number one. Number two, even if we were to adopt Hasan's frame and say, well, what you say doesn't matter, all that matters is your actions. Well, what the fuck was Hamas's actions on October 7th?
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, we know what the actions were. So obviously they mean bad genocidal things.
Yeah. Yeah. Hassan's just trying to wiggle out of this mess.
Yes.
He doesn't want to hold his audience account for the nasty things that they're saying to Ethan. I mean, it's all so simple. Like his audience they're all being giant pieces of crap to Ethan.
Right.
And Hasan doesn't want to say anything about it.
He's
Look, if they were big pieces of crap to him, he'd be banning them right and left.
Of course. Well, as we know from the other streams we've watched, Hasan is a coward who's afraid of his audience. And he's even said, it's funny, in this conversation, he says, oh, I take the position that's moral. That's my stance. Well, we know that's not true because he's expressly said that there are issues that he doesn't agree with on his audience in terms of some of the trans stuff.
And he just shuts his mouth.
And he just won't talk about it because he knows his audience will get mad at him. Okay. So yeah, I mean, he's totally afraid of his audience. He's totally audience captured.
Crazy.
The government has become full-blown Nazis, or I mean, whatever, Hamas or whoever has become full-blown Nazis. Only then will it be considered to be anti-Semitic, and no sooner.
No,
that's what you. Okay,
no.
So when?
This person's statements do not speak for Palestinians as a whole. And never has. He doesn't even fucking speak for Hamas. There are two different factions or multiple factions in Hamas. There's the civil governance branch. No, Ethan, there are literally conflicting factions within Hamas. He is the more militant faction in Lebanon. Like, I'm not even...
I don't know if you guys know this. There's like a very peaceful, loving section of Hamas, okay?
Let's show some clips of that. Bring it up. That would be helpful for Hasan's argument.
Where do these peaceful, loving Hamas people live exactly? I mean, you're criticizing this guy. You're criticizing this guy because he's in Lebanon. I mean, the section of Hamas that lives in Gaza, perpetrated a massive terrorist attack, killing, kidnapping, and raping thousands of people. So I'm not sure who this peaceful faction of Hamas is that you're referring to, but okay, sure.
I doubt they exist. I think he's lying.
Really? He could be right. He could be onto something.
Defending these guys, but at least like this is not a defense of Hamas in any capacity.
This guy doesn't
but you
speak
have
for
to
Hamas?
parse through this. Of course, he speaks for one faction, is what I'm trying to say. So when they are even divided amongst themselves, then like
just
obviously,
tell me, at what point is this phrase allowed to be offensive? When there's like
I told you.
So you said Nazi Germany.
No, I said the level of popularity and the intentions of Palestinians have never been historically or in contemporary society to ethnically cleanse Jewish people out of Israel or ethnically cleanse Jews as a whole, right?
That's just a lie, right? How can he just... I can't believe Ethan just allows him to just say this. It's just not true.
Have you seen the meme of the numbers of Jews in Arab countries, like in 1945 and the number today? Have you seen that meme going around?
Yes.
It's like 25,000 Jews in Egypt today, 7.
Yeah. Right.
So I mean, that's like a giant piece of evidence to the contrary of everything that he's saying.
Yeah. Even the group he talked about wanted to remove all the, quote, non-native Jews from the country.
Yeah. Yes.
Depending on who you talk to on the side of defending Israel or on the side of like genuine concern, expressing genuine concern over a statement like this,
That is
it
Hamas's
ranges
goal,
from
though.
It doesn't matter what Hamas's goals is when Hamas in and of itself in this very moment has never captured a broad popularity and is literally not it's not popular, it won't be popular, it will never be popular. There are Palestinian Christians living under Hamas. There are too many different opinions.
Okay, so we're gonna get interrupted by child. So let me go forward a little bit.
Children. Ugh.
I know.
Ugh. How terrible.
Okay, so Hasan's argument is this phrase has never been popular, so it doesn't matter, except for the fact that apparently its genocidal component is popular in the group that controls an entire section of the country that just perpetuated a massive terrorist attack on Israel. How can he, like, this is the dumbest argument imaginable. Like, because his whole argument is phrases and things are only dangerous if the group of people saying the phrase or slogan can enact violence, right? That's the whole like concept of people's are like, oh, white people don't need to be afraid of racism against white people because in America, black people are such a small minority that they can't enact violence against white people, right? Like that's their argument that they always give.
Terrible argument, but whatever.
Yeah, sure. It's a stupid argument, obviously. And yet that's literally what happened in Israel. The people who want to genocide the Jews and want to wipe Israel off the map committed a terrorist attack that killed 1,400 people and kidnapped, 200 plus more. Okay, and you can also say it subsequently caused this massive military action where, over 10,000 Palestinians and rising will die, have died, and will continue to die because of this. And Hasan is sitting here saying this group is unimportant, so we don't have to care what they say.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
Of course they're important.
Yeah, it's an interesting argument.
You don't like it?
No. Mithram 6 for 200 Kazark says, there's a direct link between the American Black liberation and decolonization. Stokely Carmichael has cited, for example, Fanon's Wretched of the Earth as his main influence. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That makes sense. Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $50. Says African Muslims were literally selling black Africans at auction blocks to Arabs when they went on Hajj in Mecca and Medina regularly into the 1960s. The practice only really ended in the 1970s. Wow, it's insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
It's terrible.
I mean, they're not white, so I guess who cares, right? They're oppressed.
Look, I care. What are you talking about?
No, they're oppressed.
Oh, you're talking the slave sellers? They're the oppressed ones? Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't like that logic.
No. Jay for $20 says the people that say, quote, from the river to the sea aren't being tricked into believing that is a peaceful slogan. They are liars. The same people who claim the Kill the Boer is a peaceful protest song. It's absurd. Yeah, exactly. That's another great example.
They are liars.
Uyu Kill T Puestra, thank you for the $20 Australian. So I just wanted to ask if there was any interest in covering one of TYT's latest videos. Quote, Israel's humanitarian pause leads to heated debate between TYT hosts. I don't come across a lot of debates where I hear both perspectives.
Yeah, we'll probably cover that on Tuesday, to be honest with you. I set it aside, yeah. And
is that the video you sent me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that video is fun.
It's pretty crazy, yeah.
J-Mac, thanks so much. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted membership.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah.
Low Fat Yoga for $20 says, hey guys, when I scream, quote, the South will rise again at a Trump rally, I don't mean it in a racist way. I just mean the South will become an economic powerhouse again. S class is best class.
Yeah, good luck explaining
you.
that to Hasan
Yeah, exactly.
without being called a racist Nazi.
Yes, that's good. I like that. V Marie for $20 says Hasan is such a scumbag. It's so frustrating to listen to. I'm honestly a little concerned with the amount of young people that watch him and think he's right about everything. I hope it's a phase they grow out of. It is very concerning. It is very concerning. Yeah. Twitter sucks for $50 says, thank you. Says if Israel put down its guns, there would be a second Holocaust. If Hamas put down their guns, there would be a Palestinian state. The left doesn't want a two-party state. They justify evil by saying, quote, the entire state of Israel is occupied land. That's completely true.
Yeah, they keep simping for Hamas.
Twitter sucks for $120. Thank you. Says the contradictions are so obvious. The left is a snake eating its own tail and blames you for the fact that they are hungry for power and authority. It drives me sick seeing these vile heathens brush off violence. True.
Yeah, I wish they would condemn violence categorically, but good luck.
And then the last chat before we get back to the video, Jeff Schatz for $20 says, hey, Sitch, if you want to help Adam with his emotional reactions, I've got 2 words for you. Shock collar.
Yeah, look at that.
Thanks for all the streams.
All I need is a good shock collar.
There you go.
Thank you, Jeff. That is a great suggestion.
There you go. I like it.
We'll have to look into that.
I like it.
Could be
Okay.
entertaining for the chat too. We'll put like a $250 shock super chat so you guys can shock the shit out of me.
God.
Who-
That's
sit-
the
look
best
at-
idea
sit-
I've ever heard.
Look at Sitch. Sitch is like, we'll be rich.
We will be rich. Yes.
You'll be a paraplegic, but we'll be rich.
Listen, you just need your hands to draw, right? You don't need the rest of you.
Yeah, but if it's around my neck, what the hell?
Listen, okay,
look at
what do we put on your waist? Okay, it just shocks your lower body.
Oh, okay. Paraplegic.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, you know how many $250?
How about you wear the shock collar? How about that?
I'm not on camera. It's not the same.
Well, look, we can fix that.
No. Listen, you're on camera. You know how many $250 super chats we get if people could like inflict physical harm on you?
Look, that makes me a little nervous. It does. Maybe our audience is closer to Hasan's and we just don't know it. Bunch of crazy, vindictive people.
Okay, let's do it.
Allahu Akbar means God is great. But for the longest time in American politics, Allahu Akbar was seen as a threat. Okay, it constituted a threat. A valedictorian.
Make it stop, Sitch, please. I can't like this. This is so bad faith. This is so bad faith. So look, from the river to the sea actually means something good. It means praise God. From the river to the sea means praise God. It means peace be with you.
Right.
And literally said one nation under Allah in her fucking speech a couple years back, and people got mad at her instead of saying one nation under God. Wait.
Does he not understand why people would be mad at that? That's stupid. Like, so even though technically, from the Muslim perspective, that, you know, God in Islam is supposed to be the same God in Judaism and Christianity, right? Obviously, Christians.
Is it?
Yes.
Are
Obviously,
you sure?
yes. Obviously, Christians and Jews don't believe in that religion, right? Jews don't believe in Christianity or Islam. Christians don't believe in Islam, right? And so if you were to say one nation under Allah, okay, whether you mean it or not, the implication, the obvious implication to that would be that the population should live under some accordance of, you know, the religious doctrine of Islam, which the majority of people in the country don't agree with and would be very upset about. Okay.
Yeah, not good.
That's obviously what that means. Now, if you didn't mean it that way, then you're just stupid, because that's how everyone's going to interpret it.
To tailor the needs, to suit the needs of those who are ostensibly defending the maintenance of an unjust structure. I think it's ridiculous to concede on a point like this, especially as someone who takes anti-Semitism very serious.
Wait. Let me go back for 1 second.
Cause her instead of saying one nation under God. We cannot massage our expectations in a morally righteous cause to to tailor the needs, to suit the needs of those who are ostensibly defending the maintenance of an unjust structure.
Okay, so what he just said, like using a bunch of like obnoxious big words or worded in, not even use big words, but he worded it in like a very obtuse way. Okay. What he just said was that everyone who's protesting on the side of Palestine is correct and morally just.
Yep.
And everyone who either A, is in favor of Israel or is simply against the term from the river to the sea, those people are all morally wrong and bad. And
Right,
he's saying,
because Israel has it coming.
or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so he's saying, why should all the morally righteous people who are saying from the river to the sea, who are all supposedly in Hasan's world advocating for some magical good thing, right? Why should those morally just people have to change their rhetoric for all the morally evil people who are bothered by the rhetoric? That was his argument. That's how stupid his argument was.
Well, his justification too is that Israel is an unjust oppressor state.
Sure. But that's irrelevant to, like, if he was having a good faith conversation, which I know hilarious from Hasan, to have that. But if you're in a good faith conversation, you can have that opinion and you can say that, and you can say that's why that phrase you think is justified because you don't want Israel to exist, but you just have to be honest about it. You don't have to do this like BS maneuvering where you say, well, it's not really what the term means. It means this other thing that, is actually totally good and peaceful and you would agree with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you shouldn't have the opinion unless it's accurate, unless it's true.
I think it's ridiculous to concede on a point like this, especially as someone who takes anti-Semitism very seriously. I don't think that it's appropriate. Mark Lamont Hill was literally fired from CNN a couple of years prior for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free at the end of his speech at the UN. Okay, this man is a scholar. This man is a historian. He delivered a speech in front of the entirety of the United Nations, and CNN fired him. Why did they fire him?
Well, I'm assuming that you don't believe Israel has the right to exist.
I don't believe Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state. No, I don't. I don't believe that an apartheid state can continue.
But see, okay, so first of all,
nice dodge.
I know, completely nice dodge. Right? Because like, well, what does that mean exactly? Right? Like, what do you mean it's an apartheid state? If it wasn't an apartheid state, would you be fine with it existing? Like, come on, like answer the question. And then secondly, yeah, I'm glad Mark Lamont Hill got fired for that. He should have got fired for that. That's crazy.
Yeah, they should have fired him sooner.
Well, for other reasons, probably.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
The reason why I brought up the historic reference point is because in its charter in 1960, I think it's like in 1965, the PFLP that first implemented this slogan literally said they wanted the Zionist entity to be dismantled so that there is a democratic secular state for all Jews living in Israel and all Palestinian Muslim Christians alike. Hold on.
So that's the organization that I told you about. That's a Marxist-Leninist terrorist group. Okay. That's Hasan's big, that's his big get here. He's like, listen, the Marxist-Leninist terrorist group who wants to make the entire region communist, they were in favor of it being a secular country. Yeah, obviously, because they're communists, Hasan. Okay. They were in favor of making it a free country because they're communist and they're violent revolutionaries. Like, if this is what you're hinging your argument on, that's pathetic.
Just crazy. Yeah.
That's pathetically retarded.
Bring in the commies.
Yeah.
Well, I know what'll bring peace in the middle of the East. Communism.
I mean, listen, they just want to force everyone to follow the religion and ideology of Marxism. But I mean, I guess that they're secular, right? They're not going to be Jewish or Islamic, so that's good.
Who said that?
Oh, look, Nuggy
TeddyFresh.com,
time.
guys. Black
Yes.
Friday sales going on right
Anyway, sorry,
now.
I had to get my food. Like,
What are you
do
eating?
you think that
What are you eating?
What? I just
What-
got chicken. My dad just made me chicken. Listen,
Your dad made you chicken?
yeah. Listen. Listen. This is important. This is important.
Okay.
So a lot of Israelis, like you also personally mentioned, right, believe that a secular singular state would mean genocide. But you also have been reasonable and have come to terms with the Israeli fears being overrepresented in this conversation. And this is the exact same conversation being played out once again. When I talk about
It's so annoying. Okay, so first of all, Hassan has this like delusional idea that some communist terrorist organization came up with, that Israel and Palestine is going to exist as a one-state secular state. Okay.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I already said, if like Palestinian people wanted that and Israelis wanted that, I'm on board with that. I live in a secular fucking country. I'm fine. I don't think there should be religious, countries with religious, official religious organizations. I would be totally fine with there being a magical secular Israel that was all one place and everyone fucking lived together in harmony, hugging each other all day. Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be wonderful, right? But I'm not an idiot. I'm not a fucking idiot. And I know that if the Palestinian people and the Israeli people don't want that, you can't force that upon them. That's what we were supposed to have learned, Hassan, from like the Iraq war, the Afghanistan war, was that you can't just force, some kind of system of governance on people that don't want to live under that system. Okay?
Yeah.
You can't just force that on them. If the Palestinians were in favor of that, then great. Then I would be on board with it. But they're not. Okay.
We should have given Iraq to the Scientologists. That would have fixed everything.
Emancipatory movements, I feature the actual people that are being wronged in this process and not the considerations of those who are defending, maybe not directly oppressing those people who are asking for a just cause, that are morally on the right side, but those who are defending those who are wronging them. I don't care about the considerations of people who defend Israel in that situation.
The Palestinians are the
so Hassan just assumes that because he has this stupid idea about the secular one-state Israel solution, that everyone else in the entire world, or even that the majority of people in the world that say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. He just assumes that's their position too. Is Hassan never is he stuck in that realm of like when you're 2 years old and you think that everyone in the world sees and thinks what you think?
I think he is. Yeah, that's definitely where he's at.
Does he not realize that other people have other thoughts and other opinions? And when they say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free, unless you have some evidence
they're anti-Semitic,
or that they want to just get rid of Israelis or Jews or whatever. Unless you have some evidence that I've never seen you or anyone else produce, that the majority of people using that phrase mean that they're all going to live in magic secular harmony, okay, then I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, he thinks that they just agree with him, whatever his position is. There's just like a copy paste.
The ones being wronged, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Then they can't be. Then they can use that phrase with. They can use phrases with impunity about Israel.
Yeah.
Then
those who are defending those who are wronging them. I don't care about the considerations of people who defend Israel in that situation.
The Palestinians are the ones being wronged, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Then they can't be. Then they can use that phrase with. They can use phrases with impunity about Israel.
Wow. So even Hassan, even Ethan has been so gaslit, he accepts this idiotic leftist framing that just because a person is being oppressed, they can just say and do whatever.
He already accepted this framing a long time ago with the white people and when he told Jordan Peterson to fuck off.
Yeah,
that's why.
I know.
Look, that's the thing. Like, he did. What is different about this than the framing that he already accepted long ago?
It's not. But see, that's part of why this is so interesting. And this shows how insanely radical and extremist Hasan's audience is that Ethan is literally a person who is Jewish, who's married to an Israeli citizen. Okay. And yet he's been basically gaslit or convinced by Hasan to move all the way to Israel's an evil apartheid state that should have a one-state secular magical utopia. Okay, he's been moved all the way from whatever his position was to that very, pretty extreme left-wing position on Israel. And yet that's not enough for Hasan's audience. He's still an evil racist Zionist because he doesn't like, non-Palestinians to use the phrase from the river to the sea. Like, it really shows you how you have to just suck down the dogma, every note of it. Okay.
I mean, if they said, kill all the Jews, then no, of course not. That's not a phrase that they can use with impunity.
What if they said Israel shouldn't exist?
Israel shouldn't exist?
Israel shouldn't exist.
It depends. It depends contextually. It's entirely about whether or not it is contextually appropriate. It's like the fucking OK sign. Nazis use it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But contextually speaking, if you hit the fucking OK sign, it doesn't mean you're a Nazi. If someone is talking about Israel cannot exist in the...
I mean, it does. This is why this is so dishonest too. Because remember the OK sign thing. I don't believe for a second, okay, that Hasan was out here defending any of these random people that got caught up in the OK sign. Remember, there's like so many. I'm not talking about there were people on the right that were, Milo Yiannopoulos was doing it to troll or whatever, right? But there were so many pictures of like random police officers or kids who were just doing the OK sign or doing the circle game. Remember, there's all those cops that they had some drug bust and they all did like the circle thing.
Yeah,
they all doing the circle game thing. Do you think Hasan was out there like, oh,
no,
you guys need to calm down? They're not really evil white nationalists, white supremacists.
Yeah. No, anyone he can use it against, he's going to.
Right.
Even if it's innocuous.
No chance.
Within the framework that it currently exists, then yes.
How many people are talking about it like that though? Like, I know you are, and in like your political circles and stuff, people do talk about that. But when someone out, just in the world says Israel shouldn't exist, I don't think, I wouldn't assume their intentions are always pure. That they're
precisely why I said context is appropriate. Context is
right, but in most contexts,
is important. No, I don't think in most context. I don't agree with that. It's like saying America doesn't.
If you say
America shouldn't exist in the way that it does, is like when I say it, it's different. I'm an American citizen. When you and I can say it easily.
Though. Doesn't have any weight. There's no terrorist group trying to fucking kill Americans.
What? Yes, there. Wait, I don't get it. I thought Hamas was crossing the fucking southern border to come and destroy America.
Right.
Like,
well,
I know you're not saying that.
Yet.
But...
I know it is crazy that people are saying that. I agree. It's absolutely fucking nuts that they think that. But anyway, that's where I'm coming from. I'm just telling you the Jewish perspective. That's why people don't.
No,
when they hear it from the river.
No, you're not telling me the Jewish perspective. You're telling me.
I am.
No, Ethan, you can't say it's just the Jewish perspective when.
I'm telling you because Jews. I know they're talking about Israel, but when Jews around the world hear someone say Israel shouldn't exist from the river to the sea, which is how it's interpreted, they see that. Again, I keep bringing this up. They see it as a genocide.
Okay.
Can
I ask you a question?
I'm just telling you. That's what it is.
The perspective of like, like I said, it's not every single Jew or like the Jewish perspective. Jews are not a monolith. I think that it's ridiculous to make this assertion when, like, again, Jews, anti-Zionist Jews, are at the forefront of criticizing Israel and have been using this term in perpetuity, and therefore comparing them to capos is, like, I think, very inappropriate.
Dude, no. My point in comparing them is to
So, okay.
This
a
is
couple
so
things.
disgusting. So
It's very
like-
disgusting. Again, so he brings it back to the capos thing, which Ethan didn't bring up, right? I didn't mishear it. Hassan just brought it up again because he wants to win the argument.
right.
Okay, that's the first thing.
Because some Jews who are anti-Zionist
Right.
are also using the "from the river to the sea" chant. Like,
Right.
I'm skeptical that that's true. Even
There are some, I assume, but you know, like I looked up that organization he was talking about, Jews for Peace or whatever, because they didn't have like an article about it, but they put out a tweet that was defending Rashid Tlaib when she said it. That's what he's referring to. I think
okay.
he brings it up in the stream. And it's funny because, like, I looked into this organization. This is an organization that's founded by like Noam Chomsky and Judith Butler.
Oh my!
And a bunch of other like super far leftists. I was like, oh, okay, great.
That's how they got it. That's how they hitched their train to the Palestinian thing.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, great. So, but like, you're like, oh yeah, a bunch of like basically socialist, leftist, radical Jews, you know, who I'm sure are no like atheists on top of that, you know, are not bothered by this phrase. Like, okay, that's a good barometer of something important, right?
Right. Yeah.
But if you notice here, it's kind of interesting. So Ethan makes a claim. He's like, listen, I'm just giving you the Jewish perspective. This is what Jews think. Which, by the way, if Ethan was black and saying this about the black perspective, Hassan would be terrified to criticize that. He would just have to accept, you know,
yeah,
if it's a black person or a trans person or whatever.
Because blacks are oppressed.
Right. Yeah. But
Ethan
since he's
is
Jewish,
a big oppressor.
Right. Since he's Jewish, he is the oppressor. So that's interesting that he'll criticize that. But it's interesting because he says, he's like criticizing Ethan, saying like, well, you don't speak for all Jews. You can't, you know, Jews aren't a monolith. And yet Hassan's argument again and again and again is that he knows, and he does speak as a monolith for all the people that use the phrase "from the river to the sea" and for Palestinians as a whole, and that he speaks for them and knows what they think and that they are a monolith and that they don't, you know, mean anything scary by the phrase.
Yeah. Typical double standard.
to say you can find support on any movement by anybody. You know, it's
No,
just
but that's not. But that's not a
it's not
broadly.
persuasive
But that's
to
not like
say,
a.
Hey, it
But
doesn't.
that's not a tiny, minuscule percentage of the Jewish population. That's a very important percentage of Jewish scholars. It's a very important percentage of Israeli scholars. It's an important percentage of Jewish.
I hate the way this guy argues, man. It's infuriating.
There's all these like communist scholars, Adam. Like, isn't that important? Doesn't that mean something? A bunch of communists believe something?
It's so infuriating. It's just so dishonest. How can people listen to this?
Yeah.
It's insane.
people in
You're
general.
saying that you know that there's a large portion of Jewish people around the world that say from the river to the sea.
Not a large portion of Jewish people around the world, but I don't
So how many
concern
are we
myself.
talking?
I don't concern
100?
myself with what Jewish people think about a particular slogan when I'm talking about a particular slogan that is supposed to be, when I'm giving you the historical context of where the slogan comes from, not necessarily like how Jewish people perceive it, especially when Jewish people on either side of this equation are a tiny sliver of the conversation. Anti-Zionist Jews do not make up the broader movement.
Listen, when I decide, Adam, that I want to bring back the term white power. Okay. Now
Yeah,
listen.
please don't.
Now
Sitch.
listen. Pause.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it has a tumultuous past.
Right. Yeah.
I know that the origin of the phrase might have meant something bad, right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
But-
it did.
But I think it means something different now. Okay.
Oh,
I think
really?
it now means white people have solidarity with all races of people,
Oh, okay.
right? And that we're all going to get unified together
Right.
under the banner of whiteness, right?
By power, you mean diversity, right?
Yes. I
Yeah.
mean, power, diversity is our greatest strength. So therefore it is a form of power, right?
Of course.
Right. So
The
white
most
power
power.
just means white diversity, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And like Hassan, when I start using this phrase to mean diversity, it means something different than its origin point. And black people get upset at me, I can just hand wave them away and say, listen, why do I care what black people think?
I want you to come on our channel and say, look, I don't care what black people think. I think that would be good.
That's what Hasan
I think
said.
a lot of people would really,
Yeah.
they would really take to that.
Sure.
The kind of people that I don't really want to read the comments from.
Exactly. But that's what Hasan's saying. He's like, listen, Ethan, I don't care what Jews think.
Mhm.
Who cares what the Jews think? Oh my God.
It's, yeah. I didn't listen to much of this. I think that was probably for the best. I mean, how can you stand it? He's such a used car salesman.
Yes.
It's so smarmy. I feel he radiates dishonesty here.
Ooh, I like that.
There's so much of this. It's just obvious. So obvious. I guess maybe why didn't Ethan try to have this conversation? Maybe Ethan is just milking this for content, which is a little sickening if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because why wouldn't you try to have this conversation privately and say, listen, you're just a fucking piece of shit.
I mean, it sounds like they've had some conversation about this privately.
And it didn't go well, or maybe it did go well and they were like, I don't know, maybe Hasan is making it sound like Ethan is sneak attacking him with these clips and stuff.
So in the beginning of the stream, it sounds like basically that they were supposed to not talk about this publicly, and they were trying to behind the scenes figure out a way for them to be able to do a show and talk about Israel.
Right, because everyone wants them to talk about it. Like there's a bunch of super chats, people are going to bring it up.
Right. But then Ethan says that he was basically listening to what Hasan was saying at this moment and reading Hasan's chat, and it essentially like triggered him so.
From the river to the sea with his chat, basically, they're having a good old time about the Jews and the Jewish question and whatnot.
Yes.
And Ethan catches wind of this. He's like, oh my God, we're supposed to be working this out. And Hasan's here gassing up his entire audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he jumps in. He's like, listen, we got to get this straight now. I can't take this.
Right.
They're probably doing away missions to his Discord, calling him a Palestinian genocider.
Right. Yeah.
At the same time. Yeah. So that's how this live stream came together.
That's
so
how
perfect circumstances for conflict resolution on it. I think this is probably a bad idea.
There is one point in this conversation where finally Ethan gets mad and calls out Hasan.
Really? Oh, please tell me we're going to get to see it.
We will.
I want to watch it twice.
Okay, we'll watch it twice. Now, I warn you, it's not like Ethan, after he blows up, he does backtrack, or calms down again. So it's not like
Please tell me he doesn't apologize.
He does not apologize. I don't believe he apologizes.
Oh, man.
It's not like a pivotal character changing moment forever. I mean, maybe it is, in the future, but in the conversation it's not.
But they uploaded this as a leftovers. I see it's leftovers number 62, right?
This is not from their official channel.
Okay.
This is from some random person that.
Oh, okay. So they just titled it that.
Yeah. I don't believe this was, I didn't check, but I don't believe this was posted on their actual channel.
Leftovers is on hiatus until further. Right.
Yeah.
How mad is Hasan going to be when they pour concrete into those tunnels? Hasan. Hamas Hasan.
There you go.
How mad is he going to be when they wreck their entire fort?
Yep.
The terrorist fort.
We'll see.
Look, I hope they have a live feed of the concrete. The end of the concrete tube?
Uh-huh.
Remember how they when the pipe burst in the ocean and they had the live feed of it going on the internet?
Yes.
I think they should have a live feed of that concrete tube going down into the tunnels.
Okay.
I would dig that. That'd be cool, don't you think?
Sure.
How about this? How about the robot? How about the robot dog?
There you go.
That goes in and and clears out the bad guys.
Why don't they just send those, those little Boston Dynamic robot dogs?
That's what I look.
Yeah, that's what you want. Yeah, you want to strap a bunch of bombs to them and then just suicide.
Why don't they?
And the technology doesn't exist to do that.
Who are you kidding? No, that my thinking is that dog is already down in the tunnel.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because I don't think that technology exists to have the suicide dogs.
I don't know if we can bring it up, but there's a video of one of those dogs with a rifle on it. That's just scary as can be.
I've seen it, but it's being remote controlled.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. What is that? Can't they just remote control it down?
I don't know
if
they can.
The tunnels wreck radio signals.
Yeah.
Maybe they can.
Right. Yeah.
It's got to be autonomous. This is why they need autonomous, right?
And I mean, listen, it's going to be a pretty scary day when we have suicide autonomous.
Look,
dogs,
I'll settle.
Like,
I
don't know if
settle.
I don't want. I know we're going to get that, but I don't want that. Okay.
I will settle for the concrete tube, the live stream of the concrete tube.
Okay. I mean, it would be interesting content. It'd be pretty disgusting and horrific if they were streaming the suicide dog POV of the Hamas tunnel. I mean, people will watch it. I would not watch that, but people would watch it.
I think I don't buy this whole the Israelis had it coming argument. So that they're the oppressors.
Really? You don't buy that horrific argument?
Well, they haven't convinced me.
Yeah.
This whole obviously Hasan buys it hook, line, and sinker here. He's read that book. That open air prison book.
Yes.
Movement, just like Zionist Jews do not make up the broader movement of defending Israel. It's literally we're living on a planet where
invoking that there's Jewish people that agree with you is I'm just saying I don't think it's a good argument. That's all.
No, I'm simply the reason why I mentioned that is because if you consider it to be an eradication
that are like in favor of the occupation too.
No, the reason why I brought that, Ethan, and the reason why I think it's a disingenuous framing to compare it to the Confederate flag or to say that Jewish people agreed with like Hitler or whatever is because a lot of these Jews who are anti-Zionist. You probably respect a lot of these Jews who are anti-Zionist. Do you think that they would actually fucking defend a phrase that unironically is pushing for their ethnic cleansing? Do you think that is the case? I ask you in all sincerity.
About a real measurable group of people. You're just using Jewish people as a token.
That's not true.
Then who are these people? You're talking about 100, 200? I mean, what are we talking about?
I'm talking about the tens of thousands of Jews that have been demonstrating on the streets since.
And you've asked them how they feel about From the River to the Sea. You've polled them on that.
Well, I mean, also, like, again, this, like this whole conversation, the framing is dishonest. Because, like, yeah, obviously, there are Jewish people that support that phrase. They don't think it means that, okay? Just like there were a lot of stupid people that would read an article in, the New York Times or the Washington Post or something that said, defund the police doesn't actually mean to defund the police. It just means to reallocate resources to mental health professionals. Or people would read an article where it's like, CRT doesn't actually mean that white people are all inextricably racist and evil, and any society that white people, create is also inherently racist, and therefore there's no solution to racism except, segregation. Like most people, they don't realize that, right? But they read an article that tells them some BS about how that's not what defund the police means. It's not what CRT means. They read some article. There's millions of articles. If you look up right now From the River to the Sea, there's millions of articles that run interference saying, oh, well, the phrase doesn't mean that to everyone. To some people, it just means, to treat the Palestinians well. And so the people that are Jewish out there that are protesting and are saying that, that's what they think. So it's completely dishonest for Hasan to frame it this way. Yeah, obviously, they're not out there thinking that's what the phrase means, but they're carrying water for a violent, psychotic phrase because they've basically been gaslit into doing it.
Right. Do we know where Hasan got it? What article he read where he got all this nonsense?
I think probably got from some commie article.
Right.
But I don't know the specific one.
Now he's out there spreading this misbelief.
There are literally written there's so much written articles on this exact same thing, this sloganeering and what it actually means. Yes. They're the
I
ones
mean,
who
on
are
both
screaming
sides.
it. They are
On
the ones who
both.
are screaming it. Yes.
Really? Show me. Show me all the Jews screaming from the river to the sea. I'd like to see a fucking video of that. Even one would actually be quite surprising. Find me one video of a Jewish person screaming from the river to the sea.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't bring it up.
I mean, I can definitely find you a group of Palestinians or Arabs that are like, no, we should definitely occupy Gaza. And we think that Israel's totally right.
What difference does that
Because
make?
I can use them as a token too. It doesn't mean that
Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even, what you just said doesn't even make sense.
Why?
Right here.
Find me a video of a, you know what I mean? Let's see. I want to see all these.
Here, this is.
So there's a problem. Ethan will bring up a point. It's a good point. And then Hasan just says, that doesn't make sense. But it does make sense. And Hasan's lying. And then Ethan lets him skate on it. Because, yeah, like, if Ethan can find some video of someone of Palestinian descent saying, like, Israel is based and should continue to exist, and I don't want to live in a Palestinian state, right?
Right.
So what? What does that mean?
Nothing.
Or further, actually, a better example would be you can find lots of videos of Palestinian people saying from the river to the sea means that we want to genocide all the Jews. Right?
Right.
So does that completely negate Hasan's argument now? Or is that just some non-representative part of the population?
All of this is completely stupid.
Well, obviously. But...
Look, if I were him, I would put the thumb screws to Hasan. Hasan is the one with the power here. So arguing over what other people mean when they say it is pointless. I would say to Hasan, listen, Hasan, you are theoretically my friend, okay? And when I hear people say this, I think what they really mean is that they want me to fucking die.
Right.
Okay? So Hasan, when I hear you say it, you may tell yourself in your head that it's all, unicorns and rainbows. But what I hear is you saying to me, fuck off, Ethan, I want you to fucking die. Okay? And if you're comfortable continuing to say that to my face, I want to understand why you think that's a healthy way to maintain our friendship.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good
because
question.
Look, he has the power here. Like he's not using it. Look, and let him dance around that. Let him dance around that. Let him not go to like why this person said it or why that person said it. Say like why is this phrase so important to you that you must piss in my face every time that you say it? Like why is this phrase more important to you than our friendship? That's what I want to know.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, look, this is so important to you. Why is it so important to you? That's what I want to know. Why is it so important to you that you can continue to disrespect me to your millions of fans?
Right.
Yeah. Look, that's what I want to know. Look, I don't care why these other people do it. I want to know why you're doing it. I want to know why you are a piece of shit. Look, if you're trying to walk him back, I don't know if you should use the piece of shit, but look, I just look, obviously everyone knows you're Jewish. Everyone knows I'm ethnically Christian, but really atheist. But I just why any phrase is just not that, it just doesn't mean that much to me. To put our relationship in jeopardy or my relationship with any of my Jewish friends in jeopardy over. It's like, what? Why the fuck? Why is this so important to Hasan? Why is this phrase like do or die?
Because he's afraid of his audience. That's the answer to the question.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, that's the answer.
Look, if you want to suck your audience off every day, if you want to get down on your hands and knees and suck the dicks of everyone in your audience, then go ahead, Hasan. Look, be a whore on the internet. Be a cocksucker. Get on your hands and knees and suck off your anti-Semitic audience. I mean, you've been saying for years and years and years that you're against this anti-Semitism stuff. You're out to purge the Nazis from the world.
Right.
It's odd. It's a giant contradiction.
No, I mean, you bring up a good point. Like, why is this phrase more important than their friendship?
Look, I don't even know if I buy that he's afraid of his audience. Like, he bans his audience right and left. He bans people right and left in his chat just for disagreeing with him.
Mm-hmm.
He could move people on this. That's the thing. I'm like, Hasan, you're an influencer. You're literally an influencer. And you're influencing people to think bad things, horrible, horrible things. Just that are going to continue the conflict over and over again.
Right.
Have kind of even perpetuated the type of ideas that brought on this October 7th thing. I wanted to ask him, why are they, I guess his answer is ready-made, and that's the problem with these ideologies. It's like, it's always just, it's ironic, but it's someone else's fault. And in this case, whose fault is it? It's the Jews' fault. So bafflingly bizarre.
It's always the Jews' fault, Adam.
I know, it's sick. It's sick and it's sad. I don't know why it can't be. They're being, the people of Gaza are being taken advantage of by Hamas. And it bothers me that people are so gullible that they fall for it. All because they want to validate their own personal opinion about this oppressor-oppressed dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what's driving the ship here, the ideology.
That's true.
Yeah.
From Jewish Voice for Peace Action. Here, I'll send this to you as well. The full phrase is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. If you believe that freedom for Palestinians means eradicating Jews, it says more about you than...
Let me see it before you... Let me see what
this is. Do you think these guys are capos?
It's really... Okay.
Do you think these guys are capos? They're criticizing Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
So let's see.
Stop trying to...
This group, Jewish Voices for Peace Action, what do you know about this group?
What do you mean? What do I know about this group? This is one of the forefront. This is one of the leading advocacy movements of anti-Zionist Jews in this country. Alongside Jewish Voice for Peace, you also have Jews for Economic and Racial Freedom.
But don't you see how fucked up it is to be like, this group of people say it's not offensive, therefore the rest of you shouldn't care about it?
You said, show me a Jew. And I didn't just...
No, show me a Jew screaming from the river to the sea. You showed me a tweet. I mean, on Twitter, people brigade any fucking thing. Like, this is 36,000 likes.
These guys are at the forefront. These guys are at the forefront of anti-Zionist.
Of course there's groups.
Anti-Zionist protest.
Of course there's groups, dude.
Ethan, you asked.
That's such a good clip. Show me a Jew. Adam, show me a Jew.
This is so sad. This is so sad.
They're at the forefront of anti-Zionism.
I'm conflicted here because I'm empathetic towards Ethan, but at the same time, I'm pissed that he's not standing up for himself. It's weak and pathetic. I agree. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There reaches a point where you're like, okay, you're on your own, right?
Yeah.
Asked me, and I gave you an answer, and now you don't like the answer, and now you're saying
the majority of people retweeting that are Jewish.
That doesn't change anything. You asked me to.
Doesn't it change anything?
You asked me for a particular. You asked me to literally. First of all, there's Jews in my chat right now.
Video. I said, show me a video, not a tweet.
There are Jews in my chat right now that say it all the time. Not that you care, because like clearly, when I show you,
there's Jews in his chat that are saying from the river to the sea.
Yeah, they say it all the time, Adam. All the time. I mean, that shows you that his son is a good guy. He has all these Jews in his chat saying from the river to the sea.
He's got a Jewish friend that says it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think this is the part. This is the part that I do remember, because I think he's going to call his Jewish friend, isn't he? He's going to have his Jewish friend say it to him.
No, I don't. I didn't see that. That's not in this conversation.
No, I think he does. He says, look, I'm
No.
going to call my friend up, and he's going to say it.
No, that'd be pretty funny if that happened.
It does happen.
But unfortunately,
It
that
literally
not
does happen. You don't
No,
remember that?
I
Did you
don't
watch this
remember
whole
that.
thing?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
Maybe that was a
happened.
different
Not
conversation.
just a single Jew, like you asked, but
Why do you
literally
need to rely on that
entire-
argument?
literally an entire movement.
I don't
You still-
understand why you rely on that argument. It's silly.
You asked me. The reason
No,
why I'm mentioning
you
is because
brought it up.
do you think
You
these are
said-
bad people? Do you
No,
think
no,
these are
you brought it up. You
do you
said
think these are
there's tons of
anti-Semitic?
Jews
Do you
that
think
say
that these
this.
are anti-Semitic Jews? Like the people
You
that are
said-
protesting.
You said there's tons of Jews that are saying this.
Yes, of course.
Show
Yes,
me one
anti-
video of a Jewish person saying it. You sent me a tweet.
Here to protest.
You said you could find me a video.
I'm gonna literally call up Noah Colwyn to have him say
you're
it.
right. I don't think he does. I don't think he gets it,
What?
though. He just says he's gonna do.
Say
He
it
should've,
again.
though.
One more time.
He should have done it.
Say it so the audience can hear you.
Well, no, you were wrong. He said he was going to, but he doesn't actually do it. So
Well,
you're only,
look,
you're only half right, Adam. Okay.
come on.
You're only
What
half
did-
right.
Look, I said he was threatening to call his friend up. I
Oh, did
never
you?
said
Did
he
you say
did call the
threaten?
friend.
Okay, if you said threaten, I missed that. I missed that part. Well, good. If you said threatened, okay, good for you.
Look, you can back up the stream. Look,
That's
we'll timestamp it. He said, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Listen, I'm not Hassan. Okay, if you're right, it's fine. I'll accept it.
I don't care what one person says about it. I'm talking. You know what I mean?
Here. But you said show me a Jew. I'm showing you.
Show me a Jew. That's a great clip.
The old show me the Jew. Show me.
Let's play that
the
again.
Jew.
It's such a good clip.
Noah Colwyn to have him say it.
I don't care what one person says about it. I'm talking. You know what I mean?
Here. But you said show me a Jew. I'm showing you.
A video of a Jew
Don't be a
screaming
Jew.
from the river to the sea.
Okay, I'm gonna call up Noah right now.
I don't want to talk to Noah. I don't give a fuck about who that is. I don't know anything about him.
What do you mean? I'm gonna call him so he can fucking scream it. He can scream it at you.
Okay,
No,
so
not the worst.
Can you imagine?
I can. It's kind of hilariously
Calls him up,
disgusting.
says, "Listen, I know you're Jewish, but I need you to scream from the river to the sea." At ETHAN KLEIN, another
Uh-huh.
Jewish person.
Right.
So he
Show
knows
me
that
the
I'm
Jew.
right. But
Show me the
Hassan, don't
Jew.
you know that means that we need to annihilate the Israeli state? Well, some people, he starts arguing with his friend on the phone. Some people think it means something different.
Oh,
But
You
then
know,
I-
one guy who will scream it. Therefore, dude, this argument you're making is fucking is ridiculous.
What do you mean the argument
Because
is ridiculous?
that's like saying if I can find a Palestinian to say the occupation is justified, then saying the occupation is justified isn't anti-Palestinian.
No, because the morality behind what he's saying is incorrect. The morality behind what from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is correct. That's the major difference.
Ooh,
Oh, there it is.
that's painful.
That's like, you know, when Vosh says like, well, the
Yeah.
dip, like when he does something like he uses the exact same like debate bro tactics or something dishonest that someone else does.
Yeah,
And he says, well, yeah, but the difference is I'm right.
yeah.
That's what Hassan just did. He said, well, the difference is I'm right.
Ugh.
That's the big difference. There you go.
Yeah.
Gross.
The difference is Hassan feels his genocide is justified. Hassan feels his rape and murder of civilians is justified. That's the
Right.
difference.
Not a good look.
Yeah.
That's not how the Jews see it. They see it as.
But now we're having now we're having two separate conversations. We're having two separate conversations. If
Dude,
you and I are
I'm
both
just
in agreement of
telling you.
Palestinian emancipation, which you say you are, and I believe you, then why would, like, if you believe in Palestinian emancipation and you don't believe in a permanent occupation over Gaza, who gives a fuck if you can find a Palestinian that says no, eviscerating Gaza is correct? Like, the conversation is not on the boundaries of like Jewish people versus
don't see it
Palestinians.
as
The
a
conversation
morally
is on
just statement.
Zionism versus anti-Zionism.
The Jewish people do not interpret that as a morally just statement. I mean, obviously, that is completely subjective.
Well, the reason why I mentioned
The problem is Ethan doesn't he needs to say to Hasan, when you say Palestinian emancipation, what are you talking about? Because I have a feeling that what Ethan thinks that means and what Hasan thinks that means are very different.
Yeah, that would be good. Tiring out that.
That you're wrong in this. I'm sure there are a lot of Jewish people that don't interpret it as morally just. They think that it means like ethnic cleansing.
You don't
but
care
what
about
you're
anyone
supposed
else?
to do in that situation is not to immediately go, all right, well, Jewish people don't think this is appropriate, so
I'm gonna
so
go
it's
find
not
black
allowed.
people. I'm gonna go find a group of black people say the Confederate flag isn't racist. I'm gonna go find.
Ethan, please
you
stop.
know,
No,
a
don't
bunch-
do that. Don't do that.
You're,
Don't
no,
do that.
you're being ridiculous. This
No,
point is
Ethan,
fucking
you're making a
absurd, bro.
conflation that
However
makes you look
many Jews you can
horrible.
put in
Why
a
don't
room
you
to
see
agree with
this?
you means fucking nothing.
Ethan,
I'm
you're making
telling
a
you, I
conflation that
know.
literally makes you look so bad. Please stop doing that. Please.
Doing what?
Ethan, you're going down a path I can't follow. How dare you say something that's true that my audience doesn't like? It's making you look bad. I can't save you anymore. Stop it.
It's Hasan always keeps track of who is the oppressor and who is oppressed. So immediately when Ethan makes this argument, this counter argument, Hasan is like, no, that doesn't work. Look, you're putting the oppressor and you're mixing up the oppressor and oppressed role in that situation.
Yes.
I don't think Ethan is taking that oppressor oppressed lens into consideration.
No,
And I think that's part of the disagreement here.
Yeah, you're completely correct. That's
He's
the big
like,
disagreement. Yeah.
Yeah. Ethan is like, it's the behavior that's bad. And Hasan is like, well, no, the behavior depends upon who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed.
Right.
If you don't take that into consideration, if you just categorically say that raping and pillaging is bad, well, you're wrong. So if you know, obviously, if you're raping and pillaging your oppressor, then that's correct.
Yeah, there you go.
Which, look, I have some sympathy to that argument if you're truly being oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
But so many of the situations are like, oh, yeah, you did a microaggression against me.
Sure.
Genocide you.
Sure.
Doing what?
Stop bringing up slogans of an oppressive party in comparison to slogans that come from the oppressed side. It is.
Look at that. He totally spells it out for him.
Yeah.
He's like, Ethan, you don't know how to do this. Okay. This ideology is very important for you to get it right. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't open your mouth until you know who the oppressed party is. You're going to get in big trouble.
It is a false conflation.
All I'm telling you is why people find it offensive. You don't want to hear it, and that's fine. Or you disagree. I'm telling you why people find it offensive. They see it as a call for the destruction of Israel. That's how they view it.
I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say, because like
Israelis is basically they see things through the lens of everybody wants to kill us.
Do you think
so
a black
therefore-
white supremacist that defends the Confederacy is akin to a Jewish person that is defending Palestinian emancipation
My point
and
is that
saying
you
this
can
slogan?
you can find anybody to agree with any
I know,
fucking
but-
point.
Yeah. Ethan doesn't understand what's going on here.
No.
Ethan should ask him. He should say, listen, Hasan, am I an oppressor?
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good question.
Am I the oppressor here?
I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah. Is the answer yes?
He would have to answer yes, right?
Yeah. No, he would say, listen,
how's
this is
that
what he
fit
would
into
say.
the collective, you being against collective punishment?
This is what Hasan would say. He'd say, you're not an oppressor, but you're carrying water for oppressors.
Right.
That's what he would say.
Oh, it's so harsh. And how do I avoid carrying water for oppressors?
You have
to scream from the river to the sea, Ethan.
Yeah, you have to do and say everything that I do and say.
This is such psychological manipulation. It's scary.
Isn't it?
It's
It's wild, yeah.
But
That the existence of somebody agreeing with a point is not proof of any fucking thing. And
there
the
are
suggestion that it
there
is
are a
stupid.
ton of white people who think Black Lives Matter means fuck all whites and only Black Lives Matter. That doesn't change the reality behind the slogan, and that doesn't change the morality behind the activism. And the same goes for Palestinian emancipation. Just because people who are in defense of Israel, okay, people who are defending Israel.
Yeah, Hassan, it's almost like, it's so funny. Hassan's so close. If it's because he's so brain rotted by people's are. It's like with Black Lives Matter, it's like with something. It's like you have to take multiple factors to try to get to the bottom of what phrases mean. It's not just what people say, that's part of it, but it's what people say. What are the actual words? Where did the origin of the phrase? What did the phrase mean when it originated? All these things are very important to try to get to the bottom of it too. For Hassan to hand wave it all away and say, yeah, but there's some people that say it and they don't mean this. Like, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Yeah.
And it's continuation of an apartheid regime because the opposite makes them feel like it's going to be genocidal, doesn't change the reality of the slogan behind it, and doesn't change the morality behind the actions. I am in support of Palestinians. I'm in support of all people living freely. I'm in support of
I am
permanent
too.
security.
Stop putting these fucking words in my mouth like I don't. The way you set that up is fucked up, and that's why people get so angry.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you're putting words in your mouth.
I'm explaining to you why people find it offensive.
Did you catch that?
What?
Let's go. Listen to this.
Words in my mouth.
The morale of an apartheid regime for Palestinian emancipation, just because people who are in defense of Israel, okay, people who are defending Israel and its continuation of an apartheid regime because the opposite makes them feel like it's going to be genocidal, doesn't change the reality of the slogan behind it, and doesn't change the morality behind the actions. I am in support of Palestinians. I was
trying to say before he gets to the next part. What he's saying, and this is where it's like, it's kind of part of the dishonesty here, is he's acting like everyone who's in favor of a one-state solution is in favor of some magical, peaceful one-state solution. When not only, like, I just saw, someone sent me a link to polling data. The majority of people that are in favor of a one-state solution on both sides, both Israeli and Palestinian sides, the majority of people are not in favor of the one-state solution. They're in favor of two-state. But for the people that are in favor of one-state solution, the majority of them don't want it to be a secular, magical, utopian democracy.
Right.
They want it to be where one side, where it's an official Jewish state that has control in some form of not necessarily democracy for the other people, or a one state, non-Jewish Muslim country that has some sort of dominance over the Jewish population. Okay. So Hassan is being hyper dishonest when he kind of frames it like everyone that's saying this wants this magical one state peaceful utopia, when that's not the case. It's not even what the majority of people want.
Yeah. They want apartheid.
Right. And if the majority of people don't even want this thing, then you have to talk about it when you talk about this phrase. You don't get to just hand wave it away because it's inconvenient to you and your movement.
Support of all people living freely. I'm in support of permanent security.
Stop putting these fucking words in my mouth like I don't. The way you set that up is fucked up, and that's why people get so angry.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you're putting words in your mouth.
I'm explaining to you why.
So Ethan gets mad because he's like, you're phrasing this like, I'm some kind of horrible genocidal person. Hassan's response is, well, that's your fault.
You are.
Yeah, that's your fault. That's on you.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, great. Thank you, friend.
This is not your friend, Ethan.
No, he's not.
Why people find it offensive. That's it. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm telling you how people interpret that. And like when people double down on it and they use it and people, it's offensive to the vast majority of Jews. I'm telling you, despite how many that you could fit into a room that agree with you.
You think Ethan's Jewish friends and family are giving him a hard time for putting up with this?
I mean, I hope they are.
Yeah.
They should.
Because I feel like when he's saying the vast majority of people find this offensive, I feel like I can see his mom or his dad standing behind him going,
What is all this? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you do? What's up with this podcast? What's up with this guy? What's up with this racist that you're podcasting with?
This stuff's crazy.
He's going to start talking about the Jewish question soon or something? When's that come up?
This is going to literally, like, I'm telling you, I don't know why you won't listen to me. I'm trying to, as your friend, I'm
Oh, that's so, oh.
As your friend, listen.
It's so bad. It's so dishonest. The as your friend. As your friend, I'm just telling you.
Shut up.
Yeah. Just shut up.
seriously urging you to reconsider your position.
What?
Because if
What's
you
my
are,
position? I'm literally just explaining why people find it offensive. What is my position exactly? That is a problem. What's my position? That's
your position comes along with the false conflation that this slogan is harmful to Jewish people. A slogan that is a slogan that is otherwise not harmful to Jewish people can be used in an anti-Semitic fashion. A slogan that is
people believe it is harmful to them.
But that doesn't change the reality of the slogan or the fact that there are plenty of Jewish people who are in support of Palestinian emancipation who use it. It's a slogan at the end of the day for a morally righteous cause. Just because
But there's also fucking terrorists that want to kill a bunch of Jews also amongst that cause, despite it not being a lot. That's how fucking Jewish people and Israelis interpret it. I'm just telling you, dude.
Okay,
whether you
Ethan,
agree or not, I'm just explaining it.
Ethan, I know you're just explaining it, except okay.
You're not gonna convince Jewish people that
It doesn't matter. I don't care about convincing Jewish people. But first of all, I care about convincing whoever will actually listen and try to understand from a charitable perspective what I'm trying to say. But ultimately, yes, I am not going to move on this position because people are uncomfortable by this slogan, considering what the slogan actually is. There's no reason to concede. There are certain things that I find
that's not
completely
true.
unacceptable.
There are reasons. I mean,
you
like
wrote,
you said,
if you wrote
Hamas
from the river to the
uses
sea,
it, terrorist groups use it, and so like there are reasons. Whether you agree with them or not is you're justified
Hamas
to
says
disagree.
free Palestine as well. Does that mean free Palestine means eradication of Jews? It's in their charter too.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay, what's the difference then?
I mean, obviously the context matters, right? Some people mean it that way.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
No, I don't understand why I'm like the only fucking person that brings this up. It's what the words literally mean. Free Palestine could mean that there's a country called Palestine, which if you're in favor of a two-state solution, there is, and that you're saying that country should be free from, the external controls and oppression of Israel, right? Or it could mean that you don't think that there should be any country of Israel, that the entire region should be called Palestine. It could mean one or the other based just on the words alone, okay?
Yeah.
But if you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, then you're explicitly saying that the entire region should be Palestine. Now, for all the people, and this is also why it's very dishonest, for Hasan to be like, oh, they just want their one secular democracy. It was the Western liberal democracy. Okay. If that was the case, why are they saying Palestine? Why don't they say from the river to the sea, one state Israel, secular democracy, right? Like, why are they saying Palestine will be free? That even the word Palestine has a very specific connotation in this context. And you just pretend
the Palestinians will be free.
Right. It didn't say Palestinians. And so it's like, that's the difference. And it's just, I don't understand why no one fucking brings this up. It's insane to me. No one says, why is the phrase Palestine will be free instead of Palestinians?
Some people mean from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free of Jews. Like the of Jews part is kind of implied there.
I'm sure some people mean that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. But that's what it triggers me, that when people have this conversation, none of them say, whenever some idiot's making Hasan's point, none of them say, well, why isn't the slogan from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free? Why is it Palestine, the country?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
From the start.
Right. But well, so free Palestine in it doesn't suggest the destruction of Israel, which is how, again, people interpret it.
No, that's not true. Plenty of
Free
Jews, plenty of Zionist Jews that I've seen think free Palestine means the destruction of Jews.
Okay.
Not just
Well,
Israel, the entirety of the international Jewish population.
I don't think that, because from the river to the sea, in the saying itself, is people interpret it as the annihilation of Israel. That's how people see it.
Okay, when you want to understand what Black Lives Matter means, do you go to white people to ask them, or do you go to black people and ask them what it means? Who do you listen to?
Hey, what?
When you want to understand the purpose behind a slogan, do you go and ask what white people think about Black Lives Matter, or do you ask black people what they mean when they say Black Lives Matter?
You know,
And
it's
you
always
wa-
funny
I would.
to have like a trying to have a serious conversation with someone publicly about something
Mhm.
while you're stuffing food in your face.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So you're talking with your mouth full. Like,
When
it's
you-
just so stupid.
When you want to understand what the bad faith Nazis mean by their slogan, who do you go to? Do you go to the bad faith Nazis, or do you go to the Jewish people that the slogan's about? Like, that's the
Right.
problem with this argument that he's making. He's like,
Yeah.
they're bad faith actors on the field. But he's making the argument, yeah, you should go to the bad faith actors and ask them what they mean by it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
They'll tell you exactly what it means.
Of course. Yeah. Trust and believe.
Yeah.
When you want to understand the
Just tell
meaning
me your
behind the
point. Just
slogan
tell me your
Black Lives
point.
Matter, do you
Yeah.
ask white people what they think it means, or do you ask black people what they think it means?
I guess I would probably just ask anyone involved in that movement. I don't know.
Okay, that's great. Are there black people in the Black Lives Matter movement that like legitimately hate white people and like maybe want to even kill them? I'm sure there are. There's one. You can find one of everything. Okay, like I'm sure. Does
What
that
you're doing essentially with your
Does
there's
that
using
change-
Jews as tokens?
Does that change?
Ooh.
No, listen to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter, or does that change what people mean when they say Black Lives Matter?
Black Lives Matter doesn't. Again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is like saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's there. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river
to the
it's
sea,
in the
Palestine
phrase.
will be free. Also doesn't feature from the river to the sea. We
All right,
should
you know
destroy
what?
Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who.
Well, It
It does
explicitly
if
says-
you add.
it explicitly says the first part of that.
If you add on of Jews, it does explicitly say that.
Sure. But I mean, even if you don't add on anything, it is explicitly saying that Israel will be destroyed. And the question is, what does that mean and what does that look like? Does it mean the magic hugging utopia that Hasan pretends like everyone means? Or does it mean the violent, forceful murder and expulsion of Jews from the area?
Yeah.
who's saying that secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know,
We
but if you
disagree.
were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because
Yeah, but
my business
Black
is not
Lives
about
Matter-
explaining what this.
There's no
when I'm-
inherent, bro. There's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
in From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed
No.
and Jewish people in it must
People-
be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the
Yes,
sea.
a lot of people
is
who are not
mainland Israel.
Palestinian and a lot of
All right,
people who are
whatever,
not
bro.
anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest majority, Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a Zionist, anti-Zionist slogan?
This is how you know that you're in an abusive relationship.
I was gonna say, yeah.
So we know, as I said earlier, Ethan has basically been convinced by Hasan to change his position substantially on this issue. Okay. He's literally fine with calling it an apartheid state. He's literally fine with calling it occupied. He's literally now supposedly in favor of a one-state solution, magical secular utopia. Okay. So the way you know you're in an abusive relationship is that when you're talking to someone and you're the only person that ever makes concessions, okay, they will stake a position and they will never budge from it. And they just expect you to bend to their will. And you will keep ceding a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. Hasan keeps ceding a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit to Hasan. And he's expecting, like, well, if I'm being reasonable, if I'm being rational, or at least what he thinks is rational, to this person, they will then reciprocate, right?
Yeah.
They'll reciprocate a level of reasonable and rationalness to me, and they will give some charity to me. They will, compromise with me. Yeah. And if they're a good person and you're dealing with a good moral person, then they will do that. But if you're dealing with an abusive person like Hasan, they won't do that. Right. They won't change. They won't bend. They won't do anything. They just expect you to change. And you have to be able to recognize. I mean, usually when people experience this, it's not through like a political conversation. Usually it's through like relationship drama. But you listening have to be able to be cognizant to notice this in your parents and your family members and your loved ones, because this is like a classic abuse technique. Is you're always making concessions and the other person never does, never makes concessions, never makes considerations.
Yeah, never reciprocates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reciprocal altruism is huge. He keeps expecting that intuition to kick in Hasan, and it never shows up.
Yes. And as you said, Adam, and you brought up this great point, which is like, why, like, so Ethan has changed so much basically because of Hasan on this position. And yet, why is Hasan so married to this slogan that bothers Ethan, who's supposed to be his friend and co-host on the show? Like, shouldn't that be enough for him to just not say it and not push for it? Especially considering how much Ethan has changed his position on it.
Yeah, that's the direction that I would go. I'd say, listen, I understand that some jocular ribbing can go on and people can use things like the F slur. Well, let's just say I was gay and I found that offensive and I just asked you as a friend, maybe don't do that.
Right. Would
you be that attached? Like, no, I'm going to the mat. I have to use this slur. It's part of my identity. Like, why is this slogan part of your identity? That's what I want to get at here.
Well, I can know exactly what Hasan's response would be if Ethan said that. He would say, the difference, Ethan, is that I'm right. And there's your classic.
Sometimes it's more important to be kind than to be right.
But that's another classic abuser tell is someone who just says something like that when you're asking for some form of reciprocation and they say, no, I don't care that you've done good things for me in the past. The difference here now is that I'm right. Okay, that's another classic tale of this person will never reciprocate because guess what? Everyone always thinks they're fucking right.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks they're fucking right.
Yeah, about everything, even though they're terribly wrong most of the time.
Yes. That's kind of the point of reciprocation. That's kind of the point of, I know he doesn't like it because he's a fucking revolutionary, extremist, privileged person living in a mansion somewhere. But that's kind of the point of why I believe that being moderate is important. Is to understand that we're all flawed creatures who are very often wrong. And so you have to be careful before you start making these radical fucking changes to the world and to society. Be careful. You
Yeah.
have to be a little cautious here.
Yeah.
And yet, obviously he doesn't agree with that. And this is and him not agreeing that politically, or rather his personality is manifesting in his political beliefs.
Yeah. Some humility would be good here.
Exactly. Why is there no humility in this conversation? Say, okay, well, maybe there's something going on here, that I should be thinking about.
Thinking, oh, that would be something new for Hasan.
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's
why
not in
this
the
circumstance,
fucking
why would you do
slogan
that?
itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
But it's
but
not.
that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan?
people see it.
And then this condescending shit.
You like
oh,
that?
man,
You
I
like the
just-
condescension?
Look, I just want to slap him. I'm serious. It's so offensive.
Ethan.
It's like you're a giant piece of shit. You're not listening to anything he's saying. You're not even acknowledging the arguments that he's making, even though he's making good arguments. You're just slapping them away. And then you have the audacity to be this condescending prick, as if you're here to teach him something. Like it's completely offensive. It's totally offensive.
Yep.
Ugh. Sitch. Oh, this guy. Do people watch him because this is like cool to be a condescending
Yes.
prick to people?
Yes.
Well,
Well, it's
basically all the people that watch this guy are just psychopaths. They're like, oh, this is great. Look, he's owning the Jew.
I mean, yeah, it's cool.
What
as long
kind of
as
audience
you,
is that?
As long as you agree with them, it's cool.
It's just so messed up. Look, if the generation that's watching HASANABI is going to emulate this kind of behavior, we're fucked.
You're worried about the hero generation?
We're fucked. We are fucked. Look, we got a bunch of idiot narcissists, bunch of terminally online narcissists who are just pieces of shit to everyone around them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I have to admit something to you.
Oh no.
I had an ulterior motive for wanting
showing
to
this?
watch this. Yeah.
Oh man, what is it?
So you'll know how wonderful it is that I am your co-host.
Look, it's so funny because I've heard people say, yeah, like you can't have internet friends. Like I mean, we become friends, man. Seriously.
Of course.
I don't think it's impossible. I think you should be wary. Like some of the people could be just psychopaths, but
Sure.
you kind of got to feel it out. And man, a lot of friendships seem to start online and then crash and burn because people are just backstabbing, narcissistic pieces of shit. And I guess that's kind of where this is going. I mean, this ends in one of two ways. It ends with Ethan in shackles in Hasan's basement, or it ends with
Metaphorically.
Oh, I mean, it could literally. I don't look. I don't know. I feel
Metaphorical
like
shackles.
that abuse thing is. I mean, it's uncomfortable, but I feel like they might be doing the podcast from the basement.
Mhm.
Or it ends with Ethan giving Hasan the middle finger and just saying, "Get out of my life, you piece of shit."
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it blew up with Ethan and Keemstar, right? I mean, Ethan and Keemstar are bitter enemies, I think, still to this day. So, I mean, it could go that route. I think it's likely to go that route, actually.
I mean, it should. After this conversation is insane. But I
Look,
don't
if-
think. I mean, unless
Mhm.
Ethan has some like serious reflection after this conversation, I don't think it is going to go that way.
They must be making money hand over fist with the Leftovers podcast. I mean, if Ethan's got a couple of kids, if the Leftover podcast is a significant revenue source for him, I mean, this is just an uncomfortable situation. You're basically working with the Nazis here.
Well, I sent you that picture. Now, I don't know if it was true or not.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
some claim that supposedly they said it cost $1.5 million just to produce. Now,
Is that
I
a
don't-
year or an episode?
a
I mean,
year.
okay.
A year. Now, I don't know if that, because I don't know how much of the staff. I'm assuming that the staff in the background and everything in the studio, like, doesn't Ethan uses that all the time, right? He doesn't just use it for the leftovers. So I'm assuming that $1.5 million cost per year is just for all of Ethan's stuff. It's not just for the leftovers,
Right.
But leftovers, I'm sure, is a big chunk of that 1.5 million a year. I mean, that's crazy.
Right.
That costs him $1.5 million a year to do that show.
I mean, I'd kick it up to 2 million and I would hire some of the biggest, buffest, like 350-pound bodybuilding Israelis. And when Hasan came in, I'd be like, oh yeah, look, I've hired some new security here. Look, he's Jewish. He's Israeli. This guy is too. Look, they're friends of ours now.
Uh-huh.
Don't talk shit on the show, motherfucker. What do you think? Think
There
this
you
might make
go.
an impression on Hasan?
There you go, maybe. Yeah.
Just sit across from him and grimace when he says from the river to the... Look, it's all innocent. It's just innocent, Ethan. It doesn't
Mhm.
mean anything.
Right.
That might not work. And that might actually be like some sort of physical intimidation. That might not be legal, but I think it'd be a good idea.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not-
you can't simply say that's how people see it and
It
stop
is,
it
though.
there. But it doesn't matter how
Ethan is so frustrated.
I know, because I understand completely, because I've been in situations where it's like, I'm trying to work with you and you're just doing nothing. Like,
Me?
you're just being so, not with you.
Me?
I'm not with you. I'm just saying I've been in situations where people are just as obstinate and you just have to just say,
Right.
okay, I'm just not interacting with you anymore. It's just like, I'm done.
Yeah, this is a lot of online a lot of online arguing goes in this direction. So
Right.
yeah, it's like arguing with a brick wall.
Of course.
Yeah.
Zionists see it, what matters is how anti-Zionists speak it. Anti-Zionists of all backgrounds, just like Zionists of all backgrounds, will sometimes cynically and other times because they're misguided think that this spells the genocide of Jews. It does not.
Can you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat.
So before we get into that, it's also part of the thing that's annoying about this conversation, and the kind of why I keep saying Hasan's being dishonest is because if you notice, he phrases what he's saying so carefully. Like, he's like, well, they're talking about the eradication of Israel and the killing all the Jews, right? Because he knows that there's it does mean to eradicate Israel. It's just, what does that entail specifically differs on who you ask.
Right.
At all, but you
I
have
just
to understand.
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about
there's
me?
32,000 people in here right now. The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. That's why, I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're going to make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people. You literally implied that Jewish voice for
This is so this is so sick.
Isn't this sick?
This is so sick.
So he doesn't even give the whole, I can't moderate all these people. He's saying it's
He's
your fault.
Yeah.
You deserve to be called racist.
He's like,
you deserve
Ethan,
it.
if you're going to be a big fat racist on my stream, what do you expect people to do in the chat?
Yeah. I'm gonna call you out.
He just sent the biggest signal to his chat. Hell yeah, he's a racist.
I know.
What the fuck? Oh,
It's wild.
This is a car crash of epic proportion. I didn't see this part.
Yeah, no, this is insane. This part is insane.
Ah,
This is I think I even sent you because I was going through this yesterday.
yeah. What was that? Because
was,
let's bring that up now. He was complaining about somebody else not moderating his chat because XQC, right? XQC's
right.
chat was talking shit about Hasan, and Hasan was whining about XQC not
Yeah.
telling them, "Oh, Hasan's great. Why don't you love Hasan?"
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be more like, "Oh, so what's your job?"
Yeah, bring that up because obviously that's highly relevant. But this is when I DM'd you and I just said out of the blue, I said Hasan is such an awful friend to Ethan, LOL. I was at this moment.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was
That
watching, I
makes
was like, oh
sense.
my God. I just gotta tell somebody this.
I know exactly how you feel.
I was like, this is so awful. Oh jeez.
Is this a tweet? The XQC tweet?
Yeah. Bring it up and we'll do a 3, 2, 1.
All right, read a super chat while I do
Okay.
it.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says Hasan should actually decolonize himself. That's funny. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, read my subscription removal after this. It's just crazy to me how these content creators can promote these lies with impunity. He keeps deflecting to the opinions of Jews 7,000 miles disconnected from Israel. Well, that's true. And let me read your renewal. Twitter Sucks for 10 months. Thank you so much. Says, Jordan Peterson warned Ethan about this. Now Ethan has to deal with his existential crisis of being Jewish in a space that allows his friends to be awful monsters. That's very true. That's completely true.
Yeah. Kind of prophetic, isn't it?
Grassroots Hegemon for another $20 says, I absolutely believe Hasan when he said he takes anti-Semitism extremely seriously.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
No.
Maybe
He takes it very
performatively.
seriously, Adam.
I think more likely performatively. He takes anti-Semitism
No.
very performatively.
No, grassroots means like because he is anti-Semitic, so he takes it seriously. He's seriously.
Oh, okay.
He takes it very seriously.
Right, yeah.
That's good. Cameraman 502 for $20. Thank you. Says in the 1960s, when the phrase became popular, did it mean a secular state? Was Israel an apartheid state before 1967 when Jordan controlled the West Bank? Or was it really about the existence of a Jewish state? Well, see, that's the issue, is because when I try to look into this, it's like super amorphous. And I've never been able to find the 100% definitive source on the origin of the phrase. Like I found a paper that was saying that the phrase originated not from the PLFP like Hasan was saying, but was from this kind of precursor movement to the PLO, which was still like a terrorist organization that, didn't want, for there to be a Jewish state and they were not secular. But then when I looked and tried to find like the source that they sourced for that, the source they sourced didn't say that. So it's like I haven't been able to find the definitive beginning part of this statement. And it's very weird to me because there's a million articles about this that I haven't seen anyone else like just find like here's the clear starting point of the statement.
This really infuriates me because it's so boring. They keep going in circles talking about the same thing over and over again. Hasan's position is people who say from the river to the sea have multiple meanings and therefore it's fine. And and Ethan's position is yes, but those multiple meanings, one of those meanings is the obliteration of Israel. And since it does have multiple meanings, it does have multiple meanings, in order to maintain some clarity, we should only say it when it's the incendiary meaning. Otherwise, we're muddying the waters on what's going on here. And nobody's really addressing that conflict, that central conflict. They just keep arguing for their position. Hasan keeps arguing, no, it's fine. And Ethan keeps saying, it's not fine. But nobody's really articulating that main conflict. It's not going to go away. And it's like we're arguing over the meaning of words here.
Sitch's law, sure.
Yeah.
So this is funny. This is from a paper that's kind of like, this is a very pro-Palestinian paper. It's in a pro-Palestinian journal. It says, during the mid-1960s, the PLO embraced the slogan from the river to the sea, but it meant something altogether different from the Zionist vision of Jewish colonization. Instead, the 1964 and 1968 charters of the Palestinian National Council, or the PNC, demanded the, quote, recovery of the usurped homeland in its entirety and the restoration of land and rights, including the right of self-determination, to the indigenous population. In other words, the PNC was calling for the decolonization, but this did not mean the elimination or exclusion of all, in italics, Jews from a Palestinian nation, only the settlers or colonialists.
Wow. So basically the European Jews.
Yeah, how do you make the determination who's a settler or colonialist in the 1960s?
Yeah.
So
this is a mess. It's a giant mess.
Yep.
All right, I have the clip up. You ready? It's 1:04.
Yeah, said it.
3, 2, 1, go.
A lot in your fucking chat. Like, whenever your chat was like calling me out or whatever, and I talked about this even before like the tier list drama or whatever, which I don't really give a shit about the tier list in that circumstance. But I had talked a week prior to that, there's clips of it, when mentioning Moon and NMP Lol, Asmongold, and all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. And I thought that for the past year, especially since like the gambling debate that we had, you, me, Trainwrecks, and Ethan, that you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend. That was built.
So ironic. I can't stand it.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah. Literally calling Ethan a racist.
Yeah.
To his chat's face, basically.
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Okay.
Yes. What a hypocrite. What
Giant
a disgusting
hypocrite.
hypocrite. Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, if you
Giant
go,
hypocrite.
there's another clip under it if you want to bring it up, which is apparently
A
Hasan
lot
begging
in your
Vosh
fucking
to,
chat.
to moderate his
Like,
audience.
whenever
too,
your chat was like calling me out or whatever, and
which is pretty funny.
This other one?
Yeah. Hasan also begged Vosh to moderate hatred from his community too. It's almost like Hasan is incapable of feeling empathy for anyone but himself. Says JSTLK, who I believe.
Is this the
posted
bonus
these
clip or the
clips.
juxtapose?
The bonus clips. The juxtaposition is what we just
Oh, it
watched,
is?
which is
Okay.
which is Ethan saying like, "Why are you letting your community call me racist? Don't you have mods?"
Bonus clip. Hasan begging Bosch.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
this is not a leftist community
Three.
at all.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is not a leftist community at all, for the record. I don't know. I really thought so. I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know it's a fucking never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this kind of shit to foster. And he was like, he was literally like, yeah, no, fuck off. Like, these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping shit from my Twitter where I was criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form fucking legitimate criticism? You know what I mean? Like, you're... I still think he has, like, ideologically progressive values. I just don't think that this is anything but just people literally just saying, this is the fuck Hasan.
He knows pro-felicity. He knows how pro-felicity works.
Yeah. So everyone else has to protect his reputation, but he won't protect his own co-host reputation?
Well, you don't understand, Sitch. He's right. And Ethan
okay.
is wrong.
Right. That's true. That's a good point.
Right.
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
He's right.
Okay. Let's go back to Hasan telling Ethan why he's not going to defend why it's his fault and why it's totally okay for his chat to hate Ethan and call him racist.
You care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now. The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. That's why, like, I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're going to make these comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people. You literally implied that Jewish Voice for Peace would be akin to a capo in this circumstance.
Oh, you are fucking so bad faith for saying that, and fuck you for even like putting that out in the world. That was not my point.
Made this comparison.
My point was that you can find anybody to defend any fucking thing. That was my point.
You also made a comparison that this slow.
Finally, Ethan's getting fed up.
Good.
Finally. Oh my God. But will it stay? Will that energy stay? Will Ethan tell Hasan to pound sand?
I hope so.
Slogan is akin to the swastika changed over the course of its trajectory as a symbol for Nazi Germany. And then also on top of that, stated that the Confederate flag means something different to the Southern folk that want to promote heritage, not hate. Those people, when they say that, are cynically saying heritage, not hate. It doesn't mean slavery to me. Those people are in the wrong. These people that are saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, are not in the wrong. They're in the right. That's the major difference. They are morally righteous, and their slogan in and of itself is on the exact opposite side of what the Confederacy implies. That's why a better comparison would still be to make a comparison to Black Lives Matter in the way that some white people foresee or perceive.
That was interesting. Did you notice he did it quickly? So I don't know if people noticed. He conflated both people being honest and people being right, because he first said, well, the people who are saying that the Confederate flag is not like a racist symbol, those people are lying. He said they're only saying it cynically. Okay, so those people know it's a hate symbol. They're just lying. But then he also conflated that with, well, they're also wrong, which is interesting. That really shows you how warped his worldview. Because obviously, like, there are people that could think like a symbol is not a hate symbol and they could just be factually wrong. Like, of course, it's a possibility. But like from his perspective, whether he agrees with you or not means whether you're being honest or not.
Right. Because he's always right.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter. And if I'm not going to listen to what white people who are against Black Lives Matter have to say about the slogan itself, then why would I listen to people who are defending Israel on what this slogan means? Because the broadest majority of people who consider this to be an anti-Semitic slogan are, in my opinion, deploying it cynically. Not you. Not
By
you.
the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even like, I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like, right, well, which I have, listen, and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard.
Your heart is in the right place, Ethan, but you're a genocidal maniac.
If we had an argument like this and you said those words to me, you're an adult, I would have just turned off the stream.
Yeah, look, we're never going to this. This
I would have just
territory
been
is
like,
insane.
I guess this is just, that's the end of it. Like, are you
This
fucking
is
kidding
like-
me?
This is
Yeah.
insane levels of disrespect.
Yes, it's disgusting. It's like insane. It's wild. It's
And
hard to
be
watch.
to be so condescending about it.
Yes. He's like,
Yeah.
listen, your fucking chat is like, trying to destroy my reputation. Yeah, but it's because of what you're saying. You're an adult, Ethan. Oh my God.
To destroy your
Like, Jesus.
to destroy your reputation because you don't want to be made out to be responsible for the Palestinian plight just because you're Jewish. This is insane.
Yeah.
This is totally insane.
Yep.
After he's gone on for weeks and weeks about collective punishment, now he's here. Look, Ethan, you got to take this collective punishment here. Just bend over and take it.
Yeah.
Change your position or else. More collective punishment for you.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah, essentially this is change your position or else. I can't protect you unless you agree with me 100%, right?
Yeah.
Like why can't you just say, listen, we don't have to agree on everything.
You and I do that all the fucking time.
No, I know, and just say like don't fucking try to like destroy my friend's reputation. Don't savage his reputation just because we have some disagreement.
I mean, it's
Like,
a pretty big disagreement, but
yeah, right. But it's just there's no consideration by Hasan at all for either for Ethan's feelings or B that he could that like the alternative perspective that this does mean something that people could very easily perceive as meaning genocidal things. Like it's not even a stretch at all. It's not even remotely a stretch to think this, to perceive it this way.
yeah, he's really, really covering for people who are saying this without knowing if those people are being sincere actors or not, which I just think
It's super weird.
it is very weird.
It's very sus.
And to not give a friend the benefit of the doubt to engage in this behavior with total strangers, basically protecting total strangers when you don't know if they are. I mean, he's got to be to some extent protecting himself, right? Because people are saying this in his chat, and he knows there's no way to stop it. Is that what's going on here? I feel like
no, he could stop it. He doesn't want to stop it because if Hasan said, "Okay, you know what? For you, Ethan, I understand your perspective. I understand why you interpret it this way. I won't say it anymore, and I won't let people in the chat say it." So like they set up a thing that like banned that phrase or whatever.
Sure.
He would get ripped to shreds by his radical audience. They say, "I can't believe you're capitulating to some liberal tone policing,
genocidal Nazi."
Yes,
or this genocidal anti-Nazi.
Yes,
who wants to police us.
Yes,
right.
And that's really what's going on here. He's just too much of a coward. Well, I mean, actually, he probably believes it, so he couldn't. He just literally believe it because he's a scumbag. But either
kind of insane.
It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond your words.
You the perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the fuck do you want from me?
Okay, but do you get where I'm coming from? Like that's why I'm trying to
understand your analysis.
But I love this sort of like again. This feels very abusive. It's like after I've just like savaged you and disrespected you. Do you get where I'm coming from? Fuck yeah.
I don't want to feel bad about the fact that my entire chat is calling you a racist, genocidal Zionist, like wrongly. like I don't know that I would even put Ethan in that camp, right?
But do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, he doesn't want to feel bad about being a selfish piece of shit.
Yep,
he should feel bad though.
He should.
Dude.
Okay.
I understand your analysis.
I don't want my community to hurt your feelings. I don't want your feelings to be hurt either.
They're not hurting my feelings. They're fucking they're monsters. They're like psychotic.
I think you're a good
not
person.
all of them, but there are a lot of them, and you don't seem to care about moderating it at all.
That's not true.
Whereas when you're on my show, we really do care about what people say about you on Discord and chat. And we moderate it to keep like a good environment, but you don't seem to fucking care about it.
There's no way I can shut off my chat. I mean, I can.
Ooh, yet another example of Ethan wanting that reciprocation and just not getting it.
Yeah. Look, it's
abuse.
Yeah, that's tough. That is
put
tough.
in emote mode, but that's it.
Do you not
Just
have
like
moderators?
You shut off your chat. Just like you shut off your chat when these sorts of conversations happen in an effort to stop bad faith pieces of shit, we can put it in emote mode, which is what I'm doing now. But ultimately, you have to realize, like, when there's 33,000 people, and it's not even YouTube, it's literally fucking Twitch, so that it's even faster. It's almost impossible to moderate because people are going to perceive what you're saying in a certain way. This is not like there's only.
But he's not even saying don't do it. Like, this is so dishonest. He's like, there's so many people. How can we moderate them all? But Hasan, you're not even saying, listen, guys, don't do this. I don't like that you do this. I actually despise if you do this. If you're a fan of mine, you're doing this, I'm going to ban you because Ethan's my friend and you are a piece of shit. Like, he's not saying any of this. He's just saying, oh, what can I do, Ethan? You're saying racist things. What can I do?
Yeah, he's completely helpless here. He's just an innocent victim in all of this, Sitch.
I'm the victim. You're saying things that are just so terrible.
Why are you so abusive, Ethan?
Yes, stop.
Can't you just scream from the river to the sea?
Ethan, please stop.
Why are you putting me in this position?
Exactly.
Only so much moderation I can do if you make that comparison.
Do you have moderators in your chat? I don't understand. I didn't make any fucking comparison, dude. I'm literally just explaining how people feel about it. That's all I'm fucking doing, man. And you continue to put words in my mouth, making it seem like I'm comparing them to fucking Jewish Nazis and shit.
Hold on.
It's so fucked up. It's not fair. And when you say that shit, then people in your chat are obviously going to co-sign it. And they're going to fucking, think that.
This is the saddest thing I've ever witnessed. This is horrendous.
This is like
Ethan is pouring his heart out here.
Yeah.
Hasan gets up and leaves.
Because his dog groomer's here.
To go talk to his home in-home dog grooming appointment.
Right. Like, he can't either say, listen, this is more important. Your friendship, my relationship with you, and our business relationship is more important than like the dog groomer having to wait an extra 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Or like, why can't his parents who are serving him food, they can't go talk to the dog groomer? He has to deal with the dog groomer. Like, this is like the disrespect. Listen, Ethan, I feel bad for you, but this is like cuck shit. You are cucked. Okay. If you don't break off your relationship with Hasan after this, you are cucked 100%. Yeah. Like, you're telling him
Ethan's going to be the dog groomer in a year. I'm telling you.
Yes.
He's going to be the dog groomer,
the
living dog groomer.
You guys are having like this massive, like, emotional disagreement, like relationship problem. And you're talking about it publicly. And you're like, you're completely disrespecting me. You're putting words in my mouth, blah, 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 blah. And then Hasan's like, listen, I got to talk to my dog groomer. Doesn't wait for a response, just gets up and leaves in the middle of what he sent.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
This is demoralizing.
It's just so fucked up.
You didn't tell me we were watching torture films today.
Well, that's the thing.
This needed a trigger warning.
People saw clips from this. They didn't see the whole thing. They don't understand like how insane this conversation was.
Man.
As I quoted, a Zionist fucking freak pig. I mean, I don't know. For the record, I understand the analysis.
Look, he doesn't even know he's gone. How does he not know he's gone? Because it's on Discord.
No. He knows he's gone. He's just talking in the chat now.
Oh, he is? Okay. Thank goodness.
Analysis. Right? That it's not anti-Israel or anti-Semitic. I understand. And I agree with his analysis, actually. I do. I'm explaining why Jewish people around the world find it offensive. And I can tell you guys, most Jews do find it offensive because the way they interpret it, which is the destruction of Israel. That's how they interpret it, whether it's meant that way or not. And I think that it's worth, acknowledging that that's how people feel about it. Keep using it.
Sorry, I was gone.
I'm talking to the audience.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I'm telling the audience because I don't think I can.
You know why? But
I'm just explaining to the audience that I'm simply explaining why people interpret it to be anti-Semitic or anti-Israel because of the insinuation that it is from the river to sea. They interpret it as it being a call for the destruction of Israel. If you now you can use that phrase, and I agree with your analysis, Hassan, that you know what I mean, that people can use that phrase. It's okay. You know what I mean? I'm just explaining the perspective. If you care to you know, respond to it or not.
No,
or,
I get the
and if you want to
perspective.
keep using the phrase, that's fine. You know what I mean? I'm
I
just
get the perspective.
explaining that I don't like that people act like it's so fucking shocking that, you know, when Jewish people see that and interpret it one way. It's not fair to make them seem like crazy Zionist.
But if you see
So the level of gaslighting, though, you have this phrase that you're socially allowed to say is completely innocuous, but really, you know, other people see it as like the most offensive thing ever.
Yeah.
How are people not going to say that all the time? That's like the ultimate troll.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
This is just completely set up. I mean, this is a fail on every level. And the fact that Hassan is defending this is just crazy.
Interpreting it that way.
If you see my explanation of this, and if you hear Palestinians explain this term and this slogan and what it means to them and the history of the slogan, right? And instead of going, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. Actually, maybe I'm in the wrong here. I would rather listen to those who are anti-Zionist, Palestinians, and also American Jews and Western Jews who are anti-Zionist alike. If they all are if they all have this kind of perspective overall, then if you are also on the side of the emancipation of Palestinians, don't you think that the better thing to do here would be to educate people to ensure that there's not any further like misunderstandings on the front? Because that's the reason why I make this statement. That's the reason why I try to educate people when there's a sea of counterfactuals and counter narratives that simply claim unconditionally that this is like anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic people can use this. I do agree.
I disagree that it's unconditionally anti-Semitic.
Listen, Hassan's just trying to educate people. Okay, he's just educating us. We shouldn't be so hard on him.
He's providing cover for the anti-Semites. That's what's really going on here.
I mean,
he's providing plausible deniability for them. I think he should recognize that.
I mean, he could, but why?
Because it's true. That's why.
I mean, is anything really true?
It does hurt his reputation, which is why he won't acknowledge it. But
what is even true anyway, Adam?
The truth is there are a lot of really anti-Semitic people in the world that are out there actively looking for a phrase that they can say that people will know is anti-Semitic. But there's some sort of plausible deniability that they didn't mean it that way. And it's really just some nice thing that they were saying about the Palestinian people.
So there's a very famous politician. I can't remember who said it, but I remember he was very famous. And I'm pretty sure that he was a big advocate for peace. Okay. And democracy. In fact, I believe he said he loved democracy.
Did he?
Very openly. And he had a very good line. And he said, Ethan, truth is a point of view. Okay. So
truth is a point of view.
Yeah. And so that's the truth, is that truth is a point of view. And it turns out that Hassan's truth is the correct truth and Ethan's truth is the incorrect truth.
If truth is a point of view, wouldn't they both be correct?
No.
This is a problem. What happens when the two truths, the point of view truths, contradict one another? As they do in this conversation. What happens?
No.
This is why I believe in the truth.
Oh, okay.
Standpoint epistemology can hit the road, Jack.
Oh, I fucked up the quote. It was good as a point of view, not truth. I apologize, everybody.
I saw you. I heard you Googling over there.
I ruined it.
Who is the politician? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Who said that they love democracy?
Good as a point of view?
Yeah.
Who said that they love democracy?
I love democracy. It's Emperor
I'm-
Palpatine
Oh, okay.
or Senator Palpatine. Good is a point of view, Anakin.
From the prequels?
From those great movies, yeah.
Oh,
from
yeah.
those wonderful movies. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I love democracy.
I love democracy.
Good is a point of view, obviously.
Understand why some people might find that like a scary phrase to hear around the
Yes,
world.
I
around
do.
the world.
But
Okay,
people
good.
also,
That's
but
fucking
people
all you
also
had to
think.
say.
I know, but
You
people also think Free
acknowledge-
Palestine is
hold
a
on.
scary phrase.
Bro, okay, so you acknowledge that Jews around the world, you can understand why they would see that and can think of it as a scary phrase to them. That would make them uncomfortable.
Yes, just like
That's it.
Black Lives Matter can be an uncomfortable phrase for people, but it doesn't change my mentality around the phrase.
No,
And if someone
because
asks me,
okay, whatever.
Yeah, people are real upset that Black Lives Matter. It's really, they're
Yeah.
shaking in their boots when they hear Black Lives Matter. Oh, it's terrifying.
Yep.
Such a bad analogy.
Bro, I don't know
what do you
to
mean
tell
whatever? That's not whatever. That's very
Well,
important.
we're just talking in circles. We've already talked about this shit.
I know, but it's important because I don't want you to think that I don't want you to think that I'm like cynically or in a weird way, just like being
don't
like,
think
no,
so.
anti-Semitism is
Listen.
like totally fine
No,
actually
I
with
don't
this
think
one
so,
phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do.
I want you to, so again, we have Ethan's pouring his heart out here, okay? Expressing his frustration. I want you to watch what Hassan is doing while he's saying all this, okay? Just like watch what physically is happening on screen.
Make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you, and you even sit here and you understand that, so why Jewish people around the world might find that phrase scary to them, you won't fucking even admit. Well, now you did that I asked you, but you think it's fucking silly. You don't want to hear anything I have to say, and you don't want to concede a single fucking point.
I think
Yeah.
Can you imagine having a conversation with someone? And they're saying all this to you, like you're saying it over dinner, and they're just like stuffing their face, licking their fork, spreading their food around. Like it's just so insanely disrespectful. It's wild to me.
Yeah.
It's just so crazy. It just signals so much of like everything you're saying is irrelevant and I don't care.
I don't think he does care, to be honest with you.
I don't either.
Ethan is, I mean, was Ethan in the hospital recently? It looks like he's got like a hospital ankle.
No, I think those are his ugly Teddy Fresh socks or something. They're all like the
Okay.
weird pastel colors that he always has. But I mean, he's sick, obviously. But
What's going on with the sickness? He's got brain.
I don't know. He's got a
eye
cold or
worms
COVID or something. I don't know what's going on. But
Okay.
think
I did a
that
little directing here for the, as he's pouring his heart out.
what did you
Let's
do?
let's back it up a little bit.
What did you do?
Because he's doing this weird thing. He's like shaving his legs or something.
Oh, he's just touching
so
himself.
why Jewish people around the world might find that phrase scary to them, you won't fucking even admit. Well, now you did that I asked you, but you think it's fucking silly. You don't want to hear anything I have to say, and you don't want to concede a single fucking point.
Rude.
I think that
And it's not that fun to talk to you about it when it's like that.
okay. I think the reason why it comes across as one-sided, even though it's not one-sided either, is
Well, just
because
acknowledge.
we're broadly in agreement. But I agree. But
No.
the potential fears that this might invoke in people who are otherwise misguided and propagandized against this phrase by those who have a cynical reason to tie this to Judaism in general, is the reason why I try to educate people on the matter, is the reason why when you and I are in disagreement, I want to explain it to you in all sincerity. I do not discount the fact that Jewish people might hear this. Otherwise, good faith and even, I guess, anti-Zionist or maybe critical, Jewish people who are critical of Israel, let's say, might hear this and think, oh, this.
Okay, so far, Hasan's answer to all this is just, yeah, but I'm right.
Yeah.
That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying that in longer words. Yes, but I'm right. So shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
This seems anti-Semitic to me because I've been told it's anti-Semitic, but I think making a concession on this and saying, you know what, you're right. Some people are afraid of this slogan, so that must mean it's anti-Semitic is incorrect when it's not reflective of its history.
Understand why a large amount of Jews think that slogan is offensive to them.
I know, but just like with the one-state solution conversation,
like I'm just asking, I'm just trying to like connect a fucking bridge at all between.
It's true. I didn't even notice it the first time I watched this. Has Hasan at any point in this conversation even acknowledged, he doesn't have to agree with, but acknowledged why people would interpret the slogan to mean, like killing all the Jews? Has he even acknowledged that at any point?
No. I haven't heard him acknowledge it.
Interesting.
Well, no, maybe he has acknowledged it. I haven't really been paying attention.
I don't know, but it's like pretty wacky either way.
He has said a couple times that he thinks, people are saying it to mean nefarious things, to be done with to get rid of Israel and stuff like that.
That's true. Yeah, he did. You're right. He did say that. But did he acknowledge from like why Jews wouldn't like it then? Or
no, I don't think that's really happened.
Because it sounds like that's what Ethan is even asking for. He's like, we just acknowledge that, people will look at this and they'll interpret it this, way.
Yeah.
I do understand it.
You can use that phrase. I'm not even disagreeing. But like if we're trying to actually like make bridges and fucking understand each other, you not being able to even concede why Jews around the world could interpret that way seems, like it's not productive at all. Like you don't want to fucking see it from anyone's perspective.
But I do understand it, which is why I try to work against this counter narrative, this counterfactual. That's what I'm saying. I try to use the privilege that I have, the platform that I have, to deliver a voice for a group of people that are never that are never really heard at all.
I think peace and progress happens when we connect and.
So wait, first of all, to be clear, so what he just said was he understands the perspective. That's why he's trying to destroy it. Was his answer to the question. This is so like insane. Classic like gaslight.
He wants to give a voice to the Palestinians, is what he said.
Well, then he ends it by justifying his first statement by then giving the second statement, which is that I'm giving a voice to the people that are not heard, right? Even though obviously we've all seen massive amount of protests on streets. Hasan is literally saying this, like we've heard a million people on the left saying this. The idea that no one's heard this perspective is a complete lie, but okay, sure.
Have empathy for each other. That's it. I'm explaining to you why Jews around the world might find that offensive. And and that's it. I think that it would be good to try to understand that. But
the question I have is this.
But I don't care to keep talking about it because we just keep talking in circles.
Okay, well, here I'll tackle it from a different angle.
Ethan, you're an oppressor. I gotta
go soon anyway. My throat is fucking killing me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we couldn't make peace on this one issue.
Did you hear he said that with such derision in his voice?
Yeah.
He's just, I'm sorry we couldn't make peace on this issue. Holy shit. It's so disgusting.
I'm sorry you couldn't come to the realization, Ethan, that I'm totally right and you should bend over and kiss my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah,
and I hope that
it's just I just find it really fucked up how people are going to interpret this now, and I think based on some of your analysis, as me like comparing fucking Palestinian activists to like Jewish Nazis or something. You know, and like I'm not even fucking saying don't use the phrase. I'm simply trying to explain the perspective. And like you don't want, if you don't want to hear the perspective, if you don't want to empathize at all with people that find it offensive, then conversing is kind of pointless.
I don't.
Like I feel like I'm just explaining it, man. And you know I'm not a fucking radical Jew. I'm not even a religious Jew.
No,
I
I know.
I have no stake in the game. And this is coming from
I know.
What's going on, Sitch? What just happened there?
Ethan just can't deal with it anymore. He just left.
Ethan like got up and left.
Yeah, just got up and left.
Ethan's like, look, my dog groomer's here. Gotta go, bitch.
I gotta go. Deal with the dog groomer. Yeah.
Yeah. They're breaking up, aren't they?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
Oh, did he hang up?
No.
sorry. Just I don't know why I get so fucking emotional lately.
You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to and you don't feel like it.
What is some of this chat saying?
They're all just emojis because he turned it to emotes only.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's complaining.
I didn't know you could do emotes only.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Hassan really saved his ass doing that because if he hadn't done that, the chat would be
All the
insane.
chat would be like, that's right. Kill yourself.
Yeah, right.
Anyway,
Wouldn't be
I
good.
think this is the reason why I originally wanted to potentially feature Jewish voices in this conversation, because I feel like that would be. I feel as though that would be more productive. Even Israeli voices, as a matter of fact, and we can still do that at a later date if you'd like.
I just,
Wait.
I'm not like a
What does that have to do with anything?
Israeli
all.
voices? I have
Yeah.
no idea.
You want to know why? Because he's still
Representation?
going to say, I got a bunch of Israelis and they said it's not genocidal, Ethan.
Right.
That's the only, even at, like, this is so insane. Even after he gets up because he's too emotional, the first thing he says when he gets back is, listen, I'm still right about this. Okay. This is why I want to have Israelis come on, because I want them to tell me that I was right. Like, this is psychotic behavior.
Yeah, this is not very loving, not very nurturing.
fucking great. I'm not a sensitive Jew. I never scream anti-Semitism about anything.
No, I know.
So like, you can't. I don't even think it's fair to characterize. Like, I'm just telling you how people see it.
I
mean, that's all
Ethan,
I'm doing.
I know. I never
You
said that.
disagree. Clearly, that's it.
I know.
That's fine.
I don't, Ethan. I've never said any of those things against you, and I don't believe that. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter, on this front. And
You've done
not
that,
just
and I
Palestinians,
understand, bro.
but
I
anti-Zionists as a whole.
understand.
Bro.
I understand.
Bro.
I've listened to you. I agree.
Bro.
That's it.
Okay. As far as shit.
But Ethan, can you admit that you're a genocidal Zionist? That's basically what he wants, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing that's going to diffuse this situation.
Can you acknowledge that you are covering for the genociders?
Exactly. Do you acknowledge that you're sleeping with a genocide.
Ethan, have you ever been a part of the Zionist party?
Isn't it? I mean, this is major McCarthy vibes going here.
Right.
As far as being conciliatory on this front goes, I think that's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if?
Oh no!
See, I told
That's
you.
so bad.
I told you. The first thing he brings up as soon as Ethan has some emotional breakdown is still to say that he's right. It's insane. It's literally psychotic.
This is horrible.
Yes, I've never seen anything like this.
He's crying and he's like, I'm sorry, Ethan, but I have to keep kicking you in the face.
This is why I wanted to bring in someone to tell you that you were wrong who was Jewish.
Right. So you couldn't pull this crying nonsense on me.
It's so crazy.
They're Jewish.
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person of
I just wait.
Myself, as far as being conciliatory on this front goes.
So I just want to be clear. So they're talking about, they're not even arguing. Like the last thing that happened wasn't even about the subject. It was about like the meta conversation of the subject.
Yeah, about the friendship.
And so, yeah. And so Ethan's like, wait, why does someone being Jewish have anything to do with it? Because it's about their relationship. And then Hassan just goes back to like, well, because you're wrong.
Right.
like just listen to this full interaction.
I think that's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person of representative of Jews at large?
I think that they'll be they can talk about it from a more united perspective and give you more additional feedback and additional information.
Here, I'm just gonna. This person said, "Okay, we don't give a fuck if they interpret it like that because they're fucking brain dead genocidal freaks." It's like understanding a fucking Nazi's perspective that emancipation for minorities is a threat to their existence. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes, so, because this is, and for the record, that is the perspective of someone who is not speaking about Jewish people. He's talking about Zionists. This is the difference. And the number of Christian Zionists far outnumber the number of Jewish Zionists as a whole.
How are the by the way, how do you honestly expect the mods to keep the discourse like in any way like civil? That was a comment left by your mod.
Which mod said that?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, why'd you bring it up?
No, I'm not trying to snitch. Okay.
But ultimately, you have to understand that the reason why.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Are attacking.
That's crazy.
Oh,
that's
man.
Crazy.
So ridiculous.
Ouch. And then Ethan even feels bad. Sometimes Ethan has too much empathy.
He has way too much empathy. That's
this
the problem.
Is the time to get angry, Ethan.
Yeah.
This is the time.
This is the time. You were correct.
To go full Hulk, man.
Yep.
Yeah, this is nonsense.
Why? The reason why
he's got to step up, man.
Of course.
He's got to do something about this.
This is why I said if their relationship continues after this conversation, Ethan is essentially cooked.
Right.
Because this conversation is like wild.
Why people feel this way. Why people feel this way is because this is not like this community, these very same moderators, this entire moderation team has been tackling anti-Semitism for 4 or 5 years at this point. Like
Rogan says
they're not
Ethan is
anti-Semitic.
so.
They're not saying this
Rogan,
because they're
another
like,
mod, says Ethan is so bad faith. What have I been bad faith about? Like, I genuinely don't understand that.
the way that
What?
people perceive your do you think people across the board are geared towards hating you here in this community, in my community in
Yes.
general? Do you think that I don't yell at them regularly and try to tell them not to have these kinds of perspectives? The reason why people feel the way that they do is because after a certain point,
What have I said that's bad faith?
I think you want me to be totally honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
No kitty gloves. Okay.
Fuck you, bro.
No.
That insinuation is so stupid, man.
No. Please don't get mad at me. I'm
Are
gonna
you my
be
fucking
100.
moron? You just talk down to me the whole time.
No, absolutely not. I think you're a very smart person, but you do get a little emotional on this
kitty
issue.
gloves that's on. Tell me.
Okay, I think that
oh my God. How does he
I
put
know,
up
this
with this
is insane.
shit? This is insane. Oh,
People in the chat were saying I should try to get Ethan on the show. I did email Ethan. Ethan left a email contact on Twitter and said, you know, I'm not going to be on Twitter for a while. And I sent him an email and said, listen, come on our show. So, but he never responded.
right.
I'd love to talk to Ethan. Look, if
I would love
anyone,
to talk to Ethan, but like,
look, if any of you want to super chat, I don't know what Ethan's schedule is or if you can super chat on his show, but man, we'd love to get him on. Definitely. Definitely.
no kitty gloves. We're not,
Look, man, the amount of disrespect being shown to Ethan is just, I mean, it's off the charts here.
mhm.
I think Ethan is listening and Ethan's trying to come to some sort of resolution.
Yes.
Hasan is being a fucking massive dick. Just a dick.
Yep.
what you said about from the river to the sea being akin to a Nazi slogan, or the fact that like it's a Confederate flag, those comparisons, because I know you personally and because I know you're an empathetic person, because I don't think you're a bad faith person at all, but anyone else that says something like that, it's going to come across, especially from the people that don't know who you are and what you represent, it's going to come across like you are making a bad faith argument that Ben Shapiro would make or any number of other conservatives would make in this circumstance. Of course people feel this way because
oh my God, this is so disgusting. So like, you know, when I say something or you say something and we think that someone could misconstrue it, we always say, well, hold on.
Yeah, totally.
Do you mean this? Because I think people could misconstrue it this way, right? And then we'll say like, oh, you know, thanks for telling us, like, you know, no, that's not what I meant, right? We would never lord that over one another in a like the same conversation, like the way that Hasan has been lording this over Ethan the entire time.
Hasan is guilty of misinterpreting Ethan.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's completely opposite of what we do.
Because he misinterpreted him, but now he's like, well, I understand you don't mean it this way, but my chat's going to interpret that you mean it this way, and I can't tell them that you don't mean it that way.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't. What do you mean? How? There's too many of them, Adam.
Look, that's what we do all the time.
No,
like,
you know, Adam, there's too many of them. He can't tell them words like he does. Like, I know that normally Hasan streams to thousands of people and he tells them things and they believe it. But in this moment, he can't because there's just too many of them. Okay. There's just too many people. He can't say things like he normally says and then people listen to him. It doesn't work that way.
Number one, I hate that argument.
Okay.
Number two, that argument sucks. Okay. Like,
number three, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, number three, go fuck yourself. Like, look, your title literally is influencer. Do some motherfucking influencing.
Yeah.
Okay. Chill them out. Yeah, you could definitely speak up.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he is, I mean, just optically, it looks like he basically believes Ethan is a secret Zionist that at any moment he's going to have to cut ties with. I mean, that's the perception I'm getting from this entire conversation. Like he doesn't trust Ethan at all.
Could be. I mean, I also think it's funny that he's like he's like picking his nails with his teeth. Like he just listen, either there's one or two things going on. Either Hasan is just wildly autistic. Okay.
No. Hassan
Or
doesn't give a shit.
or he just literally is like just doesn't give a fuck. Because like the idea, like I can't imagine like if we were having some argument that I'd be stuffing my face with food. Like I would stop what I'm doing to talk to you. I wouldn't be like sticking my nails in my teeth and going like, oh, you know, let me pick the food out of my teeth while we're having this very public argument. Like it's just so crazy to me. It's so like it's so wildly disrespectful.
Yeah. He doesn't understand that though. He doesn't
Well,
understand optically.
That's why I'm saying it. Is Hassan like so autistic? He doesn't understand that what he's doing is just a huge signal to his audience to not care about Ethan and that Ethan is scum? Or does he know that and he doesn't care?
It is weird because if these kinds of signals were going on and they were disrespecting Hassan, I know that Hassan would be aware of it. He'd be totally conscious of it. He'd be like, oh, this is destroying my reputation. And, you know, he would move mountains to make sure that that didn't happen.
Yeah.
But yet he will willy-nilly destroy other people's reputation. He just doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't think about it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's your problem. That's your problem. My problem is you not kissing my ass. It is very elitist. It is a very elitist perspective.
Well, you know, and it's funny too, because like, so because he's now Ethan is like pointing out things that Hassan's mods are saying. The reason that he's saying that is because like, so the chat is on emoji mode. So anyone who's not a mod, they can only put emotes and emojis, but the mods can still say things. So even after Hassan,
that's why he's reading.
Yes, even after Hassan has put it on emotes, his mods are still so crazy that some of them are still attacking Ethan. Like after the while this conflict is going on, like how could you not immediately like if me and Adam were having some sort of like argument, okay, and the argument was so bad that we had to turn off the chat, and we had a mod. I mean, we kind of just give out wrenches like candy anyway, so it's not really applicable.
Not really. I mean, look, I pay attention to what the mods say, and
right.
Look,
but I'm just saying, like, assuming that we were a little bit more stringent, right? But and we had some mod that was saying like some crazy shit, like attacking one of the people while we're trying to have this like serious conversation. I would demod you on the fucking spot. Like it's just insane. Like it's like, why are you adding fuel to the fire when we're trying to like have some sort of conflict resolution here?
Yeah, I would demod you on the spot. If you're talking shit, look, I'll ban you on the spot. So
like it's funny because like people in the
talk shit about me,
like,
but talk shit about our guests, and that kind of bugs me. Well, it depends upon the guest, obviously. If it's President Sunday, you guys knock yourself out.
Like this is so funny. Anyway,
if it's Doomer, you're whatever.
That's true.
Look, I like Doomer. Look, I feel bad now because in celebration of this conversation, I think I should say Doomer's not that bad a guy. Okay, I don't think Doomer's the type who.
Listen, if we learned anything from this conversation, okay, it's that Doomer is all right compared to Hassan.
We should be clear here. I like Doomer. I think Doomer's a great guy. I think Doomer's ethically astute and a good person. We give him a hard time a lot on the show, and we probably shouldn't do as much as we do. So anyway.
Well, listen, everyone should know that Doomer loves me.
Right.
Okay. And that his hatred of me and my teasing of him is all kayfabe. Okay.
Yes.
We're really like best friends.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we're not best friends.
We're good friends.
Okay. Maybe we tolerate each other.
You guys are in love. Look, Doomer and I are friends. These guys are like,
it's one way, and it's not for me. Doomer's in love with me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Listen, all I'm trying to say is Doomer is much better than Hassan. Okay. That's all I'm trying to say.
I at the very beginning of the show, I said that this whole leftovers thing was a marriage of convenience.
Yes.
Do you think I'm correct in that assessment? The more I watch, the more I think I am correct in that assessment.
I don't think so. Well, I think this is my real take.
Give us your fake take first, and then give us your
real take. My fake take is that Hassan is planning to No, okay. I was gonna say something really
Yeah.
dark. I'm not gonna say
Don't do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Give us your
My
real take.
yeah, my real take is that they probably were like, hey, we're both big, and I'm sure they had some interaction before, and they're both big, and they just kind of had this idea to do the show together. They probably had decent chemistry or something.
We're both big. We
Right.
both care about making the world a better place.
Right. And then, but I think this is what I honestly think. Okay. I honestly think that they did become friends. I mean, they've been doing the show for over a year. I think they did become friends over that time period. Now, some people might say, well, Ethan became Hassan's friend, but Hassan became Ethan's friend. I don't think that's what's going on. I think they did become friends. I think that Hassan is just like a serial user of people.
Yeah.
And that his perception of how to interact with people on a personal level is just so wildly different than Ethan's, and so wildly different than I would consider what most moral people's view is. Either that, or he's just wildly autistic and doesn't understand how to interact with people. Because this interaction is so disrespectful, so insane, so insipid, and so like beyond the pale of how you should interact with someone who's supposed to be your friend in a public setting, that I can't understand. I can't understand anything other than the fact that he just thinks that people should just do. I mean, and it's reflected by his politics. So I guess it makes sense with his personality. It's just that like he's right. You should just do whatever he says. Otherwise suck my dick. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's his attitude.
He's
that's his
the
politics.
dictator.
That's his person. Right?
Yeah.
That's why he wants you to suck his dick, because he's the dictator. Right? So so I guess it makes sense that his politics aligns with his personality 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Ethan's the true progressive. He's very empathetic. He wants everyone to get along. He wants
a bleeding heart,
no conflict. Yeah.
Right.
Which that's the Ethan everyone fell in love with. Ethan did have a good heart that was in the right place. And then he got caught up in the wrong crowd. Yeah.
Well,
he should have made Humongous his co-host.
This is why I said, my perception, I mean, it's so funny because my perception of Hassan just seems to be truer and truer every day, which is that I'm like, he seems just like a bad person.
He
does not
like
seem
a
like
bad
a good
person.
person. Yeah. He doesn't seem like a good person.
Which, and by bad, you mean selfish.
Yeah. Like a person of low moral character, so selfish individual.
Right. Isn't that just selfish?
Sure. That's only part of it.
Selfish is everything. Look, lying, cheating, stealing, thieving, raping, all that is selfish, right? That can all be under the umbrella of selfishness.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I feel like it's true.
Right.
This is why we tried to teach people not to be selfish, to be giving. This is why we created the holiday of Christmas. To teach people generosity.
Right.
Yeah. It didn't work, though, with Hassan. It worked with me. I think it worked with you.
Yep.
Worked with a lot of people.
They don't see your reconciliation process. They don't see that, like, you go back on information and you internalize it and you think about it and you come out with an honest perspective. They only see clips of you. They will see clips of you making that comparison. And
how is that bad faith? You're saying people take it out of context. That's not the same thing as being bad faith.
Well, I don't think it's being taken out of context, because you're saying this in defense of.
That's hilarious. Did you just catch that?
No, what do you say?
He said, "How am I being bad faith?" And his response is, "Well, you got to understand, people clip you out of context." And Ethan's like, "Well, how is that me being bad faith? Isn't that them being bad faith, clipping me out of context? You're supposed to be explaining to me how I'm being bad faith. I know. Not how your fucking chat is being bad faith."
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's so rich. Come on, explain.
Bastardizing the perspective of Palestinians, or minimizing the voice of Palestinians, Muslims, and anti-Zionist Jews. Anti-Zionist Jews and the rest of the anti-Zionist movement by trying to trying to say, no, this is what it actually means. This is how it's being perceived by the other side. What it actually is perceived by the other side, the broader Zionist movement as a whole, does not change the reality of what this.
See, Hasan went into full bullshit mode. None of this is real. Everything he's saying is just bullshit. He's just bullshitting him.
Well, it's
This
also
message means it is simply
irrelevant. I mean, we're supposed to be talking about some like emotional human connection between the two of them. And he's still arguing the point.
Right. We asked him a very clear question. How am I being bad faith?
Yeah, and he just
Now
went
he's
to
just-
argue again about this, what they've already talked about, like the whole conversation.
simply is used as another reason to silence any kind of emancipatory slogan and any kind of opposition. People feel like they can't say anything. People feel like they can't. People can't people can't push for a ceasefire. The government's not listening to them. People can't even say free Palestine from the river to the sea because, like, then this is technically considered anti-Semitic. Like, what should happen? Is there a boundary and a guideline that maybe
first
the
of all,
ADL could
I am
put
not
forward that people can
advocating-
write?
I am not advocating for any speech from. I'm just giving you my perspective. I'm not saying don't say any of that shit. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase. That's it.
I think
Look, he's so mad. He's like,
I know.
can't you guys just, when we say that, can't you guys just take it? Why you
Yeah.
gotta be such a bitch about it? Look, of course people want to genocide the Jews. Why you gotta be such a baby about it?
I know. They had it coming. I mean, wait, what did I say?
So bad.
if
That's
you were
it.
to ask anti-Zionist Jews how they interpret the slogan
I'm talking about-
versus Zionist Jews,
God, stop pulling the gag string. He keeps going back. My Jewish friends, my Jewish friends, my Jewish friends. Stop it.
They gave me a to the river, from the river to the sea pass. Okay.
Think of something else to say. Ethan is so trying to move on too, and he just won't let him.
I know.
the difference would be stark.
So you're saying because of this group doesn't find it offensive that the other. I'm not saying they're right. You're
Because
saying
it's an
this group of
anti-Zionist
people
slogan,
finds
that's
it
why.
offensive, therefore they're wrong. I mean, I'm just telling you how they feel. I mean, it's just feelings. bro.
Because it is an anti-Zionist slogan. That's why I think like listening to anti-Zionists in
At
this
a
front
certain
was more
point.
important.
And again, this is the way people hear it. At a certain point,
Also, what you're saying,
genociding all the Jews there does become anti-Semitic. And I'm not saying that's what anybody there wants to do.
of course, genociding all the Jews is anti-Semitic. That's insane.
That's how people perceive it, especially people in Israel.
No, but people also perceive free Palestine to be the same. You yourself
I
admitted
don't.
that people in. Okay, you don't. But
I don't think it's the same. People don't
you
perceive it.
literally said a one-state solution is untenable, regardless of the morality of it, because people in Israel consider that to be akin to a possible genocide. You openly stated that paranoia is not a justifiable one, and yet people still feel it in their hearts. You cannot set the boundaries on an emancipatory movement by the unreasonable fears that people have about that slogan, or any slogan whatsoever, because ultimately it turns into, unless it's like directly violent and it's an incitement of violence, in which case, of course, unacceptable. Because at a certain point, this becomes an optics conversation that is used as a cudgel to like just fucking forcibly squash any kind of opposition. And that's already happening. In America, it's not happening. We still have some semblance of free speech. But in Europe, in different parts of the world, people are literally fucking getting apprehended. They're getting detained for saying from the river to the sea. So in my opinion, having this back and forth in good faith and having a conversation about it is fine. But that doesn't even change the reality or even break through the dam of the sea of people that are demanding a ceasefire, that want to stop the occupation, that want to end the apartheid, that has currently in this iteration, in this last iteration, in the siege, has killed almost 11,000 people with 4,000 children.
Bro, don't
And I
bring that
know
up
you-
as
and
some
I know you
fucking
don't think-
talking point against me. Because
No,
again,
I know
it
you don't
insinuates
agree with
I don't
that.
give a
I
fuck
know you
about
don't
that.
agree with that. I know you don't agree with that. I know. I'm not saying you do at all.
I'm just going to keep bringing it up. I'm just going to keep bringing it up, saying, why are we talking about a slogan? There's people dying. Did you? I don't know if you knew that. We're not allowed to talk about messaging as long as people are dying.
I know you don't agree with that, and that's precisely why
All right,
I'm saying just listen to the Palestinians in this front.
Okay, I'm listening to the Palestinians
And anti-Zionist Jews.
and anti-Zionist Jews.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. I think this is like, I mean, it sucks, and I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way. I'm sorry that my community made you feel a certain way. No, it's fucked up. I don't want you to. I think you're a good person. Just understand that people don't know the empathy that you have, and they simply see, you know, similar talking points that they've heard from others that don't demonstrate that same empathy that you do when you're delivering their perspective here. That makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation about it. I'm just trying to be honest and open and, like, you know.
I agree. I respect it, which is why I wanted to have this conversation to begin with.
Yeah, Ethan, your opinion is too close to Ben Shapiro. What are you doing?
I mean, obviously my audience is going to think you're racist. What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah. They don't understand that you have a nuanced opinion here. You're using the same words that right-wingers use.
Yeah.
And I can't vouch for you. Why would I do something like that?
No.
It's not like we're friends.
I hope you don't think that I'm like, you know, harboring resentment or trying to get my fucking community to hate you. I'm working in the exact opposite direction.
Well, I don't think your mods have a very vested interest in aligning their goals with yours.
True.
I'll talk to them about it as well. But ultimately, there's a reason, and that is because they've heard this sentiment expressed by others, and they don't know you.
Here's another mod. C-Max says you're just.
Wow. So he's still defending. He's defending strangers over his friend. Listen, they've heard this stuff from the Nazis before, Ethan. They don't know you like I know you. Even though they're supposed to trust me because they're my mods and they're part of my community, they don't.
I mean, how's he picking mods? Look, someone's in our chat long enough and they seem cool, and you know, we give them a wrench and test it out. He makes it sound like he's putting an ad in the newspaper or something, and he's sitting down and interviewing these people.
Right.
Oh, let me talk to him.
Well,
I'm having like a big Discord meeting over who's going to be a mod.
To be fair, we used to just give people wrenches if they paid us enough. Okay, that was.
Look, we've given a few out like that, and look, it's never backfired on us.
That's true. Well, no, I guess that's true. It's an investment. There you go. It's a good gatekeeping mechanism.
It's a splendid one.
Yeah.
Just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. There's another one saying, shrug, dog, I don't care about your feelings. Which is fair. Yeah, I'm not taking it back, says Fish. Frogan said, I forget what she said, that I'm a Zionist or something like that. I'm literally just trying to explain why people...
Frogan, by the way, is the person who... There's all this drama because Ethan unfollowed her because she was essentially seeming to be implicitly justifying the attack on
Oh, that's a crazy bitch.
Yeah, apparently she's, I didn't even know, she's a mod in Hasan's chat. And apparently, because Ethan, I think, even apologized to her because she gave some bullshit excuse. And I guess Ethan's like a cuck now. And, you know, he apologized to her and, you know, they tried to make amends. And if that's true, and she's in the chat saying what she's saying, it's like, oh my God. Wild.
Points that you've demonstrated come across like you are in defense of Israel, and they are identical to the talking points that those who support Israel
defend Israel?
But I know you're.
Why would you defend Israel? Your wife is Israeli. This is just crazy. He's not even allowed to defend Israel?
No.
Israel was brutally attacked. I don't know if you remember this. Remember the grenades being lobbed into the bomb shelter. It was not
Yeah.
pretty.
But have you considered that they had it coming?
Look, I've been forced to consider that by a lot of
Right.
these online commies, and I find it thoroughly disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I just okay. Look, this is like a bad path to go down. How are you assessing information here? Like, I've been reading some books on this. Look, I understand that I went to Google and started looking at restaurants in the open air prison. That wasn't the extent of my journey into this.
It's a good starting
conflict.
point. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a good starting point.
But I mean, I've watched some documentaries and I've read some books. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Look, I don't think anyone's hands are completely clean in this
Of course not.
big mess. So,
Yeah. Well, listen, you asked me how do I try to get the bottom of this stuff. Like any good political streamer, I just listen to what my gut says and
okay.
I just go from there.
Well, that's not going to work. Just FYI.
Says who?
It's a recipe for disaster.
No.
Yes, it is.
No, come on.
Yeah. You're
It's
not
been
going to
working
get
so
to
far.
So is Gaza an open air prison or what's the deal? What's the gut say?
I'm going to say no because it helps my narrative.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm going to stick with no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree for now.
Okay. Well, there you go.
We'll see.
We don't have to fight each other.
You're not. I know.
When you said it can be when.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I know you're not. I know you personally. I know what you represent. I know the values that you represent. I know that you're empathetic. The talking points that you bring forward, however, are identical to the same talking points that I literally spent the entire day dissecting. That's the difference. That's why people see that and they automatically ascribe bad faith bad faith to what you're saying.
Like what though? What's a talking point that you'd hear Ben Shapiro say?
Where do I begin? I think that the from the river to the sea conversation, every single thing that you brought up, I've heard from. I mean, if I pulled up a Ben Shapiro video right now, he'd probably say identical things.
Right. And on that one,
I always love how like this is the metric that they use. I mean, this came up a lot with like Anna. Like the problem was that she was getting retweeted by Ben Shapiro, right? Like if you make a point that one of the bad peoples makes, if you agree with something the bad peoples agree with, watch out.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that they demonize Ben Shapiro like they do.
I mean, you should be able to have a thought or an opinion based on something that's like, yeah, like, Ben Shapiro or whomever can say something and you can agree with it or disagree with it without like reality collapsing in on itself.
Yeah, I feel like Ben Shapiro's very reasonable. Unless he's talking about the gold standard, then of course he's eminently unreasonable.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's a great point.
On a lot of things, look, he's not an election denier. He doesn't think there was any evidence that there was tampering in the 2020 election. He's not a Trump supporter. He thinks Trump is the past. He's trying to say Republican Party needs to move past it. That's not a bad thing, right? I mean, I don't understand why they demonize this guy. Like he doesn't appear to be openly racist. I do think I don't like his stance on gay marriage. He claims to be for it, but he wants civil unions, which seems like, look, I don't like him on any of that stuff.
Right.
But the idea that he's just, I've seen crazy people on the right, just full on insanity, and Ben Shapiro doesn't fit the bill. He's not like,
I mean, people on his network are way more
theorist.
crazier.
Oh yeah. Look,
Michael Knowles and what's his name?
Michael Knowles and
Walsh.
Matt Walsh. Yeah. I can't stand either one of those guys. Like Matt Walsh is just insane in my eyes. Ben Shapiro is nowhere near Matt Walsh. Yeah,
Right.
Matt Walsh is like a theocrat.
Right.
Yeah, why do they make why every time they say Ben Shapiro, why aren't they saying Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles? Because Matt Walsh. I guess maybe it is because they want to paint Ben Shapiro, the reasonable voice, as Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles. They want to. I mean, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles are obviously out there.
I think it's just because Ben Shapiro is like the more known one, like he's like the more famous of the group.
Right.
So
Well,
that'd be my guess.
and painting the reasonable, it's kind of smart politically to paint the reasonable voice as the unreasonable one, because people might start listening to that guy and go, oh, well, this guy's pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true. That's definitely true.
That's what they try to do with us.
That's
Try to
also
say
true.
we're far right propaganda. And then people listen to us and they're like, oh man, you help keep me sane. Yeah.
I'm just saying, as a member of the Jewish community at large, and myself being a moderate, fucking secular, non-religious, unsensitive to a not like desensitized to anti-Semitism for being on the internet so long, like I'm just giving you the perspective. You disagree with it, and that's fine, but you can't argue about how people feel. You know, it's an emotional,
I know.
it's an emotional thing.
I know.
That's what it is.
And I'm not even trying to argue about how people feel. I'm saying I'm not trying to argue about how people feel. I'm trying to explain what the historical background of that sentiment is and how it's being oftentimes.
But what else other than that? What else other than that?
It's mostly that.
I know Ben Shapiro says that.
He's looking for the Ben Shapiro clip.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, like he like literally it's so funny. So like early in this conversation, you know, when they're having this like trying to understand the issue, and Hasan's like, this isn't the own you think it is. This isn't the dunk you think it is, right? And it's like they're having this conversation. This got very personal. And he's like literally trying to still prove him wrong by finding the Ben Shapiro clip.
Yeah, not only that, Ethan is basically making an argument here. He's saying, Hasan, there's a thing called social proof. You could vouch for me. You know that I'm an honest, caring individual, that I'm being targeted to and my reputation is being turned into that I'm a monster unfairly.
Right.
And your argument against that is, well, I'm saying things like Ben Shapiro. And now you're going to bring up a clip to compare me to Ben Shapiro for your audience? Don't you think that's going to play into this monster narrative a bit more? Look, my goal here was to dispel the monster narrative with your aid, with your help. What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
That's so funny.
Is he the dumbest person alive or what?
No. He's like, so Hasan is the epitome of like the most debate bro on the planet. Like he could be in an argument with his girlfriend or something, and she's like, Hasan, I think you're being really unfair to me right now. And I feel like this is a consistent attitude that you have. And he goes, source, bro? You got a source for that claim, bro? Like, no, Hasan, we're talking about our personal relationship. Well, let me bring up a clip of Ben Shapiro, okay? Because you're acting just like Ben Shapiro. Like, I'm trying to talk to you like a person. I'm trying to have some personal argument. Yeah, but do you have a source for your personal claim here? It's like, it's just, that's all he cares about. All he cares about is winning the conversation. He doesn't care about the topic. He doesn't care about Ethan's position or feelings on the topic. He doesn't care about his chat not viewing Ethan as like a monster. None of that matters to him.
It's so sad.
I mean, I
so
think it's kind of
sad.
funny, but
I
have a very glib attitude about it. I mean, I feel bad for Ethan.
I mean, I feel horrible for Ethan.
Listen,
but
as I said, I feel bad for Ethan, but if he doesn't pull up from this, then I absolve any bad feelings. So then he's on his own. Okay.
Yeah.
After this is like it. I'm like, okay, this is it. I'll feel bad for you here, but then no longer.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Fuck him, Ethan. It's over for you.
No. I'm saying we'll see where he goes from here. Okay. He could have a super base turnaround after this. I don't know. Right.
Maybe. Sure.
Maybe. Of course. I mean,
Look, he might be on the Daily Wire soon. Who knows?
There you go.
He might
Look at
have his
that.
own show.
He could have his own show with Ben Shabibo.
He's like, look, Hasan, you brought up that clip of me saying things like Ben Shapiro, and the Daily Wire contacted me.
They said we like that you were saying things like Ben Shapiro.
They said, hey, Ethan, you're pretty good at this.
There you go.
How
Look, it
would
had a
you-
happy ending after all. Okay.
Look, how would you like a $50 million contract? But the first show, you have to tell Hasan to suck it. You have to come on the Daily Wire and give a personal message to Hasan Piker.
I like that.
You have to say, suck my dick.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Yes. And then you get to light a cigar with $100 bill.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know. Hasan is probably making $50 million a year off this.
Sure.
Listen, I'm just telling you the perspective. What else did I say that would
I think I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of your your takes. Like I
today,
genuinely don't know.
Look, I don't watch any of your content. Most of my streams are reacting to Ben Shapiro clips. So when my chat tells me you sound exactly like Ben Shapiro, I know what Ben Shapiro sounds like.
He's like, listen, can you stop asking me questions? I'm desperately trying to show that you're like Ben Shapiro. Okay, I got to concentrate. All right.
Look, my chat has made an assertion here that I have to confirm. Otherwise, I'm going to
Yes.
be kicked out of this gig.
Right.
you said
Today,
that it's
today
not
is
that
just
was
the river
saying-
to the sea thing, for
Okay.
sure. That's it.
You made it sound
beyond
like
that,
today in
beyond
our
that, I think like
conversation, I was echoing all kinds of talking points that suggest that I'm defending Israel.
wait,
and I don't
didn't-
remember
I
doing
didn't say
that.
that. I'm talking specifically about river to the sea thing. But as far as like a two-state solution goes, I think you're or a one-state solution goes. Like even having that conversation alone implies that you're not a Zionist. So I don't know why.
Dude, I literally conceded to you that the one state might make more
I know,
sense.
Ethan. I know.
what the
I'm
fuck, man?
telling you that I don't feel that way anyway. I'm not coming from it from that perspective at all. I'm also eating now. I'm just letting you know. But
Yeah, I can see. It's fine. All right, I do have to go. I mean, I don't know I don't know if this was productive or anything.
Nope.
This was not productive. 0% productivity here. It was productive in proving to his audience that you are exactly like Ben Shapiro.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was, yes, you're right. This conversation was very productive at further having Hasan's audience hate Ethan.
Yeah.
100%, yeah. I mean, I guess it's productive for us because it makes content.
Yeah.
So,
Look,
thank you.
Ethan, come on our show.
We appreciate it. Thank
We
you.
promise to be good faith. We even know what good faith means. Most
That's
people on the
true.
internet think bad faith means that you disagree with them.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah, they don't even know what bad faith means.
that's true. That's true.
They don't believe people can disagree honestly. They think it's all lies and deception.
I mean,
'Cause
it is
you
when
got-
I don't like them.
They got baby brains, little tiny baby brains.
Little
Really
bitty
at
baby
all.
brains.
My sense of this is that I'm going to probably deeply regret having this conversation,
Well, look, at least he knows, right?
Yeah, he's aware.
but that's what it is.
Ethan, I love you. I wanted to talk to you beforehand, so we can just like have a more productive outline for a conversation like this. I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
this
not
is what I
trying to,
wanted
like,
to talk about.
See, the private conversation that he wants to have is like, listen, I know my chat is a bunch of Nazis, a bunch of Jew-hating Nazis, okay? But I'm getting rich off of this. You got to be cool, Ethan. Why are you making waves for me? That's the private conversation he wants to have. You know he does.
Maybe.
Look,
yeah.
all these people are crazy psychopaths, but, you know, they pay memberships on my channel.
But you know, like, shut up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like the money, okay? The money.
It's about the money, Lebowski.
what?
No, this is what I wanted to talk about. It's
No,
fine.
I know. I just like look, as a final statement on this for everyone that's watching, Ethan is not a bad person. He's not a Zionist. He is delivering the perspective of a person that has lived in Israel. Yelling at Ethan is not going to be productive in this situation or appropriate in this situation.
Don't you think it's like if
Do you like that it took 3 hours and 15 minutes to get to this part of the conversation?
No.
Oh God!
And,
And
I mean,
and he's
he
even
doesn't
saying it in
sound
this like,
sincere. Yeah.
and he's saying it in this tone of voice, like,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, be nice, Ethan. He's a little baby."
Yeah. He's a little genocidal baby. Can't understand the evil he's doing in the world with his perspective. Doesn't understand how you're all oppressed.
Right.
Thinks
right.
that's funny that you guys are living in an open air prison.
if you're trying to reconcile between two different groups of people, don't you, even if one group is wrong, let's say, do you think it's at least even a little important to try to understand their perspective?
100%. No,
Okay.
I do. I
that's
talk
it.
about
All I
building
really
a broad.
am
I talk about the
doing.
importance of building a broad movement all the time. And in order to engage in coalition building, you have to be conciliatory, you have to be understanding, you have to be empathetic, lead by empathy.
Like if you want to call me Israel defending, I'm like the most milk toast fucking pro-Israel defender you can possibly find. So like you gotta learn, people need to learn to build a fucking bridge somewhere.
I'm not saying that. I hope you understand. I know.
Yeah, you're not saying it, but I do think that a large part of your community thinks that. It's clearly reflected by all the shit that the mods continue to say. And so
I think it stems from. I
just got a fucking Air Force ad.
Yeah, I just ran an ad.
Right.
I forgot to run it.
God, is that for real? Is that for real?
Oh my God!
He's running Air Force ads on his channel.
No. Well, the Air Force puts ads on the channel. That's funny. That's not. So when he's like, this is how funny. This is how disrespectful. This is how much Hasan doesn't give a fuck about Ethan. Okay, so he's stuffing his face while Ethan's talking to him, pouring his heart out to him. He's picking his teeth while Ethan's pouring his heart out to him. And now finally, after like 3 hours, he's like, listen, to be nice to Ethan, and he's doing it in a sarcastic tone of voice.
Right.
Okay, when he finally gets that part, he interrupts it to run a fucking ad.
Yeah.
As soon as Ethan starts talking, he's like, oh, you're being conciliatory? Ad time, baby.
This is so bad.
It's insane. It's insane. I can't believe it.
Yeah. I feel like I'm watching like a wife beating here. It's so horrible. It's so horrible.
I mean, we are watching some kind of like weird abusive relationship. We are watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Look, I can't
strange.
imagine. I can't imagine that they were friends before. This seems like a marriage of convenience. It really does. Obviously. And it seems like Ethan has caught feelings and Hasan could care less.
I don't
Hasan
agree.
probably wants to cut ties.
I don't agree. I mean, this is just me. Listen, this is me at the peak of my mind reading. I mean, I think this is just Hasan's personality.
Yeah.
This is just the way he interacts with people.
Yeah.
On this level. Yeah.
Yeah. He just doesn't he's totally selfish. Yeah.
Yep. That'd be my guess.
You live to serve me.
Yep. To serve Hasan. It's a cookbook.
Very sad.
At the top of the hour.
All right, listen. Let me just clarify.
Well, no
Israel's
one's listening.
wrong.
Well,
The
everyone's listening to
settlements
the
should be
ad.
removed. Netanyahu's a war criminal.
Well, he's like stuffing his face. I can't get over it. So funny.
Fucking hate him and his whole cabinet. They're genocidal, absolute psychopaths. Fucking despise them. I think the Palestinian people, I think the blockade needs to be lifted. I think that Israel is indiscriminately bombing Gaza. I think that that whatever this indiscriminate bombing of Gaza is fucking horrific and horrible and absolutely destroys Israel's position. I don't know.
So now you're gonna go say a bunch of fucking fake shit? Do you really think that the IDF is indiscriminately bombing?
Yeah.
Come on, get
No,
the
listen,
fuck
Ethan's
outta
position on
here.
this on this situation is retarded. Okay.
Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
No, he has a terribly stupid position on all this stuff. 100%.
Yeah, they're not indiscriminately bombing.
Right.
Don't throw
But-
your fucking side under the bus for this fucking piece of shit.
But
Why
I
are
just-
you out there delivering fake news to people? Now,
Right.
look, now I'm like, fuck Ethan.
Well, and that's what makes this even more like pathetic because he's like,
Yeah.
he's doing all the things, you know, he's
Yeah.
doing all the things, and Hassan's still crapping
Yeah.
all over him. It's just
Good.
never enough.
Good.
Good.
Good. Look, I just switched my vote. I did. Look,
Okay.
I'm in favor of Ethan getting in. Look, just get in Hassan's basement already. Put the fucking shackles
okay.
on.
Okay, interesting.
Look,
I like it.
how insane is that? How insane is that to take the position that in all honesty, Sitch,
Yeah.
do you think Israel is bombing indiscriminately? Like they're just like, oh, look, an apartment complex. Let's hit it.
Kablam!
Do you really
Boom.
think that's happening? Look, I think they're trying to take the weapons caches out, and there's likely civilian casualties going on. Yes, that's definitely happening. But they're just willy-nilly bombing civilians for fun. I've heard people say this, that they're like, they just want to get rid of the entire civilian population, so they're bombing everyone. I don't buy that.
Listen,
Do you buy that?
I don't know if you know this, Adam, but like, Ethan's wife was in the military, and she just was told by the military to just gun down innocent civilians just for fun.
Look,
And,
Sitch is joking, obviously. Some of you might not realize that.
That's he has the inside scoop. He's got the inside track on this information. Okay.
This is insane. This is insane. I can't believe you would take that position.
It's pretty silly, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's basically, he's taking Hassan's position on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's basically, look, I'm going to come on the show and parrot your lies. And what do I get for it? You compare me to Ben Shapiro.
Well, that's what's crazy. So
Look,
it's like,
you know what I've never heard Ben Shapiro say? That the IDF is bombing Gaza indiscriminately.
right.
I've never once heard Ben Shapiro say that.
Like, so, in the beginning of this conversation the part we didn't play, it's like an hour of them kind of going in circles again and again and again about like with the feasibility of the one-state solution. And we learned that Hassan is so like inept that he thinks that America could just like force Israel to accept the one-state solution. Number one. And he actually is able to get Hassan to bully Hassan. I mean, Hassan is able to bully Ethan into essentially accepting that could be a valid position. He agrees with him on like all these other talking points, but then they have this one disagreement about like from the river to the sea.
And now you're Ben Shapiro.
And now you're Ben Shapiro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing content though, Sitch. I got to tell you, like, this is just insane.
That's why when Ethan said like, I'm so conciliatory to you and you give me nothing in return, like that's 1000%.
Look, you're giving
that's this entire conversation. Yeah.
You're giving him everything, which isn't even the truth. I don't care if you concede as long as you're telling the truth, man. This is all just bullshit.
Yeah. Complete
Hamas propaganda that you're parroting to a guy who's literally stuffing his face and laughing at you at the same time.
Like, calling you racist.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, this is, we often talk about in movies how it's painful to see someone who's a completely weak protagonist.
Yep.
Well, that's where we are here.
Yeah. This is like the first 75% of the Joker movie.
Yeah.
We're seeing Joaquin Phoenix get beat up by life.
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting tiresome. It's getting tiresome.
Well, fortunately, the conversation's basically over, so we're almost at the end. You don't have to
Okay.
sit through too much more.
What more I can do to try to empathize as someone who's an Israeli? I don't know. And so those are my positions. If I try to explain a perspective of a Jewish or Israeli person, I'm not endorsing it. I'm not defending it. I'm only saying it because I think it's important for people to understand the perspectives of those on the other side of them, so that you can connect with them better. That's it. That's my goal. And
what could
Look, he's trying to do what we try to do, but he signed up with a guy who runs an echo chamber.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. He's coming to the realization that Hassan could care less about understanding other perspectives. Look, there's one perspective, Ethan. It's mine. You either bow to it or get the fuck out.
the pro-Palestinian side do better? I think that's a good question to ask you. Like, as far as its own advocacy, I don't mean this like cynically.
I'll answer it. I don't. Again, I hate to speak so broadly about the whole movement, but in general, I've seen, and what I'm seeing now is just like a really vitriol, like there's zero empathy or tolerance or desire to hear the perspective that I'm doing, and so much so there's not only a lack of empathy, there's a downright an outright hatred for it. I mean, I feel like a lot of people can't differentiate between like real Zionist propagandist psychotic fucking freaks and then someone like me who's a secular modern fucking unreligious and concerned Jewish person, Israeli, that's concerned about what's happening to the Palestinian people. And so I think that people, again, I can't speak to the whole movement at broad, but I can talk about what I'm seeing in your community with your mods and such, is that there's such a quick, it's so quick to condemnation. It's so quick to interpret the worst faith possible. There's no charitability. And I understand because tensions are high. People are rightfully upset about what's happening. I mean, that's to put it mildly, right? As you said, I mean, 10,000 people died, 6,000 of them are kids, or maybe even more, 8,000, I don't know. But there has to be, if there's not even tolerance for someone with my perspective, then I genuinely don't think that there's ever going to be a chance of anyone reconciling this in a meaningful way. I just think it's counterproductive to look at me like the fucking villain and to call me a Zionist and to interpret what I'm saying as someone who's no different than, your run-of-the-mill militant fucking fundamentalist settler or fanatic in Israel.
I agree. I think that I think that people are too quick to jump to conclusions, especially because of the prevalence of certain talking points that they hear, that they immediately go, oh, it seems like he's defending Israel, in the same way that people look at me and say, oh, you don't care, you love Hamas, like you must love Hamas. It's very obvious that you love Hamas, over and over again, despite the endless condemnations that I deliver.
I feel that,
and talk about the brutality of it. It's just people are very black.
It's funny. So like, after he dares to be like, listen, you are doing all, I can't stop my chat from calling you racist because, you were saying racist things, or you were saying things that people could perceive to be racist, even though I don't think you're racist, blah, 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 blah. Now he's saying, like, I condemn Hamas and people keep saying I like Hamas. It's like, okay, son, you literally compared Hamas. You literally compared Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? We watched it. You chose like, and it was like the first stream. So this was like very, very close to right after October 7th. I don't know if it was the next day or next couple of days, but I believe this was your first stream talking about this subject at all. You made a decision to compare Hamas and their action on October 7th to fucking Nelson Mandela and you know, the black movement groups that were fighting to end apartheid in South Africa. You made that choice. So you don't get to sit here and say, why do people think I support Hamas? I'm so innocent.
Right. Yeah. You'd think he doesn't support Nelson Mandela?
I don't know.
I think
I
he
don't
does.
know.
I think it's pretty obvious he supports Nelson Mandela.
I mean, it's like insane. It's like it's the stream after, I believe it's like the first stream he does on October 7th. And he compares Hamas to Nelson Mandela and talks about why you need to have violent resistance in order to get peace. This is like the first fucking stream he does after October 7th. And then he's like, well, I don't understand why people say, I mean, I said I said I condemn Hamas. I don't understand. Why would people think anything else? It's like, all right, buddy.
Yeah, this one we started calling him Hamas Piker.
Yeah.
I remember that stream.
Yes, that video is insane.
Black and white on the internet, and they want to put you in a neatly defined box that says you believe this, and I think that you believe this, and you're sneakily and cynically and you know, talking against this other position. I will not listen to what you have to say. I simply am going to perceive you a certain way and go along with it. I obviously disagree with that. That's why I try to break through that on a regular basis. I try to instill charitability in my audience as well when talking to people.
Oh, sure.
And
in general, like I agree with what you're saying about yourself. I know that all that about you. But I do think, like, on the whole, that your community is extremely hostile towards me, or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what's the percentage. I mean, how could I tell?
There's plenty of.
But I feel like they're overly.
There are plenty of fans of yours in this community.
Oh, I know how. You could do a poll. There's like the poll feature. You could just do a little poll on YouTube and just bring it up. How many of you hate Ethan? How many of you love Ethan? Wouldn't that be simple? Just poll Hasan's audience. What do you think that poll would look like? My guess is it wouldn't be pretty. I think it'd be savage.
So let me ask the chat, because I don't use Twitch that much. Is there a way, and this is like really stupid if this isn't the case.
Because I pulled up. Come on, you can do a poll on Twitch.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I pulled up Hasan's Twitch because I wanted to see the date of the stream that we covered. Because I'm pretty sure it was like the first stream he did after October 7th, but I wanted to like get the exact date to make sure. Twitch doesn't show you the exact date of the streams. It just says like last month.
Really?
Or like 2 months ago. Is there a way to like tell what the date the stream was? I mean, is Twitch so horribly designed? Like, what is the point of not telling you the date of the stream? That's so bizarre.
It's got to be on there somewhere.
That's why I'm asking the chat, because I'm like, this is baffling to me. Why would you have this feature? You can't see what the date of the stream was.
They do that on YouTube too, and if you click on it, it shows what the date is. It's in the description.
When you actually click on the video, and if you click the little thing that like extends the description, it tells you what that's what I'm asking. Does that
they
do
don't
that
have that on Twitch? I'm sure they do.
I don't see it.
All right.
Everyone says that they don't use Twitch.
Look, we got over 2,000 viewers today. So look,
nice.
I am always questioning whether or not we should be on Twitch at the same time, but I mean, we're obviously a YouTube platform, but.
Maynard says, Sitch, just hit Control-Shift-I to open the dev tools and reverse engineer it from the HTML. Easy peasy.
That might work for you.
Mouse over and wait.
Yeah, mouse
I'm
over.
mousing over it. It's not doing anything. Okay, I'll try listen. Maybe it doesn't work in Chrome. I'll try. We'll look in Firefox. It's not working in Chrome. So,
You know,
but
the
anyway,
one thing that makes me think we should do simulcast on Twitch at the same time.
are you allowed to do that? I thought you weren't allowed to do that.
Oh, I really? I didn't know that. Oh,
I don't know the
okay.
answer. Yeah.
The one thing that makes me think we should be on Twitch is that Doomer said we shouldn't. So that makes me think we probably should.
I mean, you could be on something.
The last thing I want to do is be on Twitch. Let's be honest here.
Right.
I think that
Yeah. No, I don't know what's the percentage, but like, it's very, I don't know. I feel like very unwelcomed. And maybe it's going back to the fucking Discord that I know you don't log in there, but like, it's just.
No, not only do I don't
Oh.
regularly go in there.
Okay. So this is weird. So if you click on the video and you mouse over like the thing at the bottom, it doesn't work. But if you open it in the menu page and you mouse over the video, it does tell you the date. Why? That's the worst design system ever. Why would you ever design that system that way? That's so weird. That's so weird, Adam.
The better question is, why would you talk about that poorly designed system on our live stream?
Because I want to know this information.
Oh, okay.
I want to find out, when Hasan said what he said. So, but someone asked you where you got your shirt.
My shirt?
Yeah.
Threadless.
There you go.
Why, it's badass, isn't it? You like this shirt?
They like it. Yeah. I don't like it. I hate it.
It's a dragon panther.
Okay. So I just found it, guys. The stream that we watched where HASAN PIKER. Well, first of all, this is very funny.
October 8th.
Yeah. The stream that we watched with HASAN PIKER, where he compares them to Nelson Mandela and talks about why peaceful resistance doesn't work, was October 8th. It was the day after the attack. Yes.
Guessed
it was literally the day after the attack. And you want to know what's even funnier or more fucked up? The day before the attack, October 6th, he was watching a Second Thought stream video with those psychopaths that were cheering it on. He was watching a stream of them, not that stream, because it was the day before, but he was watching and promoting one of their streams the day before the attack. So there you go.
Horrendous.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now we can go. Thank you. Thank you, Zero Fox and Dr. Diller and whoever else for explaining this.
I'm actually glad we got to the bottom of it now that we know that it is
the day after. Yeah.
Right.
There, I've literally moderated it, but also on top of that, I've told the mods to I've told the mods to deal with it. The thing is, now that you've said I don't know. I just everyone is going forward from this point on. There are going to be people that regularly will take clips that you've had on this broadcast and use it against you and say that you have a certain position and continue fucking bullying you, which I disavow and I disagree with, and I think it's fucking bullshit, and I've said it time and time again, you know this. And then also on the other side, people are going to be eating good and being like, see, Hasan and his community fucking despise Ethan. Like when you said that about Discord, my Discord and my community, everybody went along with it. The worst pieces of shit that you and I both fucking despise, like all those fucking little weirdos on Twitter, like the likes of Ian Miles Wrong and shit, quartering, like they all fucking went along with it. And we're like, Hasan's community are fucking anti-Semitic and they all fucking hate Ethan and they're all woke and they hate Ethan. And I hate that shit. I despise it. Like whenever you and I have a back and forth like this, they eat so good and I despise it. Like they're probably going to use this as well. Constantly fucking driving a rift and constantly moving away from having a charitable conversation, having an important and productive back and forth.
I do feel, and people say, oh, you're wrong. Well, that's why. I do feel like if I was to take a snippet from our Discord, it would be so positive and so nice and so supportive of you, even when they disagree, Whereas if I look at your community's responses, some of the stuff I'm saying, they're super fucking, and maybe they're justified because of what's happening in Gaza right now, but it's just so negative and so hateful and so nasty and so uncharitable and so mean-spirited that that it just makes me feel unwelcome, and it makes me feel.
Ethan, aren't you listening though? Look, all that's true.
Yeah.
But aren't you worried about the quarter responding to it?
Oh, he actually literally says this.
Like,
did you watch the end
sometimes that this what weird.
I did not. No, I haven't seen any of this.
They literally complain about quartering and Ian Miles Chung possibly reacting to this video.
He just said that a second ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying that's not a good counter argument to everyone is being a piece of shit to me.
Right.
Like you can't say, look, he has a legitimate grievance here. He's saying, Hasan, your entire audience is being giant pieces of shit to me. And Hasan is saying, well, don't mention it because the quartering is going to make a video about it.
Right.
It's like, well, how am I supposed to get them to stop being huge pieces of shit to me then? Like, because the quartering is out there making response videos, I can't air my grievance with you?
Yeah. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to talk about it. Look, in the quartering, you can make as many videos as you want, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing here is kind of pointless. But I admire everything that you do, and I support everything that you do. And
it's also
I
think it's also because it's a political community, which is fucking cancerous and awful in general, especially like this morning. I talked about walking my dog. I was 10 minutes into the broadcast, and the first thing I saw in the fucking chat was, oh, so no more BDS against Starbucks, I guess? Because I said I got a puppuccino for my dog. I never said I went to Starbucks. I never said anything. For the past fucking for the past 4 weeks, almost 5 weeks now, I have continuously talked about what is going on in Gaza. And yet there were still people who are mentally ill and fucking bad faith who were like, oh, I guess you went to Starbucks and purchased all the Starbucks you possibly could, and that must mean you hate the BDS movement. That must mean you hate Palestinians in general. So this shit happens to me all the fucking time, too. It's part and parcel of, like, being, unfortunately, in the political realm, especially when it's, like, an environment that is ultimately very emotional, that people, people do the two awful worst things you could do. We're marrying parasocial attitudes that are already unhealthy with political perspectives that people get like incredibly polarized on and incredibly.
This is so cope. He's like, Hasan is like, listen, I go into your Discord and I look at your chat. Your entire chat hates me. Your entire Discord hates me. They all call me racist. They all call me all these names. And Hasan's like, listen, someone accused me of going to Starbucks today, Ethan. I know how you feel.
Yeah, one person in my chat hated me. I mean, they all hate you, but one person hated me, so I know exactly how you feel.
I got a puppuccino.
But
first of all, you should never say that word in your entire life. That's a terrible word.
You just said it.
I know. I had to say it.
To castigate it.
Puppuccino. Oh my God.
But Ethan is saying, look, you go in my Discord and everyone loves you, Hasan. Everyone thinks you're the best.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, this is all nonsense.
Impassionate about. So, obviously, no matter what happens, like if you look at this kind of stuff and it let the kind of stuff sway your opinion, it's going to destroy you mentally. It's just something that
listen,
I've been I have to deal with
the internet
always.
So fucking long, dude. I'm impervious for the most part. I would thought into this shit, but this stuff that's happening here really,
I know what it is.
That's what's most painful about it. Look, I can handle people that don't like us talking shit, haters talking shit. Everyone's used to that.
Yeah.
It's when your friends come along and backstab you that you're like, shit.
Whoa, what's going on here? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You're like, wait. I do a show with Hasan. I thought we had mutual fans.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Well, it's like a double thing because it's not just like, oh, people that are supposed to be our fans are attacking me. It's like you don't see, you're kind of like setting them up to attack me.
Right. Yeah. Playing into it. Putting Ben Shapiro on the screen right next to me
Right.
for 2 hours. Saying, look, they have the same haircut. Oh my.
Exactly.
It's getting yelled at by those you perceive as your allies. Happens to me all the fucking time too. You recall this happened during the you bought a house saga when you and I had this conversation. Okay.
Can you hear me?
What? I can hear you. What's going on?
A text from you said, "Can you hear me?" That's weird. I guess
No, that's old. Also, don't show your phone on your camera.
Yeah.
Anyway, no. Remember,
Listen, I
remember when we
I
had
do
this
have to
conversation
go.
when I bought a house. Last thing I want to say. Remember
Yeah.
remember when I bought a house and everybody fucking lost their minds, or when I bought a car and everybody lost their fucking minds? The people that were yelling at me in that situation were not right wingers. I mean, sure, there were right wingers that were yelling at me and taking advantage of the situation too. It was mostly fucking people with hammer and sickles in their fucking bios on Twitter. That didn't change my perspective, and it didn't change my opinion on the world, and it didn't change my analysis one bit. Because ultimately, you have to remember, like, a lot of that comes from a place of anger, resentment, frustration in their own personal lives. You just have to keep learning and keep going on this journey, be as charitable as you possibly can to others, and lead by empathy. There are
Lead by
going to be
empathy.
people who you perceive as allies who will yell at you, and it's going to hurt your fucking soul. And it has happened to me more than anyone on this planet, okay? It's coming from a place of powerlessness. It's also coming from a place of like access, where they think they have access to you, where they know you will hear what they have to say and you will respond to it, and they'll make them feel good.
What
that,
about
like,
when all those people saying that are your mods? I mean, that seems more personal.
it's the exact same principle behind that as well. It's the exact same principle of like people perceiving what you're saying without knowing your background, without knowing what you believe. Like my mods aren't like these are not people I'm seeing personally every single day, Ethan. They are fans all the same. They don't know you. They don't know the conversations.
Listen, I do have to go. What I was saying is this. I have always admired what you do, and I have always supported what you do, and I will continue to do that.
Pathetic.
And I think that you can. That's it. I don't know. And you can say from the river to the sea. You can say free Palestine.
No, okay.
Do all that shit. It's not. I don't think that it's inherently anti-Semitic to say those things. To be clear, I don't think that fucking Jewish people that are anti-Zionist are fucking Nazi sympathizers. Okay.
I don't think you. I
don't
think
think that.
I don't think you believe that. I know. I'm saying.
I don't think that Confederate that Jews who are anti-Zionist are Confederate supporters. I am anti. I'm not a Zionist, so I'm not sure where that comes from. Oh, I know people are saying it, but in short, I support you. I've always respected what you do, and I will continue to do that. And that's it. Is Ethan drunk? No, I'm just sick and tired.
Okay, well, before we go, please don't read shit online. People are going to be fucking ruthless knowing full well that you read it and it pisses you off and it hurts your feelings. That's why people are doing it for the most part. Anyone who thinks that like taking you down a notch or a peg is going to like somehow be productive or somehow win anything and call you a Zionist and yell at you is wrong. They're wrong. They're in the wrong. They're not thinking about this. They're just simply selfishly trying to yell at you, just like people selfishly try to yell at me all the fucking time because it's a mechanism of like releasing stress, especially in an incredibly stressful environment. We as we in the online arena as e-celebrities, shitty e-celebrities, are always going to be punching bags. Okay, so don't read any of that shit. Don't. Not good. Yeah. It's not reflective of anything other than people's own personal perspectives. I say this as not only your friend, but also as someone who's looking at it even from the outside. Okay.
Listen, I want to say to everyone watching in chat that I appreciate you guys' perspective. I love you guys, and thanks for watching, and I hope that, you know, anything I said doesn't come off.
Okay.
Fuck.
All right. All right. Bye, Ethan.
I'm sorry, what? What's going
Oh,
on?
shit. Okay.
So there you go. That was the
It was just like the most unceremonious. Like he literally just threw him away.
Yep.
Like just dragged him to the wastebasket and was like, goodbye.
yeah. Not great. Not great.
Well, let's watch that one more time here. Give you the full wide shot so you can see what's going on. So look, he's had a picture of Ben Shapiro up since they had the entire Ben Shapiro argument.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I might have backed it up too far. I feel like keys aren't working for back and forth. Here we go.
Good
What
that,
about
like,
when all those people?
your background or fans?
I've always said it's inherent.
I know.
I am.
Actually, blank face or friend
Okay,
And I
here we go.
appreciate you guys' perspective.
who's looking at it even from the
Here it is. Were you watching or are you looking for stuff online? You back?
I'm watching.
Okay.
I'm
Here we
watching.
go. Look at this.
outside. Okay.
Look, we can talk about this too. I'm not sure this is good advice, but we'll see.
Listen, I want to say to everyone watching in chat that I appreciate you guys' perspective. I love you guys, and thanks for watching. And I hope that, you know, anything I said doesn't come off.
Okay. All right. All right. Bye, Ethan.
What the fuck was that?
He's like halfway through his goodbye.
The
And it
fuck
just, like,
was that?
He like just drags him to the garbage can. Okay, bye.
He doesn't like. But see, this is like this. Ethan is the battered housewife. Okay,
Is that
he's-
not crazy? Was that
he's
not
a-
crazy?
like because again, so remember the theme of this conversation is
Mm-hmm.
Ethan doing nothing but being conciliatory and Hasan shitting all over him. Okay, so even at the very end of the conversation, for no reason, against what he should be doing, he's like, "Oh, I love you, Chad," and I do, blah 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 blah. He's trying to like build the peace bridge, and then Hasan doesn't give an equally like if I would feel compelled to give some equally emotional statement, right? If someone said that to me or to the chat or something, and Hasan's just like, "Oh yeah, bye," throws him in the trash.
Look, he wasn't even done saying goodbye.
It's so amazing.
He was like halfway through his wave.
If you're just listening, the visual was that he has like Ethan's like the screen that has Ethan on screen, and he just like clicked and like dragged it and like threw it off the screen really fast. So it looked like he just threw him away. It's like it's incredible. I can't believe it. It's amazing. It's just, this conversation's amazing. It's just so crystal. Like once you understand the kind of abuser dynamic and the like conciliatory versus user dynamic, every part of this conversation becomes crystal clear.
Yeah, in like a horrific type of way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Does he say anything after this? Does he talk about the look? I'm not sure. This is the thing. He's saying, look, just don't listen to the online stuff. Just ignore it. Is that good advice? I know it's advice that Hasan would not give himself because we have those clips of him talking about XQC and saying, well, and talking about Vosh. I'm assuming he's saying that because he wants those clips to get back to Vosh and XQC and for them to crack heads on their channels and tone down the Hasan hate, right?
Right.
That's what Ethan is doing here. Ethan is like, let's tone down the Ethan hate. Work with me here. And Hasan the whole time is like, nah. Can't do that. I mean, I can, but you got to get on your hands and knees and beg. And you got to renounce everything. And you've got to scream from the river to the sea. And call yourself a Zionist genocider. Look, all the things that obviously Ethan can't do.
Right.
So is it good advice to
No, of
just let Hassan's community completely destroy your reputation?
course not.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't
Of
seem
course
like a
not.
good idea.
Yeah.
But
No.
Hassan is like, just bury your head in the sand.
Yeah.
Look, your reputation will be dirt in 2 weeks. In
Mhm.
2 weeks, all this will be over. You'll be unemployed. It'll be great.
Mhm. Mhm.
You'll be homeless, unhoused rather.
So here's an interesting Asifarsi for $20 says, if you have the time and patience, look into the Jewish Voice for Peace, which isn't quite Jewish, nor is it a voice for peace as much as it is a voice against Israel, which Hassan Hamas view as peace. So this is that organization that Hassan kept throwing into Ethan's face. And so I did do some, digging into them. I talked about how like Noam Chomsky and Judith Butler like helped create this thing. So
Not a
should tell
good
you.
look. Yeah.
Right. But so there were some other things. It's funny. So the ADL obviously biased, but they had some funny things to say about Jewish Voice for Peace, which I checked yesterday, and I could confirm that were kind of silly. So after October 7th, the Jewish Voice for Peace people put out a statement blaming Israel entirely for what happened.
Yeah. What's new?
They said that they were the root cause of all the violence. Okay.
Right.
This is the supposedly Jewish Voice for Peace immediately after October 7th. Says that Israel is the root cause for all this violence, which is pretty like, holy shit. And then they also point out that there's a prominent activist named Ariel Corin, who she wrote an op-ed for The Guardian, kind of about the situation weeks later. And it's very interesting. She has a very interesting Twitter thread about it, where she's like, we're demanding the U.S. stop military aid to Israel, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of it, she says, there's a part of the op-ed that we, the writers, she wrote it with someone else, don't agree with. However, The Guardian forced us to put this in the op-ed, okay? And that two things was that they forced them to put the words brutal attack by Hamas in the op-ed.
Okay.
So they disagree with calling it a brutal attack. And she's complaining, this person who apparently works for Jewish Voice for Peace is complaining that the newspaper made them describe October 7th as a brutal attack.
Because they say it wasn't a brutal attack?
I don't know.
Think that it was justified?
Well, right after that, she says, we, the writers, uphold Palestinians' right to resist, but we weren't allowed to publish the op-ed saying that. So here's a lesson, Guardian, you fucking cucks. Don't give someone an op-ed who won't even refer to the October 7th thing as a brutal attack. And if you say that you want to put a brutal attack and they object to that, maybe you shouldn't print their fucking op-ed. Did you ever think about that, Guardian? Because that's kind of psychotic.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
Yes.
let me read some super chats.
Let's listen to a little, see what he says. I want to catch the aftermath.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. That was, I guess, an impromptu leftovers that we did.
That was the leftovers of the leftovers. Not good. So you gonna say something? What's going on, Hassan? Oh, he's turning the chat back on.
Hold on.
He's getting rid of the emojis. Let's see what some of this chat says. I can't read it. It's too small on my screen. We'll let Sitch blow it up when he gets back.
cause. As someone who previously had a neutral.
Okay, he's going to read some chats here.
The problem in the situation is that no, Ethan is not a fucking lost cause. As someone who previously had a neutral, good perspective on Ethan, I just think you should not try to convince him anymore. I'm not saying he's a lost cause, but he has his mind made up. Very disappointing to see him all that. No, I that's not true. Okay, if that was the case, then when we have conversations, he wouldn't change his position at all. Okay, I think that there are different forces at play here. Like you're just, I don't know. I don't think I'm the right person to be able to talk to him about. What did he change? I mean, even in the conversation, he was like much more understanding of a potential. I love you. I'm a Jew, and you never made me feel like I don't belong in this community. Also, I love Ethan. He just needs to read more. Yeah, I just I get where Ethan is coming from. Because I'm also a fucking content creator online. It's impossible to fucking remove yourself out of a conversation.
I'm back.
It's impossible to remove yourself and your own personal perception when everyone is seemingly yelling at you, especially when your overarching perspective is supposed to be in line with most of the people yelling at you and calling you fucking hurtful things. Okay? But anyone who is not interested in learning in good faith or leading by empathy would completely shut this off. They would completely fucking shut this conversation off. And there were points where Ethan was also like kind of shutting it off as well. But ultimately, he's the type of person who does the one thing that I think is the most important thing, and that is by thinking about this sort of thing critically and through an empathetic perspective, through an empathetic lens. I think too much of the community believes that trying to share the Jewish.
So I'm glad it only took 3.5 hours and for Ethan to leave for him to say anything positive.
I know. He immediately started going into, I guess maybe he just can't do it in front of Ethan.
I don't know. It's very weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Maybe he's worried he's going to appear homosexual.
Ooh, that could
He's
be
like,
it, yeah.
I can't be nice to you. Everyone will think I'm gay. I gotta wait till you leave.
Mm-hmm.
Experience living in Israel is you yourself being Zionist, when it's just explaining the fact that you can't bridge the gap with Israel without contending with Zionists. I think a lot of people don't consider that because they.
It's so weird. You'd think Hasan, a professional streamer, would know that you should read them as if you're reading them to an audience, not you're mumbling them under your breath to yourself. You're streaming to tens of thousands of people.
Right.
Come on, man.
They see the broader perspective in Israel, and they think that. What is this? I wrote this tweet, the last leftovers. I really wish people would take a step back and think, put things into perspective for needlessly demonizing people. Not everyone has the informed perspective. You can't fight reactionary thinking by being reactionary back. A lot of you are acting like children. People are not perfect. And I'm very certain most of you had bad, if not terrible, reactionary takes in the past. What changed your mind? Was it someone dunking on you on Twitter, or was it someone explaining things to you calmly without personal attacks? In the words of late Michael Brooks, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. You are no benefit to the left if you can't give those who are uninformed the dignity of being able to change. Actually, I'm not done. One thing you might have forgotten, no one is immune to propaganda. Do not act like you're above it. Treat people who have fallen for right-wing propaganda, but show a capacity to change with empathy. I think a lot of people immediately... Can't y'all separate a criticism about a specific issue from criticizing your entire being? Yeah, I don't think you guys understand. Okay? I don't think you get it, because you rarely ever are in the spotlight in a similar fashion in a
I know what happened. I get
What
it
happened?
now. Okay, so Ethan's on.
Yeah.
And Hasan is forced to prove Ethan wrong. Now that Ethan is gone and the chat is bitching about Ethan, he's forced to prove the chat is wrong.
Are you saying that he just has to prove people wrong, whoever's interacting with?
The common denominator here is just the simple algorithm is prove anyone in front of me wrong.
I don't think that's what's happening.
What are you talking about?
I don't think that's what's
He
happening.
didn't argue this forcefully with the chat when Ethan was there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he's not even really arguing with chat. He's just trying to be like, you guys have to be empathetic, which is fine, but I don't know why he didn't do this when he was talking to Ethan,
Yeah, it might have been better
you
with
know?
Ethan there.
Yeah, kind of would have signaled something better, you know?
Yeah.
And then instead of this, you know,
I guess he can't agree with Ethan though, because Ethan is Zionist scum.
I
That's the
guess.
problem.
I guess.
Yeah.
Negative fashion. I get it because I am ultimately all the time. I'm in the spotlight in a negative way regularly. Sucks.
Yes, Sitch. Why don't you leave this
George.
innocent guy alone?
Yeah.
Why do you got to keep making videos about him, Sitch? Why are you
Wait,
targeting Hasan?
me?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I did choose this.
This was your idea.
That's true.
I mean, I completely co-signed on it and sent you the video originally when it was live. So
Listen, I'll take the blame on this one, fellas.
Okay.
100%. Okay.
All right. Are we
Ready?
reading
Ready to
super
read some
chats?
supers?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Where were we?
Yeah, we got a bunch of super chats to read here. Let's cut through these.
Soul Odyssey for 30 Canadian. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I didn't skip any. Okay. Soul Odyssey for 30 Canadian says, thank you for your sane commentary. I'm curious to hear your thought on Scott Horton's wild takes if you ever have the time. Have you noticed that a ton of libertarians are being useless idiots for the Free Palestine movement? Who's Scott? That name sounds familiar. Who's Scott Horton?
Scott Horton is a libertarian guy that I first came in contact with when we had Dave Smith on, because I was following Dave Smith, and we had that first conversation that kind of ended up being a total shit show. You guys can go check it out if you want. It's a Dave Smith Talk 1. Jimmy Dore comes on and Kurt Metzger is on, and it's just insane.
Oh, yeah, I remember listening to that, yeah.
So, but in that conversation, Dave Smith agrees to come back and have a second conversation, right?
Yes.
So I'm trying to make that happen, and Dave Smith is trying to get out of it. And I'm like, listen, dude, you've kind of already agreed publicly that you'd come back on for another conversation that was a shit show. And he was tweeting about Scott Horton. So I was kind of making fun of Scott Horton on Twitter, kind of like inciting a bit. And
this is when Jimmy Dore ran away, or is this after?
Yeah, after Jimmy Dore ran away.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
so David Smith did come on for a second time.
He did come on for a second time, but not without a lot of cajoling on Twitter.
Okay, right.
Yeah. But it all began with me retweeting Scott Horton. Scott Horton was saying something about Ukraine, because our whole conversation with him was about Ukraine.
Right.
And I was like, Scott Horton, if, when America goes into Iraq, it's all about the money and the oil. But when Putin goes into Ukraine, it's all about national security, right? Because that's basically what everyone was taught with Ukraine or with Iraq. Somehow Scott Horton can see through this. And Dave Smith got really upset about this. And that's what kind of initiated our back and forth.
Right.
But he was big time protecting Scott Horton. And I was like trying to get Scott Horton on the show. So I'd love to talk to Scott Horton, but he seems kind of like a dipshit to me. So I don't know if he'd come on the show.
Yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, I haven't following Scott Horton, but regarding your question about libertarians overall, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't really been super following what a lot of libertarians have been saying about this. I would guess offhand for libertarians that are very anti-Israel, I would guess it probably motivated by not, a lot of libertarians just don't want to support or be involved with any foreign country whatsoever. And so that could be maybe the issue going on there. They just don't want to support anybody. So
I mean,
Maybe.
I listened to a debate with Scott Horton and Kathy Young,
Hmm.
and I really
About
thought
Israel or something else?
about Ukraine,
Oh, okay.
and I really thought Kathy Young destroyed Scott Horton. I
Hmm.
think I talked to you about this, but you had some problems with Kathy Young's position. I don't
I
know
don't.
about her other
I don't
positions.
remember. I don't remember talking about this or seeing this debate, so or even talking about it. But I'll
Yeah,
take
but
your word for it.
this was the debate where, like, in the debate, he's completely talking about Iraq and us doing it all about he basically said Iraq was all about the Benjamins, and I was
Mhm.
like, I mean, isn't Ukraine all about the Benjamins? I really feel like Putin is invading Ukraine because he wants the natural resources.
Right.
So
No.
it's
Security.
that
When
disconnect. Yeah, I know,
they
weapons of
do it,
mass destruction. I heard Putin say,
right?
look,
When they do it,
I heard Putin. He said there's a bunch of Nazis in there. Look, they have
yeah.
weapons of mass. We're saving the Russian people from the Ukrainian Nazis.
Right.
We're doing a good thing. And Scott Horton is like, oh, yeah, we're doing a good thing. Why does he believe it when Putin says it, but he doesn't believe it when... Well, look, you shouldn't believe it when either of them say it. That's my point.
Right. No, I agree.
But I do, in that debate, optically, Kathy Young looked very good, very professional, very academic. And Scott Horton kind of looked like he was living out of his car. So I remember saying this on Twitter, and I think that comment particularly got Dave Smith upset. Yeah.
Can't imagine why. Can't imagine why. Yeah.
Look, we're on good terms with Dave Smith, as far as I know. Like, he's been on the show a couple times. He was nice enough to come back again. And I thought the second conversation was great. I keep wanting to clip it out, but I haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But Scott
Get
Horton
out.
has never been on the show, and he should come on the show. I think we have a lot bigger platform than Scott Horton. What's he got to lose?
There you go. Get out there, yo, for 31 Aussies. Says S-Class and A-Team united forever. Hope to never see this alliance end in flames like leftovers. What are your views on the out-of-control riots and anti-Semitism that's been going on the streets? I feel bad for Australian Jews.
Yeah, I feel terrible, honestly.
Yeah.
And there was local news reports in Los Angeles that there was I guess they were showing this film going around. It's like a 40-minute film that has compilations from all the nasty stuff that happened on October 7th. And they're showing it to celebrities and producers and stuff like that. And there's pro-Palestinian groups outside, and they're getting in fistfights with the people going to the movie.
That's pretty crazy.
That ain't good.
Does Australia have like a really big Muslim population, or like who are the people in a lot of these like Australian protests? Or are they just all like lefties? Like what's going on there?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know what the demographics of Australia are, but it's kind of interesting.
They have a bunch of immigrants, a bunch of Muslim immigrants.
Sure, yeah, I don't know.
This is why we need to do a stream on that Nietzsche and the Nazis book, because I do feel like where the ideologies are similar between this Islamic ideology is they are really about power. They're not about turning the other cheek. They're about, we have power and we exercise it in an authoritarian way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that's true?
Say that again.
The Islamic ideology,
yeah,
is very much a power-based ideology, where the Christian ideology is very much everyone is welcome. We're sharing the good news. It's not by force. It's turn the other cheek. It's love the sinner, hate the sin.
Well, okay.
And the Islamic ideology is very much convert or die.
Right. So
subjugate.
Right. I would be a little cautious.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about Islam.
Right.
Because obviously, like what the holy books say, and then there's always what people do with it.
The
'Cause, like, if
expression
you
of it. I agree.
right, so like if you just read like the New Testament, it's very much like very seeming to be very tolerant, very mercy based, right?
Right,
But
but
then
there's the Old
obviously we
Testament.
know,
Yeah.
right, kind of like what you're describing it. But then obviously we know that through lots of periods of human history,
Yeah,
like,
there were the Crusades and shit.
yeah,
Obviously.
very
Look,
brutal, Christian convert or die, oppressing mentality.
yeah, but
So,
if Islam is still in their crusade period,
right,
maybe
but
they
so,
don't have the ability to go to the turn the other cheek portion.
right. So, but my point is, since I don't know enough about Islam to say, is like the radical, aggressive, Islamic fundamentalist types, is that based off of their holy book, or is that just, like when Christianity was running crazy? Like, I don't know enough about it to make a comment about that.
I think these books are broad enough that you can interpret pretty much whatever you want, however you want. It's the population that needs to go through the transformation. Like I said, Christianity was in its crusade period.
Sure.
Convert or die. We're here to spread the good word by force.
Right.
But I don't know that this is the thing. It really is a split between people who have that intuition. And this is why I brought up the Nietzsche and the Nazis book, because in that book, he differentiates between master morality and slave morality. And slave morality is very much more empathetic, more accommodating, more Ethan. And master morality is very much, you're going to do what I say and you're going to like it. Very Hasan.
Right.
And I don't know if that's a fundamental aspect of, I feel like it is a fundamental aspect in a lot of these places that are poor, authoritarian run dictatorships, obviously.
Sure.
Because that's the kind of thing that develops in that harsh social environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
You can't afford to turn the other cheek. You'll be preyed upon.
It's interesting. I wonder, I don't know enough about Jewish history to wonder, like, why did so many Jews become like secular / moderate? Because obviously, like, there's a lot of stuff that's really screwed up in Judaism too. Very strict. Like, it doesn't have the convert or die attitude because it's kind of anti-converting people for the most part.
Well, I think the moderation comes with prosperity. Then as soon as prosperity comes into play, you have something to lose.
Right, something to protect. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it could be that.
This is why
that.
Israel is more conservative, because they've captured some prosperity, and this is why
Right.
Gaza has nothing to lose. They're building a bunch of tunnels and they're going to go on some suicide mission.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
So, but this is the thing. There's obviously a lot of resentment that is in the population, because you've got a very poor population living next to a population that's very wealthy. That's just going to breed resentment. It's going to make it so easy to catalyze that population into hatred, into scapegoating, the richies across the border.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know how you end that, because the resentment has to die first. Well, I guess it kind of goes incrementally, right? There's a little bit more prosperity, a little less resentment, a little more prosperity, a little less resentment. The problem is with the governance structure, all of the prosperity goes to the people in power, and it benefits them to keep the population resentful.
Yep.
This is the danger of populism that we experience here in the West. Resentment rises in a population, and populism comes into play when politicians realize, there's something here that I can gain political power over. People have felt that they've been disrespected. They got the short end of the economic stick, and I can use that to my advantage. But the first thing they need is a scapegoat. They need to look out there and say, who can I blame this on? That's that's the problem.
Right.
That's a giant problem. Right now, like Trump is blaming it on immigrants and the media, right? Basically.
Right.
Who are the Democrats blaming it on? Trump.
Trump, racist, white people, you know.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Everyone's playing the populist game by scapegoating someone else.
Sure.
Who's really responsible? Bad economic policy.
Yeah.
Right.
The
well,
people
actually,
who, you know, vote for this garbage.
Well, I mean, to some extent, it is bad economic policy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Super chats.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I'm really struggling to not let true contempt develop in my soul for Islam and for far leftists over this Israel-Hamas conflict. Really struggling. Hate is one of those things you really don't want to let take hold of you, but holy shit, this is tough. I mean, I don't know enough personally about Islam to have like a strong opinion about the religion one way or the other. You know, I feel like, you know, as I said, you know, obviously horrific things have been done in the name of Christianity. You know, horrific things have been done in the name of Judaism or other religions. I don't know if there's something unique about Islam that makes it bad or not, or if it's just, as you said, kind of, there's a lot of these religions in their holy books are kind of broad enough to allow people to justify whatever screwed up thing they want to justify. You know, to take whatever actions they want to take. So I wouldn't let this, I mean, I would say to not let this like color your vision of like Islam as a total of a religion. But obviously, and this is kind of interesting, you know, this kind of goes back into what Hasan was saying. Like Islam, obviously, in the religious aspect, definitely plays a part in it. And when Hasan kind of says like, oh, you know, we hear this line like it's not anti-Jewish, it's anti-Israel. And it's like, why is there just so much solidarity? Not everywhere, but we see, you know, a lot of Western countries, you see a lot of people who are Islamic or, you know, Middle Eastern descent who all seem to have like the same negative opinion of Israel. It definitely seems to have, there definitely seems to be some either religious or ethnic bias going on there that leads people to have like the same group opinions about the situation.
Yeah, I think they're scapegoating the Jews. I don't think there's any, like, there's no mystery for me.
Oh, of course, of course.
This is all.
No, it's not a mystery, obviously.
Subterfuge.
I'm saying this in terms of like
Israel,
the way
it's Israel. It's not the Jews. Come on now. I'm not anti-Semitic.
I mean, especially like, you know, we talked about this, especially when I hear people talk about this, they talk about it so wrong. You know, there was never, the alternative to Israel was not Palestine. The alternative to Israel was, you know, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, snatching up as much of the region as possible. Like that, like if Israel didn't exist, there wouldn't be a Palestine. Just the other countries surrounding it would just be bigger. You know, maybe there'd be some teeny tiny Palestine somewhere in the middle or something. But, you know, the whole Palestinian national movement only kind of started in the 60s, you know, afterwards. And obviously, as people talked about, Jordan controlled the West Bank and Egypt controls Gaza for, you know, 20 plus years. You know, why were these populations not allowed to be absorbed into their country? You know, they were intentionally kept as refugees because either they didn't want, you know, they didn't view them as the same people and didn't want them in their country. Either that or they just wanted to keep the political football of Israel kind of roiling because it gave them some political gain. So,
yeah.
Anyway, but I mean, I wouldn't let any of the situation like, you know, make you bias against an entire group of people. So, except for leftists, fuck socialists. Chuckle Des for $20 says, I trust my friends to take a bullet for me when it comes to Ethan and Hasan. I fully expect Hasan to be pointing the gun at Ethan. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
That's why I do suspect this is a marriage of convenience.
I mean, he definitely seems like he's ready to crumple up Ethan and throw him in the trash. So.
Yeah, he's ready to move on.
Your 10th super chat.
Yeah. That's sweet. We can't figure out if it's your 10th super chat on our channel or just on YouTube in general.
Right. Guardian Fortress, thanks so much for $20. Says, remember when Hasan would ban people and the rest of chat laughed at them for being banned? Now that scale, I think, is going after Ethan, laughing at him in his chat during leftovers. Hasan is too selfish to care. That's a great point. You know, we did watch that stream. I forget why, but like Hasan seemed to ban someone for some minor infraction. And everyone in his chat was like laughing at him for being banned. And
Yeah, I
it's
remember.
kind of like what's going on with Ethan. It's sort of like, you know, Hasan holding up Ethan to slap around for his chat to cheer.
Yeah. They're waiting for him to ban Ethan.
There you go.
Like, when are you going to ban Ethan? Ban him.
Equishadox for $20 says, one poignant irony of Ethan's political bridge burning years ago. Jordan Peterson is now 17 episodes into a deep dive of the book of Exodus, a redemptive story of the Jewish people. Hope H3 realizes the type of person Hasan is. There you go. I hope so too. But we'll see.
Yeah.
JMac, our surrogate father, thanks so much for the $50. Says the whole quote, I know you mean well, but the mob, you can't expect them to understand, is such a dubious tactic to get Ethan to be silent with his disagreement. Heads up, if a friend ever does that, then they're probably not a good friend. Yeah,
True.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. The whole, you gotta, I mean, it's funny. It kind of reminds me of the whole Kyle Rittenhouse, like, you have to give in to the mob argument.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
horrendous because
It's so cowardly and pathetic and weak.
well, yeah, it says also, look, Hasan is basically saying, I'm not going to stand. I understand what you mean, and I could stand up and explain it to the mob, probably help you out, but nah, let's not do that.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? That's the whole thing he's trying to solicit. He's like, yeah, well, you understand me.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably just tell him, hey, you could vouch for me. Look, it's like we're friends. You're saying, look, this is a good guy. He's an upstanding guy. You should not treat him like he's a murdering genocidal psychopath.
And you shouldn't say things that Ben Shapiro says.
Yeah. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird.
Twitter sucks for $20 says slur, 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 anti-Semitic comment here, slur, slur, derogatory comment about minorities, slur, slur, insert comment here about gingers, slur, slur.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Twitter sucks.
Hope you weren't supposed to insert slurs there for all those.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, I made Sitch giggle twice. Give me a wrench.
Two
There
giggles.
you go. Thrice. Thrice.
You got to make Sitch giggle all night long before you get a wrench.
True. Grassroots Hegemon for another $20. Thank you. Says the least anti-Semitic part of this conversation is unironically when Hasan leaves to get his nuggies. His mother was off today, and it's Ethan just talking to Hasan's chair. So give me a wrench. Listen, we have to be somewhat responsible, Grassroots. Okay.
Right.
We have an application process.
We do
Includes
now.
a background check and a strip search. So if you're down.
No. We have to ask you how you feel about kink. And as long as you answer correctly.
If they gave you the kink test.
Right.
It has to come out like
the correct answer is
0. You have to have 0 points on the kink test. No degeneracy detected.
Exactly.
I know from some of our mods that they already would have failed that test if that was true. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Point them out to me. None of them will escape my wrath.
Oh, really?
No degenerates allowed in the chat. Come on, guys.
They know who they are.
They're probably very quiet now.
They know who they are. Twitter sucks for $20 says, Sitch and Adam, quote, we don't just hand out wrenches. Adam before giving me my wrench. You've given me so much money. You don't have a wrench yet? Here, have a wrench. Essentially.
Hold on, where is that? I don't see, where is that one?
Twitter sucks.
Oh, I did give him a wrench, didn't I?
Okay. Yes. Right.
That's true. Look, you're basically an executive producer of the show now. Twitter sucks. At least you deserve a wrench.
That's true. That's true.
Like every other super chat is Twitter sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to imagine someone that super chats that much is not going to be, have their head in the right space for protecting the show. So
right.
that's what you worry about. You worry about giving a rinse to someone who's like, fuck this show.
Mhm.
Right?
Current for $20 says Hassan having such influence with apolitical normie YouTubers is something that disturbs me. Like, imagine seeing someone like Ludwig or Gestalt palling around with Nick Fuentes and Fuentes having such reach into that space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
It's the same thing, but different, right?
It's the same thing, but different.
That's what they keep saying. I mean, it just looks like anti-Semitism to me, but
Sammy G got 2% degeneracy on the quiz.
did
I
she?
don't believe that.
I hope.
She's
Look,
probably much higher.
That's the kind of mod that I like right there. Good
No.
job.
I thought it was 0. Now you're giving 2%.
The 2% was an unexpected outlier.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Did you take the degeneracy test?
I did
Sitch?
not. No, I
Okay.
didn't. I should take it. I
You
should take it.
passed?
I'm curious. I should take it, but I didn't. Okay.
You could take it privately and share the results with your mom.
I don't know if that was like a your mom joke or you were just like trying to say it sincerely and it came out like a your mom joke. That was weird. That was so strange.
I can't imagine. That's got to be the most uncomfortable. Hey, mom,
Why would I be like, here, mom, here's my results for my sexual kink test? Why would you do that?
I know.
Why would you suggest that?
I don't know. It just seemed funny. So
terrible.
I immediately regretted it as soon as I said it.
You should. Fed Zeppelin for $20 says, quote, pull yourself up by your heartstrings, Ethan. Sitch for a right-wing show representative 2024. There you go. True.
Right. Did you say that? Is that an official Sitch quote?
It's an official Sitch quote. It is now. J-Mac for $20. A surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, says the only indiscriminate bombing I did in the Air Force was after having to eat defact food or MREs.
Rim shot. Look at that.
Very nice.
Yeah. Indiscriminate bombing. Can you imagine? Hey, look, we just loaded her up. Hit whatever you can. I mean, that might have happened in World War I and World War II. I can't imagine it being in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Commander Rosario for 20 New Zealand dollars says, hey, fellas, doesn't this really come across as the definition of a struggle session? Just really sad.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
100%.
1,000%.
100,000%.
Oh, now 100,000. Wow, that's a lot of percentage. It's a big percent.
Asif Artsy for $20 says, about the Abraham Accords, depending on Barak Ravid as a source for Israel politics is almost as silly as depending on Hassan as a source for American politics. Oh, so you don't trust that thing that we listened to? Okay, I'll look into it to see if it's if what he was saying is confirmed anywhere else, because I don't know.
Well, they had recordings of Donald Trump saying what he said and stuff.
Well, no, him insulting Netanyahu. But I mean, I'm curious, like the whole idea about how, like, the whole annexing the West Bank and like it was literally fell into that guy's lap the day before it happened. Like, I'll see if that has been confirmed anywhere else or where that information came from. So,
well, he interviewed Avi Berkowitz and he told the story. So, I mean, maybe Avi Berkowitz is lying. I don't know.
But I'll check it out.
We heard Avi Berkowitz in the podcast.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mitch for $2 Australian Dollar says Loki season 2 discuss. Maybe we'll talk about it at the end. Or on Tuesday. I don't know. Maybe we'll make a clip out on Tuesday.
You gonna do? Yeah, look, I haven't watched any of Loki, but it's super long, isn't it?
You shouldn't watch it, so it doesn't matter.
Look, I didn't watch the original. You watched the first season, right?
I watched both, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what's up. I would have to watch the first season and the second season, right? I'm assuming.
I said I wouldn't. If I was you, I wouldn't watch it.
Right. My wife liked Loki the first season. My wife likes a lot of stuff that I don't like. So is she?
Your wife? Listen, I met your wife.
Mm-hmm.
She's a very nice lady.
Yeah, she's very nice.
She's a very nice lady. She's a beautiful soul.
Sometimes she has terrible taste in media, though.
Whenever you describe her taste in media, it seems like the worst thing ever.
She's very good at nailing my taste, though. She's like, you will like this. And I watch it. I'm like, this is amazing. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
She's got my taste down. Perfect.
She'd have to be, she has to order for you at a restaurant.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's more than just, it's more than just my food taste. It's my media taste as well.
Okay. So she has this order for you at restaurant. She orders for you at Netflix, and like pick a movie for me.
Look, that's going to
listen, that's pretty.
That's going to take 45 minutes. Okay. Look, usually I select the movies.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's true.
Women, I don't know what it is, but they like to spend more time looking for a movie than actually watching the movie.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I'll admit, sometimes it's fun to just to look in the Netflix menu forever just to see what there is. Because it's like, listen, Adam's like, no, and this is the old Adam. Maybe this is an age thing. It's not like a male female thing. Because you'll see a bunch of things. You're like, I kind of feel like a fleeting desire to like see that, but not enough to click it, sort of situation.
So
you just look at it and then you talk about it and then you don't actually watch it.
I will start watching the first thing that seems semi-palatable.
Okay. You're just like, I got to get into it.
Why? Usually if I'm watching something, I'm eating or I'm not going to be in front of the TV for very long. I rarely watch something and think, oh, I'm going to finish this show.
Oh, okay. So you're just like, you want just something to play because you're going to get up,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. You have to have something ready, right?
Yeah.
You have something like prepared that you just watch like when you're doing other things. For me, it's like, Star Trek or Community or a Good Place. I just have some show that I like.
Okay.
It's a lot of shows a lot of episodes they can just put on kind of like in the background while I'm like eating or something.
Got it lined up, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I agree. You don't want to be searching for shit then, because then you spend 20 minutes looking for something and it'll take you that long to eat or whatever.
Yeah. Mob Psycho is that show for me now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I've seen it in little bits and pieces.
That's a good show.
It is good. Yeah.
Obscured Satellites in Flight for 10 Owazis says, glad you guys are covering this. The attacks and gaslighting of Ethan from Hassan's community reminds me what happened to Anna over the birthing person controversy.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
They are very much like, this is the thing. When Anna tweeted that out, it became a delete the tweet campaign. A bunch of people jumped in. That was their ultimate goal. She didn't give in. This is kind of the same thing with Hassan. With
Ethan is kind of giving in though. He's totally giving in.
Which is bizarre because they're like, not far enough. A little further, please.
Yeah,
pull
exactly.
your pants down.
He doesn't. Yeah, exactly.
Let me spank you.
Listen, Anna has that fighting spirit. Okay,
she does. Yeah,
no,
she's like, screw you.
You won't bully me. Ethan's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And the more they bully him, and the more he gives in, the more they think, look, I think we could have some more fun here. Let's get him to shave his head.
Right.
Yeah, it's getting crazy.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says, have you guys watched The Marvels? I don't know. Should we? I mean, everyone says it's awful. I mean, we just watch it to shit on it, I guess.
We could do a video about it on Tuesday that would force us both to go watch it on Monday. I'm sure my wife would love me to drag her to a fucking crappy
You're
ass
talking about
movie.
your wife's bad taste.
She'll probably like it. I'll have to sit there and go, oh my God. It looks like Superhero Slumber Party, the movie. I can't get past that. I'm like, oh my God, this just looks insane.
The other
Horrific.
the other day, I was trying to find something else to like have to just watch in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And I settled on Kung Fu Panda because it's such a good movie. But
Oh
before
yeah,
that,
that's a great one.
I tried to watch the Miss Marvel, the girl, I don't know what it's called, Miss Marvel girl show,
Oh
TV
yeah,
show,
yeah,
the little
yeah.
girl. Um, and I made it through like an episode and a half, and it was just so boring.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get into it. I was like, I mean, it didn't seem like woke, which was good, I guess, or at least the episodes that I saw, but it was just like, I don't know, just dry, dull. Couldn't get into it.
Yeah, that is my ultimate problem with it. It just seems boring. Like there's going to
Yeah.
be a lot of girl jokes. It
I
just
mean, Adam, it's not for you.
oh, I guarantee it's not for me. It
It
really
did
isn't.
so apparently it did very poorly.
Yeah, it bombed.
It did very poorly, yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's dancing on the grave of the MCU as they call it. I don't know if you follow this, but
Yes,
you know,
I
it's
am
called
aware,
it's
yeah.
called the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
some
she
people
you.
have
I
dubbed
get
it
it, yeah.
the MCU,
I get it, yeah. I get it.
as in she.
I get it. I get the concept. It's funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you go to the
Uh,
movie theater, they ask you what your pronouns are.
there you go. CT for 2 Canadians says, for the record, Adam, I didn't get 0% on the kink test.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Send CT the link. Let her come on and share her answers to the kink quiz.
I wouldn't do that to her.
Come on, it'll be fun.
I wouldn't do that to her.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'll laugh about I'll laugh at how funny it would be to do, but we wouldn't do that.
Right. CD for 2 Canadians says, you know about the test means Sitch is a gossip. No. So Andrew Clark sent me the test.
Mm-hmm.
I guess CT doesn't know this. He sent me the test and he wanted me and Adam to do it on stream.
Yeah.
That's how I know about the test. And Adam was like, I don't think so. I'm going to pass on that.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes, and I took Andrew Clark's wrench for being a degenerate too.
Right.
So.
Oh, yeah, there you go. We talked about this. Yes. Okay. Girl Hero for 19 months says, Shalom. Did you guys notice that Doomer, or should I say Parallax, nuked his channels again? Well, I'm rooting for that little guy. Oh, no. Is that true? Doomer, what happened?
I liked some of his videos. I was really upset that he did a Barbie Oppenheimer review because I think it was like 2 hours long.
Right.
And I wanted to hear his opinion on Barbie, but I hadn't seen Oppenheimer, so I didn't want to hear his opinion on Oppenheimer. I kind of like to see it. So I was just like, bummer. But I guess
Right.
it was a thing. Everyone did that.
He took the videos off of his channel. I don't know why he did that. I don't know.
CT for $2. I score high in dominance, Adam. Don't test me.
I feel like that's not true.
Yeah.
But okay.
Really? Look, he's asking. He wants to see your score. He wants you to prove it to him.
No, I mean, you can score whatever you score. I'm just saying, I don't know.
You don't think the test is accurate? Come on, this is a scientific test.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble, okay? I'm just saying. It's just Abby for 5. Aussie Buck says, quote, message not sent, edit and try again. Can I just DM you my innocuous super chat? Yeah, just DM it to me.
What?
Sometimes the supers are really like finicky.
Okay. That's
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5 gifted memberships, even though you're a dirty sticker.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. Avi says, you guys see Dylan's Hasan video. Hasan can't take even the smallest pushback without flipping out. No, I saw that it existed and I saw Hasan flipping out about it, but I didn't actually see the video. So I should check it out. Wow, CT sent us the results. I'm not going to read this on stream.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, if she sent it to you right now, she probably wants you to, though.
Wait a minute, CT. You said you scored high in dominance. You neglected to mention something else.
What kind of dominance?
I'm not going to say.
Is it like girl on girl dominance or something?
No.
Oh, okay.
Wow, this test is pretty interesting. I'm looking at the categories here.
Now you're going to take it?
I should take it, yeah.
Read some categories. What are they?
Exhibitionist, voyeur, slave, non-monogamous, masochist, pet, sadist, degrader, master, mistress, primal hunter. I don't know what that means. Owner, age play, daddy, mommy.
Little
primal
pedo stuff
prey.
on there.
What is primal prey? I don't know what that means. Rope bunny, degradee, experimentalist, rigger, brat, brat tamer, boy, girl, dominant, vanilla, submissive, or switch. Those are some of the categories.
Ooh, sounds awful. I'll let you take that one.
I take it. Listen. I'm like an open book on a lot of like stuff I shouldn't be. Okay.
Right. No, I agree.
I'm like super guarded about things I shouldn't be, but I'm also an open book on things I shouldn't be either.
Right.
So.
Caleb is
Caleb, thanks so much for 1 month. Says S-Class.
Oh yeah, you got to read that one. S-Class.
Troy Thomas for $5 says, thanks for talking slow enough that I can watch the streams on double speed. You're welcome.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Look, we slow down our talk just for you.
Just for you. I want to speed it up, and Adam's like, no.
Most of it is me being tired, but
that's true. Vosh's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, from the river to the sea, the sophomoric Sitch and Adam are apologia for genocide. Hasan is Bay. There you go. I thought you were going to have a rhyme, but that's pretty good. Thank you.
I can't tell if that's serious or not. That might be serious super chat. I don't know.
That's a very serious. It's Vosh's supererogatory sophistry. So
right.
Take it very supererogatorily.
Oh yeah, you're right. The name makes it's obviously a joke.
No, it's serious. PC for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, PC.
Thank you.
PC for $2 says, marriage advice. Treat everything like a debate.
That should read bad marriage advice.
Yeah.
That's where I got the look. This is where I got the sometimes it's more important to be kind than right. I think I was fighting with my spouse.
With your wife.
Yeah. Look, it's true. It is true.
There you go.
You agree with that, right?
Zero Fox says, from the water to the agua.
Oh, wow.
I like that. That's good.
From the water to the agua.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Scott Ski02 for $5 says, what is Hasan supposed to do? Die? Yeah, exactly. Ethan, what do you want me to do for my chat calling you racist? Do you want me to die?
I think it was more about I think it's more on the eating.
Oh, it could be on both. I like it. Listen, he should have said that when Ethan was complaining about Hasan's chat. He should have said, what do you want me to do? Die? That would have been classic Hasan.
Yeah. That would have been funny.
Fainstein, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Bruh moment. Bruh. For 11 months says Hamburglar with a wormy, it's a ragamuffin Adam emoji.
Look at this. You know the difference.
There you go.
Me lasering ragamuffin.
Wormy has the little crown.
Yep.
Ragamuffins the one
who's the king. Wormy's the king.
He's the one who's you're abusing.
Yeah. Ragamuffin gets abuse.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team collects Avengers Funko Pops and has continued to try and download more RAM for the past 8 years. It's not possible, Adam. S-Class is the best class.
You can't download RAM? Damn it.
No. You didn't know that? You're learning something now?
Knew it.
Yeah. Okay.
Who would waste their time downloading 8? Oh wait, no, it's 8 years. I thought he said 8 megabytes of RAM.
It took you 8 years to download 8 megabytes of RAM.
Can't download RAM.
Grendel Vivat for 9 months says, Sitch is right. Kurds are divided between Iraq, Iran, Syria, Turkey, but no one wants to talk about it. Listen, one state solution.
Yeah, the Kurds want their own state.
Yeah, there you go.
That sucks. They got like a 4-corner situation. They're in the corner of every
I guess,
nation.
yeah. They got boxballed. Bishop Cruz for $10 says, Hasan and his ilk keep using the word indiscriminate when the bombings are nothing of the sort. If it was indiscriminate, then any Hamas target would be incidental, not the other way around. Very true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Plus, they don't want to, those bombs are expensive. They don't want to waste those bombs on crap.
On randos, yeah.
Yeah. They're using these super expensive bunker buster bombs because all the stuff Hamas has is underground. So they gotta, it's like way, way underground. It's gotta really make a big boom.
Yep. Did you see, there's that whole thing where like the Israeli military had to like protect Palestinians from Hamas who were like trying to evacuate. Like there's a bunch of tanks like lining the road, protecting them.
No.
Hamas was like literally shooting them to prevent them from leaving.
Really?
There was this video.
Bastards.
There's another video that was weird, and I saw Lance and other people like tweet this out, where they were accusing some Israeli bomb from going off that killed like a bunch of people on the road to an escape route, and then it turned out that it was just like Hamas people shot them because they were fleeing. So
assholes.
I didn't see any of them make a retraction. But,
yeah, that's their human shields.
Right.
Look, they're such idiots. Like the disgust level is so high for me that people want to play politics with this stuff when people are literally dying.
Sure. Steel Wrath for 1 gifted membership. Thank you, Steel Wrath.
Yeah, thanks.
D52820 for $2 says neocon foreign policy is based. Iraq is better off. Well, there you go.
Are they? I'm not sure that they are, but I mean,
Hasan definitely wouldn't agree with that.
If Iraq turns into a democracy one day, that's cool by me, but I think it's highly unlikely.
D5280 for $2 says, have you seen the South African farmers facing new DEI from EU? No, I haven't.
Nope.
What's up with that? South Africans too white farms lose EU, UK access? What? South African farms. Oh, God. I got to open it up in an archive because I'm not going to pay for your stupid article, Bloomberg News. There's no archive. I guess I'm never reading this article.
I've heard horrible things about South Africa just from listening to the China show.
South African farms deemed too white will no longer be able to export their produce to the UK and EU, according to postings in the government gazette. Wow, that's... Oh, because they're not diverse enough? That's totally fucked. Jesus. I mean, if I was a white South African, honestly, I'd be trying to save up every penny I can to get out of there. Not a good situation to be in.
Serpentza. I never know how to pronounce his name.
Where are you looking?
That's the channel.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
How do I say his name?
I don't know.
Serpentza? I don't know. It's a weird name. Weird syllables. Work that out. He's got 1.5 million subscribers.
It's Serpent ZA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, but look, Sir Pentza.
It's the word serpent with a ZA at the end.
Serpentza.
Yeah. That's how you remember it. Yeah.
That's wrong.
Right.
But he's from South Africa. His channel is amazing. He lived in China for 10 years and made a bunch of videos about China and all the messed up crap that happens in China. So his channel's great. I've gone on channel watching binge on his channel many times because he's got like a bazillion videos.
Right.
But he did a video not too long ago on his life, on being from South Africa. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool because he goes off on how America, he doesn't really like the woke stuff, how everyone's making America out to be a racist place. And he's like, you want to know a racist place? China, South Africa. Racism is off the charts there. Yeah. Bunch of people bitching about nothing here.
Slovakai Niki for $2 says Overlord Hasan taking the cuckold strategy. There you go.
Ooh, ouch.
Stuck for $5 says socialists have never read the quote, if you give a mouse a cookie, and it shows. Liz and Deswall specifically for $5 says I'd try to change his view. Oh, I try to change Dev's views before I move out. Well, good for you. Good for you.
Good.
We appreciate it. Micro Omega, thank you so much for being a 19th month free will seeker. Oh my God. 19 months says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Thank you.
That means you're 5 months away from the gold pyramid.
Oh, the gold. Yeah.
Yeah, the
You're almost
gold.
there.
Yeah. That pyramid's pretty badass. You can see the pyramid in the 300 show thumbnail.
Right.
I did all the pyramids. I was like, got to make them look amazing. It's funny you can't see any of that with it being like teeny tiny like that. But
I know. You can see it.
yeah.
But they should be a little bigger.
The black pyramid with the red eye is pretty badass. That's what he's got there.
CT for 2 Canadians says, question, a girl meows at you, do you meow back?
Always. What are you talking about?
Oh, always. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say it depends on how hot she is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look, it's just.
It's a common courtesy. You just meow
Yeah.
back. Okay.
Yes. Etiquette said you got to learn it.
Etiquette. When a girl meows at you, you meow back. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. How you meow, now that's up to you.
Oh, okay. How do you meow back?
The meow you want to
Can you give us
her.
a little example?
Well, it depends. Like
Right.
like you said.
Right.
Is there sparks? Is this a girl you're interested in?
Okay, let's give us the like a hot girl just meowed at you and meow back.
Look,
okay.
I'm not giving my meows away. If you want to give your
Why are you not going to give us this? Listen, Adam, we're coming to you for dating advice. Okay, we got to know what kind of meows to give.
look,
right,
if you want
to
if you want to give your meow, it's very intuitive. You go ahead, you knock yourself out.
Show us what meow really like wowed your wife. Okay, like what was the one that like your wife's like, I'm gonna marry this man when you meowed?
Look, there's no meowing. There's no meowing in our household. Okay.
Oh, really? Then who are you? What is this girl that you're meowing at?
Sitch, can we move on?
Okay.
Are you going to give? Look, are you going to give your meow or what?
Well, no. I mean, you're not gonna give your meow, so I'm not gonna give mine.
Okay. Why?
I would if you would.
Not,
but,
oh, okay.
You know. Listen, chat. Adam's embarrassed. He does a lot of meowing in the bedroom with his wife. He just doesn't want to sit now. Okay. It's a very personal thing to him.
Yeah, it's a regular. Look, a lot of purring, a lot of meowing, a lot of scratching at the door, trying to get out.
A lot of XD woo-woos.
Yeah.
There you
woo-woo. Yeah.
There you go.
That's always good.
Muggy for 15 MYR says, if Dev said the N-word repeatedly while doing cartwheels around the room, would Sitch denounce him? I mean, that sounds kind of funny, actually. So, probably not.
You wouldn't denounce him?
If Dev filmed himself doing cartwheels saying the N-word, that's pretty funny.
Okay.
Adam denounces it.
Yeah, I denounce.
Okay. Oh my God, for $10 says Sitch, you will not steal the term colonizer from us Native Americans. Oh, I'm stealing it.
Oh no.
It's stolen.
Someone's playing the colonizer card in the chat.
There you go. It's not colonizer, it's colonizer. Okay. I'll let you interpret what that could mean.
Right. No. I know what it means.
Okay. EF for $10 says, wouldn't a one-state solution start a civil war? All those Gaza people who voted for Hamas are not going to want to live next to Jews. Listen, EF, I don't know if you know this, but like America has a very good track record of just forcing foreign countries to just do whatever they want, do whatever we want, and like live under different types of government structures that they don't want to live under. Okay. So we'll just make them. We'll just make them.
Do you know how we do that?
What?
We hypnotize them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
With TikTok? We give all the Palestinians TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We give them the American TikTok.
We give
Twitter.
them all TikTok and porn for free.
Mm-hmm.
And then we sedate them, right? That's the move. You give them a bunch of porn and sedate them.
Sure.
No, we gotta that's why we need the sex robots, Adam.
Oh yeah.
If America could be like, listen, we'll give you a bunch of sex robots, but you gotta live next to the Jews and promise not to blow yourselves up. Okay. They'd be like, we'll never do that. And then you give the sex bot and they're like, we're listening.
Right.
J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says the only proper animal courtship display is to do the peacock jumping spider at your potential date. My wife instantly fell head over heels when I gave her the abdomen shake. There you go.
The peacock jumping spider, huh?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That move works, right?
Yeah. So the peacock junkie spider, he shakes a little, he's got like a colorful butt.
Mm-hmm.
Looks kind of like a tiny little
Throw it in the
peacock
watch
thing.
together. What are you doing?
And he shakes his butt.
Oh yeah.
And he
look at
waves
that.
his
I
little
remember
hands
guy.
around, little legs around.
I remember this guy.
Yeah. I mean, all these videos I'm sure are copyrighted, so I don't know.
I'll bring up a picture.
The animal videos are like super notorious for copyright stuff.
How do you know that?
Oh, I know. Wow, this thing is very intricate. It does all this like crazy, like it looks like he's like trying to get you to land a plane. Like it has imagine a spider. So like a fuzzy little spider, and it's got its legs up in the air, and it's like doing like the little guy on the tarmac trying to like land the plane thing with its legs.
Got a big red arrow pointed down.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Going, look at me. Or is that?
How the hell did the spider?
Like a face on there.
How did it evolve to have these like stupidly intricate like mating dance stuff?
Rituals?
Yeah. How does that evolve in the first place?
Very prudish females.
Why are they so prudish? Is it just entirely, is that all just if you have nothing but mate selection for too long, it just like becomes more intricately stupid?
Are these different species? Because there's like a lot of different painting designs here. Are they all individual or are these different species?
I don't know. Maybe they all just have different types of patterns.
You know, the monarch butterfly has like a very distinct pattern that I think is universal, right?
Right.
I don't know if this is a different species or not. I can't tell. I'm curious if it is, though. I'm spider curious here.
You see look at the comic that CT made. It's pretty appropriate.
It is for the spiders?
No, for the meow conversation.
Okay. Is it on Twitter? Must be.
It's in our DMs.
Oh. Our private DMs?
Our private DMs. We trade all our secrets. Abyss for 3 months says, quote, the one state bad for Palestine, but good for Israel. This stream. I mean, I don't think that's Is that supposed to be our position or Hassan's position? Because I mean, it's neither. But I mean, Hassan's position is good for Israel. I mean, good for Palestine, I guess, but not Israel. That's definitely not my position. But Max Relax
What?
for €6. Thank you for the dancing pear emoji. There you go.
They're saying that the two-state solution is off the table now that there's been this horrific attack. So I don't know if that's what they're referencing.
I don't think that's what they're. No, I don't think that's what they're saying. But
I personally am for the 10-state solution.
oh, okay. How's that
How
work?
about you? I just figure, a lot of states and you just pick. You
Right.
pick the one that you want to live in.
I agree.
There can be like like a nudist state and like a
Yeah.
like a gambling state.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a alcoholic state.
Mm-hmm.
You pick the one that you want to live in. A lot of drunk driving in the alcoholics state, so watch out.
Zoke for $2 says, I raise you the Emperor Caterpillar, the face. Oh my God. That's hilarious. What the fuck? They're so weird and funny and cute looking.
Sometimes when I'm scared to Google caterpillars because they really scare me. They have
Caterpillars scare you?
Yeah, they have weird faces on their bodies and stuff.
Well, I'll send you a picture. I don't think this picture will scare you.
Emperor caterpillar.
Yeah, look, he's got a little cute like face with he's got a little crown on his head. Which is why I assume they call him Emperor Kappa.
Oh yeah.
Look at him.
He's a cutie patootie. Look at that guy.
Got a little crown on his head.
He's like peeking up. He's like,
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. I mean, it gets giant and it looks a little creepier. Like the little horns get like really big. I guess before it turns into the moth. Moths are kind of weird. Moths kind of look cute and like gross at the same time. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like especially the big moths. You're like, oh, it's kind of cute and horrifying. Like little moths are always cute because they're like so small you can't see like the gross bits. Right?
Yeah. Whenever I see a caterpillar or some sort of grub, I always think, what does this turn into?
Do grubs turn into anything? They just grubs.
They all turn into something. They turn into, look, a maggot turns into a fly.
Yeah, I guess.
Grubs all turn into, sometimes they turn into a beetle.
Grub is a word for, it's a larva for beetle specifically.
Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah. So grubs only turn into beetles.
Grubs only turn into beetles.
And so a maggot is not a grub?
I guess not.
I feel like it is, though.
I must be an idiot. I didn't realize beetles started off as grubs.
All insects start off as some sort of...
As some kind of larva?
Yeah, that's what it is, larva.
Is that true? I didn't know that. All insects start as a larvae?
Some kind of larva, yeah.
Huh.
Well, look, even mosquitoes do. They're those
little
larvae that swim around in the water, yeah.
I guess you're right. I should know that because I know about mosquitoes because you have to do stuff because like down here, like there are certain plants and they'll catch water. And if you don't put like some kind of pesticide in the plant or put something in the plant, they'll lay the eggs in the still water. It's like a big hassle. So
I thought of an insect that doesn't start off as a larva.
What?
Mantises.
They're just, what are they in like a little egg and they just become
They're in a little egg sac, yeah.
Yeah.
And the egg sac hatches into a baby mantis.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, because you raised them, right?
I did, yeah. I was looking for have you ever seen the ladybug larva?
No.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it says not all insects start in eggs, but they do not all start as larvae.
They don't. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know. 75% of insects
Okay. 75%.
have a larva in their life cycle. Interesting. Larva is a gross word.
So it's a majority,
Yes.
but hashtag not all.
Yes.
How do we see these ladybug larvae in the yard?
What?
One day,
Ladybug larva. How do you even see this stuff?
because you see a little bug in the yard. And you're
Oh my
like,
God, they're so weird looking.
yeah, they have the
What the
little, like they're like ladybug colored, but they're weird looking.
It looks like a tiny spiky caterpillar with like ladybug colors on it.
Yeah.
That's so weird. They actually
And
get smaller.
They turn into a beautiful ladybug.
That's so bizarre. I've never seen anything like that in my life. If I saw it, I wouldn't know what that was. I'd be like, what the fuck is this monster?
I used to see these things. I see these things all the time in the yard, and I always think,
Interesting.
oh, that's going to turn into a ladybug
Interesting.
someday.
Okay.
Insects
Wow.
are great. I love insects,
Insects are gross. They should all fucking die.
especially tapeworms.
Oh, what the fuck?
They're the worst.
Get out of here. Insects are the worst. Okay. Panda ants. I've seen panda ants. Yeah, they're like really weird panda colored ants. That's why they're called panda ants. Let's see.
Super chats. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why do I got to read everything?
It's your job.
Oh, you're right. Let's see. Where was I?
Wow. Where do I get some panda ants?
Get some panda ants?
These things are bitching. I want a panda ant. It's so cute.
Sold for $2 says, liars, you want us angry. That's why you have Doomer. True.
Well, I hope Doomer's okay. I mean, I don't know why he would nuke. Why would you nuke a channel?
Mm-hmm.
You
Jack
deleted
H
him?
for 13 months says, Sitch, close your ears. No. Adam, change the channel name to Adam and Sitch Show for one stream on April 1st and see if Sitch notices.
Sitch will notice. Sitch will get a notification immediately and be like, what the fuck?
Actually, I probably wouldn't notice. Like,
Oh,
in
really?
all honesty, I wouldn't notice for too long. It'd probably take me like a full week to be like, wait a minute. Actually, I probably notice because someone would immediately notice and then
Message
DM
you,
me.
yeah.
Dr. Diddler would be like, Sitch, did you know what Adam did? I feel like, what did Adam do? Tell
I think
me.
that would be a little excessive for a joke. Because I don't think they let you change it back for 3 months or something. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
just go changing your...
Willy-nilly, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think they let you change it twice in case
Okay.
you change it and instantly regret it. But it's
Right.
after the second change or like,
You're stuck.
yeah. So the thing for me to do would be to change it to like the Adam and Sitch Show and then immediately change it to just Adam and Sitch Show. Because then we'd be locked in. Be locked in for 3 months.
Mm-hmm. JMac, our surrogate follow for $10 says, for funny animal facts, I definitely check out channel ZIONIST. He's hilarious and educational. Nice. I'll check it
I
out.
will check it out.
I like animal stuff. I'm a big fan of animals and things.
Animals or aminals?
Aminals. His last video, crabs that wear enemas on their butts and other crab stories. Okay, listen, I'm curious.
True facts. Incredible crab stories.
I'm curious. I want to know about the crabs.
Sitch has some incredible crab stories to tell.
I've never had crabs, Adam. I don't know why you'd even suggest. I've never had any STDs, you bastard.
I just
I'm
meant
clean.
like you
Okay.
love crab. You always talk about how crab is delicious.
Crab tastes delicious. Yeah.
Right.
Adam, no, I don't have any incredible crab stories. Adam, on the other hand, okay, he's got eye blister stories. Okay,
Those are my shrimp stories though.
he's got anaphylactic shock stories. Okay. Brighton hits for 2 months, says, I can't feel bad for Ethan. He became this lefty, alienated his audience, even denounced his old viewers. His audience turned to him now. What's next? There you go. Equishodox for $5 says, bzz, with a power pluggy cordy thing again. Well, there you go. Plug it in. Plug it in. Remember that commercial?
I don't.
You don't remember? Plug it in. Plug it in. How do you not remember that?
I wasn't watching TV at the time.
Okay.
I think there was
like
I think there was a time when you were
ago.
watching. Yeah. But I think you were watching a bunch of TV because
Yeah.
you were like 10
Yes.
and I was out trying to get laid and watching no TV.
Oh, look at this guy. I was too busy trying to talk to women to watch TV. Okay, whatever.
I mean, it's true. It's 100% fact.
Yeah, okay. Just constantly, you would just 100% of your time was just devoted to trying to pick up chicks. You didn't like go home, eat food, watch the TV. You never took a break. It's just 100% game all time.
I mean, 95, 100, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No, look, I was an artist. I was always trying to paint and stuff. I spent a lot of time doing that.
Okay.
Working on being an artist, working on my game. I immediately knew, I'm like, women like guys who are ambitious, who like to do things, who got skills.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on my skills.
Glade plugins. You know what those things are? Little things you plug in, they make your house smell nice, even though they're actually like toxic and you should never use those plug-in things and they're really bad for you.
Oh,
They had
really?
a commercial called Plug It In, Plug It In. Yeah, you should never use those.
Why?
They're really bad for you.
Are they
like
bad?
That chemical shit, yeah. It's bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My wife likes to get those. Maybe I'll have to.
Of course she does. She's a woman. I mean, listen, if you can tolerate them, then you can use it. But some people get sick and they're like, why do I feel sick all the time? And they don't realize it's from those plugins.
Some of them smell pretty good. Some of them are, they do make me nauseous.
Sure.
Some of them are like, nah, this is not me. I don't like this.
Right.
I just unplug those though. So I brought up the cartoon that CT sent. You want to say something about it or?
That's just funny.
Meow.
This is it's like the hot guy saying meow, and the girl's like meow, and then the ugly guy's like meow, and she's like, human resources. This is inappropriate.
That's why
that's true, right?
Of course. That's why we have to inspect your meow ahead of time. Right. We got to know.
Yeah.
Are you the top meow or are you the bottom meow? There?
Obviously, I'm the top meow. Obviously,
right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Whenever I meow at a woman, she meows back.
Okay. Of course, yeah.
That's the real question. The real question isn't if I meow back at women; it's if they meow back at me.
Look, if the woman is initiating the meow, I just feel you're obligated to reciprocate.
Right.
Chances are it will lead to good things.
I mean, that's why I said, like, how hot is she?
Right. Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Sitch is like, do I want to reciprocate?
Okay. Bentoki for 7 months says, I don't think the oppressor hypothesis is everything, because if Palestine took over Israel, I don't think Hassan would then support Jews. Well, he would eventually. Like, it takes a time for the oppressor switch to occur in their minds. So you would eventually at some point. Maybe. I don't know. I'm curious. Because also you have to deal with the whole white thing. That's also a big factor here. So Equishodox upgraded their membership to Discipline Equals Freedom. Well, thank you, Equishodox. We really appreciate it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Edward Sr. for $5 says, doesn't it seem like the argument to fix the oppressor-oppressed dynamic is for the oppressed to become the oppressors? I mean, yeah, essentially.
But this is why that framework is so toxic. It's just, isn't it terrible?
Yes, it is
I
terrible.
mean, can you really structure, is it good to structure society that way?
No, it's
Where
not.
everyone who succeeds is categorized as an oppressor?
It doesn't work.
Everyone who's in a majority ethnically by nothing that they did or didn't do is like categorized as an oppressor or a victim?
Really?
Is
You
that
shouldn't-
really necessary? Is that a really necessary part of every society?
right?
Every multi-ethnic society?
Yeah, they should be able to see that. It's weird to me that they can't see that when you're calling, all these people as oppressors based on some group of people, that
It's racism.
that it's racism. Yeah, that guys like them, it's like they're wearing a warning. Like they want to put the Jewish stars on the Jews or something, and that it's dangerous, and that they're falling for this toxic ideology.
Yeah. We all have to be worried about people who are oppressive, people who are willing to subjugate other people. You can't be ignorant about it. But
Right.
at the same time, just categorically calling everybody oppressor based on their race, ethnicity, religion. Dumb, dumb, dumb.
Right. Oh my God, J-Mac has
Yeah.
101 fever. What are you doing? Go to the hospital.
What?
Get some medicine. What's going on? Can't listen. You have to be well. You're our father. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want anything bad to happen
Be
to you.
healthy. Take care, Jay. Okay. Derp for $5 says nuggies. There you go.
Yeah,
Oblivious
good
for $5 says liberal dictatorship with rights and laws bound by the Constitution, or illiberal democracy enforcing majority will against minorities, which is preferable. I mean, it's kind of like, wait, I mean, obviously I would prefer the liberal dictatorship, but I think it's kind of like it's a fantastically not realistic scenario. So
What was the name on that? I want to read it myself.
Oblivious.
Oblivious.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm at here. What was the dollar amount? What
It was
color is it?
$5.
Okay. Oblivious. Yeah, because both those, I mean, that's kind of a strange way to put it, because where dictatorships lead is illiberalism.
Right.
And where democracies lead is to liberalism. So
Right. I'm
you're
just, yes, I'm
basically
saying like under
like,
under that hypothetical, I would choose liberal democracy, but obviously I don't think it's like that's not like a realistic scenario in my estimation.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like saying flying submarine.
And thank you, JMac, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Go rest.
Yeah.
Go get some medicine or some chicken noodle soup or something.
Sounds like maybe he's got a cold or something.
Yes. He says, I eat 101s for breakfast. Just got to sleep it off. Well, there you go. That's our dad.
What's a 101?
A temperature of 101.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I think 101 is not that bad.
Oh, okay. Really? I've like very,
it's like when you get up to 104, 105, you're like,
okay.
okay, I'm going to like die here.
I very rarely ever get temperatures in my entire life.
98.6 is your normal temperature.
I'm aware. I know
Okay.
what the normal temperature. I always run a
So
little
101.
low.
Oh, you
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, I used to run a little hot, and then now I run a little low. I don't know what that means, but no, like, because I guess I don't know. I was cursed with all my stomach problems, but I very rarely get like fevers or anything like that. So I guess at least that's my benefit. That was a trade-off. Grenouille Vat for $10 says, I like to believe that I live in a world explained by stupidity, but Hasan is testing me. It depends. There you go. Cocoa Beans for 2 months says, just watched This Place Rules, the documentary about January 6th made by Channel 5 News with Andrew Callaghan. Strongly recommend it. Maybe he could come on the show. Check it out. This Place Rules.
We'll check it out. I did find Oblivious's super chat, and I guess this could be a situation in a place where they don't have a Bill of Rights. This is what happened in Iraq when we introduced democracy, and the Shia subjugated the Sunnis because the Shia had a minority, or majority rather. I think it was like 60-40.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually could happen unless there was a constitution. So
right,
you're still going to be fucked with a dictatorship. Like sooner or later, that's going to lead to bad things.
The Kingmaker for $2 says, think Ethan started watching Ben Shapiro yet? Probably not. Ethan's takes are still pretty dog shit in that conversation, but
right.
Muggy for 15 MYR says the only reason Hasan can have this debate bro attitude is because they're not talking face to face. If they were on set, Hasan would be gladly neutering himself. Yeah, maybe. Because like in a lot of their conversations where they're face to face, Hasan definitely seems like he's much bigger of a pushover. So
right.
That is interesting. I didn't even think about that. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I don't know their dynamic. I don't know their relationship. Like Sitch and I both have leverage over one another because we're so invested in the relationship. But I don't look.
It's a weird way of phrasing it, but
I mean it's true, right?
I guess I don't like think about like I have leverage over it.
Well, I mean I do.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Look, that's when you get married, Sitch, you're basically signing a contract to gain leverage over the person you're marrying.
Right. Well, we're not married. I don't know if anyone ever told you this, but
right. But that's why I said, look, we have a big investment with each other.
True.
So it's different than a marriage, but it's still an investment. So
yeah.
Look, I don't, and I mean, I guess it is odd in relationships to think of it that way when they're going well, because obviously nobody wants to. You think of leverage as something you need when things turn south. So, but this situation is, I don't know that they need each other. Right?
Right.
Yeah. So if they don't need each other and they're not having fun hanging out, then yeah, this relationship's going to dissolve. I guess maybe we should make some predictions on whether or not it's going to dissolve or not.
Silver Camaro 78 for GR says, you just gave Sammy G inspiration for fan art, Adam.
What's that, the meow?
I think what you were just saying.
The leverage?
About leverage and marriage and all these things.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Do it, Sammy. Do it.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Wind Traveler for 5 months says, leftists don't have friends, they have allies.
Yeah, Shu said that when she was on, which is just really sad.
It is sad, yeah.
Maybe I'm the selfish one, but I think really as a person, you should set out to accomplish, you should set out to get your life in order. And a lot of times that begins with what you want to do and accomplish, not with how you can save the world or free Palestine or, that you've got your own things to deal with. So I think a lot of times people they fall into this activist trap because it feels good to think, oh, I'm doing something big and important for the world. But if you're sacrificing your own future and your own security for this kind of dream, that's not a good place to be. So I do think that's why a lot of these people are just Like they don't really have real relationships. They don't really even know how to make real relationships work because
I agree. Yeah, sure.
they're just caught up in this activist LARPing
I
thing.
agree.
Look, we're trying to stop the trans genocide here.
Speaking of activist LARPing, thank you for reminding me, Nomad. Tim Scott dropped out of the race.
Did he really?
Tim Scott is Tim Scott free. He's gone.
Wow. Wow.
Tim Scott is Tim not gonna be president.
We gotta look, we covered the Republican debate, which I always enjoy talking politics with Sitch. But a lot of people, and I should have thought of this, because when we talk about Vivek, there's a large contingent of online people who really want to wish Vivek into being a thing.
Right.
And I made a prediction that, first of all, I said Nikki Haley won hands down. Vivek Ramaswamy was the loser here.
Which I disagreed with. But you turned out to be right in terms of polling. I think she definitely got the biggest polling.
Oh yeah, I turned out to be right. Like all the articles came out and completely.
Well,
agreed.
yeah, but I don't trust articles because articles simp for her for specific reasons. But if the polling data says that, I mean, I guess that's how it goes.
That could be the case. I asked on our community tab if people thought Vivek was going to stay in the race, even though, I mean, he was at 12% at one time and now he's at 5%. So it's hard for me to imagine. Normally polling goes in one direction. It goes up and it continues to go up, or it goes up and then it goes down and it continues to go down, and it never really, I mean, does polling ever do this zigzag thing?
I couldn't answer that question.
I don't think it does. I think it's like one direction until it turns. And then
I never liked One Direction, honestly.
Over again. You love One Direction. What are you talking about?
No.
Right now, Haley is at, according to the aggregator on 538, Haley is at 8.7% and Ramaswamy is at 5.3%. But it has,
she's only at 8%?
8.7, almost 9%.
Okay, so
yeah.
Ron is still like above her.
14.1% for Ron. Yeah.
It's an interesting poll. They said they asked just Republicans who watched the debate, Republican voters, who do you think performed the best regardless of who you plan to vote for? 34% said Nikki Haley, 23% said Ron DeSantis, 14% said Vivek, 8% said Chris Christie, 5% said Tim Scott.
Yeah, I know that poll.
Okay.
That
but then
poll actually tipped for Ramaswamy's favorables, tipped over. He had like a 6% spread in his favorables.
Yeah, but this is why it's interesting. So in that one, Vivek got third place for winning the debate with 14%. But when they asked who do you think performed the worst, Vivek scored the highest, 29% scoring the worst.
Yeah.
That's kind of fascinating. And Nikki only got 5% for scoring the worst. So there are people that really like Vivek, I guess, and there are people that really dislike Vivek.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people who love Vivek are trying to say the mainstream media is trying to make Haley happen, trying to make Haley a thing.
I mean, I think that's true. They are. I agree with that. But
yeah, but they can't fake the polls. Sooner or later,
right?
They ask respondents to a poll, and they're like, "Yeah, I like Nikki Haley. She kicked his ass."
I mean, and I'll admit, I don't see it. I don't get it.
You don't even know about the shoe thing.
That's true. I don't know about the shoe.
I had to explain you the shoe thing.
You had to explain it to me. Yeah, I talked to my dad about this. He didn't understand the shoe thing either.
Did you show him the Sin City comic?
I did
here
not
it is.
show him the Sin City comic. No.
Just show him that.
Okay, I didn't show him that, but he didn't understand it either. So I wasn't alone.
He's a nice guy. He's never had a shoe thrown at him.
That's true. I don't think anyone's ever thrown a shoe at my dad. No, my dad is not George W. Bush.
He had cat-like reflexes.
Right.
He dodged that shoe like a champ.
Derp, he didn't dodge it. Oh no, he did. He dodged
He
one, and
dodged
then
it.
the second one, the guy blocked.
Right.
That was like an Iraqi president or something. Derp for $50. Thank you. Says Sitch, at the start of the stream, you retracted a statement declaring Hasan stupid on the grounds that he could memorize talking points. Quote, the ability to speak does not make you intelligent. Understanding an issue is much more important than words. Listen, I'm going to keep saying that Hasan is not stupid and then say that he's stupid for the regarding like the remainder of the stream. You guys have to just accept it. Okay. You're just going to have to intuit it.
Sitch is a giant flip-flop run on Hasan's intelligence.
No. So like, this is what I said. The problem with Hasan is that he has a good memory for memorizing and regurgitating like a bunch of random talking points and facts. Right. But then it's just the conclusion he draws from them is like retarded.
Right.
So.
Ugh.
Okay. Where was I?
I want these
Steven,
polls to move so I can tell everyone I told you so, Sitch. I don't think that's healthy.
I mean, that's your primary motivator. So.
Yeah.
Steven Sugars for $10 says Max Blumenthal or anyone from the gray zone would be happy to say from the river to the sea. I mean, true, but they're all like communists, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Sad.
Landor for $5 says, quote, Ethan, don't be surprised that people call you racist when you say phrases used by actual racists. Also, from the river to the sea. That's true.
That is a saying that's said by actual racists. Yeah. Lots of them.
Get out there, yo, for $3 says, I heard this is a wrench store. Got any in stock? No, I think we're sold out on wrenches at the moment. Sorry. Check back later.
Someone heard we were having a wrench sale, huh?
Yeah. Brian Bishop for 2 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says this Halloween, Adam and his wife are role playing. Quote, Witch and Adam, because especially in bed, Adam never comes first. A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh no. How can you say A-Team reigns supreme after that?
Well, what do you mean? You don't want to come first. That's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it? Wait, what's going on in your pitch? I mean, I don't get the witch and Adam joke. I don't get that, but there's a pun there that I'm too tired to get at the moment. But anyways.
Good.
Jason Angelfire for $10 says, I'm 3 hours behind. Where Hasan says from the river to the sea means liberation. Does this mean I can use the phrase Arbet mock Frey and not be called a Nazi? What does that phrase mean? Let's see.
I don't know.
Oh, work sets you free. That's like the phrase it said like in front of the, Auschwitz.
Auschwitz, yeah.
Like the concentration camps and shit, yeah. Right.
Yeah. That's evil. It all comes down to it's okay when they do it because they're oppressed.
Was the witch and Adam supposed to say Sitch and Adam? You were role-playing Sitch and Adam with your wife? Oh, because Adam never comes first. Oh, I get it. That is funny. Okay. There you go.
And like in the names.
Like in the names, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I got it.
It's a very complicated joke.
It was.
It's complicated.
They wrote witch, okay? It was a typo. I was like, what? Like, and you're talking about Halloween. I thought you meant like witches.
So close.
Anyways.
Probably said, damn it, right after you sent it. God damn it.
Soldoge for $5 says, you won't read the excellent manga Berserk because of one scene, but you'll play this. I'm sensing some real hypocrisy at play. There you go. I mean, we were watching someone get cucked in real time. So
yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point.
It's basically like a cuck manga.
Fondue for $5 says, I do not agree that Ethan is empathetic. An empathetic person would figure out these people don't have the ability to feel. I guess that's true.
Right.
Bob the Hunt for $5 says, Ethan demonized conservatives as bad people. Yet he's going to cry like a baby when he gets the same treatment. He gets a taste of his own medicine. Well, there you go.
There's a bit of that going. Yeah. Yes.
Right. What's your first thought? Thanks so much for the 10 Canadian. Says, hey guys, I generally don't wish harm on anyone, but if I heard that Ethan went crotch first into an alligator's mouth, I consider it a good day. S-class. He's the best class. Well,
Wow.
listen, here at the Sitch and Adam show, we do not condone any alligator crotch biting. Okay.
Okay.
Fondue for $2 says, Doomer is ethnically a stoat. That is true. That is true.
Yes.
Dan Schneider for $5 says, what's with the revisionist history of Ethan being empathetic or a good guy just because Hasan attacked him? He's a piece of shit and no better than Hasan. Well, there you go.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. I remember Ethan being cool for a bit, and
before he was woke, yes.
Yeah, I feel like that Ethan might just be trapped in there.
Right.
Like maybe he was abducted by aliens. You don't know.
That's true. We don't know.
They implanted the woke mind virus, and now he just needs to hear like the right Vivek Ramaswamy speech, and the spell will be broken. He'll be normal again.
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think Vivek's up to the task.
It could happen.
Dan,
let's send him a copy of Woke Inc.
Listen. Okay, Kanye said that he watched some 21 Jump Street, right? And he was cured of his anti-Semitism.
Right.
Right. And then that turned out to be BS, because then he was just like, he released a bunch of merchandise that was the swastika in the Jewish Star merchandise.
Kanye's pretty much gone now, right?
So I guess, yeah.
Every once in a while I see a
picture.
Every once in a while I see a picture of him on Twitter walking around with like his half-naked wife on a collar or something.
Isn't that funny? Like the only time we hear about Kanye since his like meltdown is you're right. It's just there's a picture of him with his half-naked wife. That's the only time you ever hear about him anymore. It's like, look at Kanye with his half-naked wife in public, and you're like,
and
what
you
is
don't
happening?
even look. You don't even. They're not even saying anything. It's just like a picture from far away.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's
and
the only
thinking,
time people talk about him. So
why has he got his wife on that collar?
I don't know. Why is she half naked?
Yeah.
Why does she look like a younger, tanner version of Kim Kardashian with short hair? It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all know why.
Why not? That's a little too on the nose, Kanye. A little too on the nose. But I guess when he's wearing a mask, saying that he loves Hitler, I guess subtlety isn't his strong point at that part.
He should be a screenwriter. He'd be perfect.
That's true. Dan Schneider for another $10 says, Ethan had no problem with what Hasan was or what he said before. He fully agrees with the notion that people that disagree with him are subhuman evil people. See what he said about Ben Shapiro. Interesting. There you go.
Ethan said that?
Apparently. Eli for $5 says, quote, kill the Jews actually means kiss the Jews. It's just a spelling issue that the Jews misunderstood. Well, there you go. This whole time, it's just a miscommunication, right?
Wow.
See, Hitler really loved Jews. It's just like when he sent out the memo to kiss the Jews, like there was a typo. And unfortunately, the Nazis just like screwed it up. And then Hitler was too embarrassed to admit his mistake. So they just ran with it at that point. Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah. Buckethead for 4 months says, I finally bought the paperback of The Righteous Mind.
Oh, good.
A-Team reigns supreme. S-Class is poo class. Wow.
That's the best A-Team reign supreme you've done. Just because you're laughing, having a good time.
Also, Sitch, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Yeah,
okay, listen.
Knock it off.
Listen, I don't take advice from serial killers. Okay. So you cool it.
He's reading The Righteous Mind, though. You have to take his advice.
Okay. Chewbacca's lover for $5 says, Ethan supported Ben Shapiro's murder. Wait, what? He's not some sweet can't we all get along guy, and he's sure not as hell empathetic. Holy shit.
We'll have
Is
to ask
this
him about that when he comes
true?
on.
That's crazy.
I'll have to
What
ask
the
him about that.
fuck? October 20th, 2022. Ethan Klein stays classy by supporting my death. Should we bring this up?
Ouch. Yeah, bring it up.
So there's a Ben Shapiro did a response video to this.
I'd be remiss if I did not comment on a guy who apparently is a YouTuber and gamer of some sort. I will admit, I have not.
What?
Ethan's a gamer. Okay.
Not followed his work at all because, frankly, it doesn't seem particularly noteworthy. He's a YouTube star, apparently named Ethan Klein. Okay, and he apparently has some problems with me that culminated in him suggesting that if there's another Holocaust, I should be the first to go. Which,
oh my god!
Last I checked, is the sort of thing that gets you kicked off of YouTube if you are a right winger. But apparently, he's a big left winger, so that's totally fine. Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets gassed first.
Well, that's nice.
Oh no.
That's pretty funny.
I know. We're not supposed to laugh at that, right?
I do want to know what is the context for him saying
I know it does.
like why
Look,
why would he say that?
I feel like this was a joke.
Well, no, I mean here'd be what I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
My guess would be he read some take or position that he thought was awful.
Right. Ben came out and against gay marriage or transgender
something.
rights or
so
something.
He's like, you're
that.
a hypocrite. You're supporting Nazis. So.
Right. It's hard for me to
guess.
imagine that if Ben Shapiro was killed in some anti-Semitic attack, that
Right.
Hasan or that Ethan would run out and celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, yes.
I have a rule generally, which is I don't want people killed in the Holocaust. Like if another Holocaust happens, despite the fact that Ethan Klein seems like a rather unpleasant human being, I would hope that both he and his family would escape. It seems like also worth noting here that Ethan Klein, who is chuckling about the Holocaust there, he seems particularly fond of Hamas, which is an actual genocidal terrorist group which wants to kill every Jew in the Middle East. In 2021, he actually lied about the state of Israel and Hamas and basically soft-pedal Hamas's terrorism. He said, the Israeli government is making me sick. This is in the middle of the Gaza war started by Hamas, in which they were firing literally hundreds of rockets into the center of Israel. Even if Hamas is operating out of a civilian building, it doesn't justify the total destruction of that building. It's inhumane. It says, as a dual citizen, I love Israel and the Israeli people. They deserve a government that actually believes in peace and not force and violence. The ultra-right Jewish settlers are among the greatest provocateurs in the world. They're shameless and hateful, fueled by religious zeal enabled by the Israeli government. I wish the settling and repossession of Palestinian land would stop. I wish the bombing in Gaza would stop. Gazans deserve to live a life free of fear. For all of the crimes Hamas has committed, we must always remember they're not Palestine. The Israeli government holds all the power. It's on them to stop the violence and show a true willingness for peace. So yeah, definitely soft pedaling and massaging Hamas in the middle of a war, while also chortling about which Jews should go first to the gas chambers. He seems like a really nice person, just generally speaking, very nice person.
Okay.
Look, no, you got to hear if he says anything about the settlers.
Oh, what is Ben's take on the settlers?
I don't know, but I want his take to be that
He's
they
not going to say.
They should get out of there.
They
See,
should.
this is why it's so messed up.
I agree.
Because look, Hamas they're pieces of shit. They should go. But the right-wing settlers shouldn't be taking over the West Bank either.
Mm-hmm. Obviously.
I don't know if you I watched a documentary on that and what they're doing where the settlements are. It's just it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all.
No, not at all.
Ugh. Everyone hates everyone over there.
Okay. Here's the context.
Mm-hmm. Bring it up.
Well, it's an article. I don't know.
Oh, damn it.
He said, it is a comment about hoping Ben gets gas first. And then he said, I'm getting gassed himself, Ethan. Do you think it would be more justice if he got first or last? Ethan Klein was discussing Ben Shapiro's initial reaction to rapper Kanye West's. Oh, holy shit! Look, we just like fucking secreted that into existence. Look at that.
Mhm.
It was about Kanye West. He was discussing Shapiro's initial reaction to rapper Kanye West's recent comments vowing to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Mhm.
Ben Shapiro said West's comments were clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing, but he simultaneously celebrated Kanye West's move towards pro-life, faith, and family conservatism. I bet Ben regrets that comment.
That's an uncomfortable situation, isn't it?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Look, he's anti-Semitic, but I like his pro-life position.
Right. Well, that was the first thing he said. That was before he went like full,
Right.
saying he loves Hitler and all that stuff.
Before he went DEFCON.
Before he actually did go DEFCON, yes. On the podcast, which reportedly had nearly 3 million subscribers, Ethan Klein pointed to Shapiro platforming conservative pundit Candace Owens, who once remarked that, quote, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Well, that's kind of a dishonest framing of what she said. I mean, what she said was really fucking stupid, but that's kind of a dishonest quote.
They
to
constantly
not give
do
it
that.
context. Yeah.
She said something about Hitler and they spin it as a total endorsement.
Yeah.
What she said was stupid, obviously.
What she said was stupid, yeah, but it's not as bad as they're making out to say. Owens also recently collaborated with West on his controversial White Lives Matter lines of t-shirts shortly before the rapper's initial anti-Semitic comments. Did she ever comment on any of that stuff? I don't remember.
I don't know. Yeah. That's why I'm like, what? They collaborated?
No, because remember they had the White
She
Lives
picked the
Matter
font
t-shirt
or something?
Well, she's always trying to attach herself to anything, big. So,
Oh, yeah.
but
And
yeah,
it's
I mean,
kind
it's
of with her
supposedly
brand.
collaborated. Because I remember at the time with all the Kanye stuff, we kind of had like the open question of like, oh, is she gonna call out Kanye for the crazy stuff? Because she was kind of like, wasn't she kind of soft defending him at first? Am I misremembering?
Yes. Yeah. She was.
Yeah, not like necessarily defending what he was saying, but I think defending like, oh, people are like taking advantage of him or something. I don't know. She gave some kind of weird defense of the situation.
No, there was a rift between her and Ben Shapiro because she was defending Kanye West and Ben Shapiro was
yeah,
like,
yeah,
what the
yeah. That's
like,
right. Yeah.
what the fuck?
Right.
But we're friends. We're friends.
Okay. Anyways.
Yeah,
Mason
well,
Jordan
okay.
for $5 says the criminals on this cops episode I'm watching also seem much more reasonable now after seeing Hamas Piker talk to his friend. S class is the best class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says this result was predictable. It's sad. Ethan chose this and was warned when he did so. Be careful who you get in bed with. True.
Yeah. Don't go to bed with just anyone.
Doug for $2 says Hasan is Rob Reiner in South Park. There you go. Do you remember that episode?
No.
It's me, Rob Reiner. That was the episode where like he comes to South Park and he was like so against smoking. Remember he's like super against smoking, and the whole time he's like really fat and just like shoving his face full of food, talking about how disgusting smoking is. And they want to film an ad where it's like Cartman is going to pretend that he died because of secondhand smoke, but then they're going to he actually wants to kill Cartman so that the commercial has weight to it.
Sounds amazing.
It was funny.
I love it.
Dillagaff for 5 months says this is one of the worst breakup videos I've ever seen. The mental and emotional beating is on par with Lifetime movies. True.
Well, those are always good. Love me a good Lifetime movie.
Fondue for $2 says the Lifetime original movie has a dark twist. There you go. Layman, thank you, Layman, for the 10 Canadian says Ethan is realizing no matter how progressive you are, you'll never pass the purity test. Not once. Ethan has all the retarded positions the left has and is called an evil Nazi Zionist anyway. True.
Because it's his turn to die.
True.
It's his day. Someone's got to get beat up on camera.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says Hasan doesn't run an echo chamber. He's run by one. This is an adult man on the leash of 44,000 children. True.
Yeah. That's a lot
Very
of
true.
people with a hand on the leash.
Grendel Vat for $5 says, quote, I try to instill charity in my audience. HASAN Piker, November 12th, 2023. I know. How absurd is that?
I wasn't buying any of that.
How absurd.
That seemed completely absurd.
Cyborg for 19 months says, as Hassan's stepsister, oh, that's right. He talks about how getting me out of the washing machine is like getting Nelson Mandela out of jail. It's just weird comparison. There you go.
Wow.
Forgot about all that saga.
Does that mean
Moondoggy
he had sex with Nelson Mandela?
It means he wanted to.
Ouch.
He's like has like a Nelson Mandela mask that he tells his cyborg to put on the mask. Cyborg's like, this is blackface, Hassan. He's like, put on the mask. Moondoggy for $10 says, not only is this sad, this is watching a person being manipulated in real time. Quote, don't question our words or actions, just support. True.
Yep, just support the party line. No more talking.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, communists traditionally have more extreme methods of relieving stress, Hassan. They aren't fond of multimillionaires either. Ooh, that is true.
Oh.
It is true.
That's a watch your back.
Watch it back. PC for $5 for $10. Thank you. Says the whole conversation is like liberalism learning that progressivism has been cheating on them. Progressivism wasn't working out late. They were getting drunk and screwing the latest oppressed floozy. I like that. True.
Well,
no, progressivism was getting drunk and screwing the that communist, the dirty revolutionary radical communist in the corner. That's always yelling at them.
Yeah.
Bye. D5280 for $5 says, Ethan made his bed when he betrayed Jordan Peterson. Now he's licking the designer boots of an anti-Semitic champagne socialist for the rest of his career. Poetic. That is funny. You know, Hassan, or like Ethan is like criticizing Jordan Peterson. I think didn't he call him anti-Semitic or something? He made some like weird Hitler comment about Jordan Peterson, didn't he? And yet
I can't remember the comments that he made, but
he made some crazy comments
there.
You know, because when Jordan Peterson was on Ethan's show, they talked about Hitler. And so it is poetic that now, you know, he's attacking Jordan Peterson, who's, you know, been nothing but very outspoken about like the dangers of the Holocaust and Hitler-like personas. And yet now Ethan is over here like simping for, you know, from the river to the sea fucking rhetoric. It's fucking wild to me.
Yeah, it's sad.
Hilarious.
But I think Jordan Peterson has got a little nuts too.
He has, unfortunately.
Every time I hear him on some show, he seems to be fine.
He was on Bill Maher. He seemed okay.
Oh, I didn't listen to that.
It's just his Twitter presence is like weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was on Piers Morgan a second time, and it was really good.
Yeah. Whenever I hear him, it sounds like normal Jordan Peterson. I'm just like, on Twitter, he just saying weird shit, posting weird shit. I'm like, stop it.
I think it came up on the show with Piers Morgan.
Just get off Twitter.
His weird
Jordan.
Twitter stuff.
Yeah. Just get off Twitter, please.
I'm just trying to figure the Twitter out.
Stop trying to figure it out.
But it's such a big platform. And
stop posting pictures of clowns, please.
I don't even follow him on Twitter anymore because every time I see a tweet, I'm too embarrassed.
Right.
I want to run to our channel and like set all our Jordan Peterson videos to private. I'm like, please stop. Stop.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, lead by empathy, TM. Exactly.
I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if you can do that.
Well, coming from Hassan, right? If Hassan's telling you to lead by empathy, it's like it's the exact opposite.
Right.
Well, listen, maybe that'll be our new, we have like goof and the floof, our new phrase. Like when someone's being like a huge asshole, or like, listen, he was leading by empathy.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's the new phrase.
Goof the floof is our code for genocide. I don't think anyone would ever know that.
No. Goof the floof is when you make a minor error, like genocide.
Right.
Oh my God,
No.
we could have made so many goof the floof jokes. We really dropped the ball. We literally goofed the floof on this one.
Did we?
Yeah, I mean, because listen, from the river to the sea, like that's just a little goof in the
Right.
floof. Okay. That's a little floof goofing.
It is.
Right? Listen, I don't what that's what Hassan said. He should have been like, listen, Ethan, from the river to the sea, it's not scary. It's just a little bit of goof in the floof. Okay. Like that's a funny word, right? That sounds funny.
Yeah.
It's a funny phrase, so it can't be scary.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will goof the floof.
There you go. I love it.
Is that what you're looking for?
From the river to the sea, Palestine shall goof the floof. There you go. A little bit of a whoopsie daisy.
I mean, that's basically
floof.
what they mean anyway, right?
Yeah.
No one's fooling anyone.
I'm gonna tweet that out. No one's gonna fucking like 10 people don't know what the fuck that means.
Don't
like,
tweet
what?
that. Don't tweet that out. That's
what the fuck is this?
That's
tweet?
a big negative.
You don't think I should tweet that out?
No.
Why not?
Because first of all, you shouldn't be tweeting out from the river to the sea anything.
Yeah.
Like people are not going to know if you're serious or not. They're going to be like, oh my God, Sitch has gone insane.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will goof the floof. Shall goof the floof. They're gonna be like, I'm like, what?
I can't believe you're doing that.
It's an open air goof floof. I don't know why people are saying Gaza's so bad. It's just an open air goof floof.
Gaza is an open air goof. Oh, please. This is not good. Why is that saying so funny?
It's just the stupidest, like trying to Dr. Seuss genocide is an insane thing to do.
It is. It's just the dark comedy of it. It's too irresistible for me.
I know. That's such a good tweet.
Did you tweet it out? Please
I did
tell
not.
me you
No.
did not. Yeah, don't do it.
No. I want to. I'm like really desperate to.
No, don't do
No
it.
one's gonna get it. They're just gonna be like,
oh,
what the fuck?
Look, they are gonna get it. They're gonna get the river to the sea part, and that's all they're gonna care about.
Yeah. They're gonna be confused. They're gonna be like, what? Because no one's gonna think to like Google it because it doesn't sound like something to Google.
Right.
I'm like, what? Goof the floof.
Insane.
Floof the goof. What? Let's see. Stock for $5 says, didn't the Jews have to live under a non-Jewish state for like thousands of years? I would think they would develop a secular culture for that reason alone. Well, they did, but I don't know. I think like the secularness came like later, like much later. I'm assuming the secular Judaism came all like some point, post Enlightenment, like liberalism. So I'm guessing.
Well, but they've been they've been involved in a multi-religious society just because their religion and whatever religion the dominant group is.
I haven't tweeted it out, okay? I haven't tweeted it. I said I should. Adam is telling me not to.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you from your degenerate behavior.
That darn kid says, Jordan Peterson is on my shoulder like, do it. Tweet it. Show them. Show them, Sitch. Show them that they're clowns. Show them that they're absurd.
Tweet it with a Joker meme.
Tweet it. Put a clown emoji. I don't know why your Jordan Peterson sounds Irish.
I know. Tweet it with a clown emoji.
It's me, Jordan Peterson. Oh no, I'm Indian. I don't know. I've lost the thread completely.
You
Hi,
got
lad.
look. You got to
Hi,
have
lad. It's me, Jordan Peterson. They're after me, Lucky.
just think it's magically delicious.
What?
And
What?
then
What?
you, and then you get the accent down
There you
perfect.
go. They're magically delicious. Hi, lad.
Aye, you goofed the floof on that one.
There you go. Okay.
Caffeinated tweaker. Oh, did we already read? Yeah, I guess we already read all of hers.
Yes. Grilled cheese off the radiator for $2. Tasty. Says what's better, Sopranos or The Wire?
You're gonna have to answer that one. I've not watched either of those,
Uh-oh.
so I don't know.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen either of them either. How
Good for
embarrassing.
you.
Wow, how embarrassing.
I have heard amazing things about both, so
Yeah.
my guess is somebody would be hard pressed. I mean, that would be a tough decision for them. I think both shows are very popular.
I watched one episode. I watched the first episode of Sopranos. Couldn't really get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big mafia dude. Maybe I'll give The Wire a shot because I know it's like that's like The Wire's like one of the shows everyone's like, oh my god, The Wire is like the greatest show ever. And I'm like, okay. I should watch The Wire and I should watch that show, your Parks and Rec.
Mm-hmm. Parks and Rec is good.
I've only heard good things about Parks and Rec, so
I've seen some Veep. Veep is pretty good.
read that one. Read that one.
Did you see Caffeinated Tweaker? For the record, Adam, I didn't get 0% on the
I read
King
that one,
test.
yeah.
Oh, you did?
I read all the CT
Oh, okay.
degenerate.
I just
Superchats.
remember the dominance one.
Yes. A Very Dead Horse for 15 months says, I feel bad for battered Ethan. I doubt their viewers feel the same way about their outgroup. On another note, I start a new job tomorrow. Wish me luck. Well, good luck, Very Dead Horse.
Good luck.
There you go.
Monday morning, work, new job. Cool.
Awesome.
Hope it's exciting.
Use your free will for baseness.
Yes. Meet lots of nice people.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, unpretty girls get hissed at.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
That's a good move.
Right. No, they get a sarcastic meow. Okay.
Could get a yawn meow.
Well, will you give us your hiss again?
No.
Oh, I talked.
You get one hiss per live stream, and you've already got it.
Ruined it, everyone.
If somebody wants to super chat the, it's very similar.
There you go.
On the S class is best class. So.
Fondue for $5 says, would you say communism is the larval stage of fascism?
Yes, that's actually exactly what's going on.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Communism is the maggot stage.
True. WTF 1A for $2 says, insects are friends, not enemies. No, insects are disgusting.
Depends on the insect, but more insects are friends than enemies. I agree with
insects are awful. They shouldn't exist.
Get rid of
them. Insects and ticks and spiders are all awful. Get them out of here.
Oh man, I just imagine sitting in the movie theater watching the Marvels. How painful. How painful that will be.
There you go.
Can you imagine? Ugh.
CT for 2 Canadian says, is that how you know you're hot? People meow back. Exactly. Like, listen, you just go like on the street.
Oh yeah.
Find someone moderately attractive looking and you meow at them, they meow back, then you know you got it, right?
That's it. Totally.
Yeah.
Yes. If they hiss, run.
True.
Actually, if they hiss, what you need is more eyeshadow.
Silver Camaro 78 for $10 says Biden should have to pass a mental competency test if he wants to remain president. The test should be eating with chopsticks. And if Biden can't do it, then he has to return to the Sitch and Adams show.
Can you imagine?
There you go.
He fails the chopstick test.
Mm-hmm. I don't agree with this. There should be no chopstick test. Okay.
Derp.
I read that one.
Oh, you read Derp already?
Yeah.
I wish you wouldn't read from the bottom of the stream.
Well, it's a $50 one.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I just like to read along.
No, fuck you. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I wish Ethan would tear him in half. He has more than earned a dressing down. I find a little pathetic that he won't stand up to this toxic, racist tumor of a man.
Yeah, why doesn't he?
I agree.
What's going on there, Sitch?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Because he's a bitch.
Ouch.
Conversations usually for $2 says insert CRT slogan doesn't mean insert crazy bullshit. It means insert mealy mouth synonym for crazy bullshit. Very true. Very true. HASAN Piker, look at that. HASAN Piker for $2. It's the real Hasan. He says, choose, bites, choose again. I'm fucking saying Israel deserved redacted. In a video game, suck my dick. There you go.
Yeah.
He
Words
said
of
it.
wisdom.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, biggest piece of human garbage, Vosh, Hasan, or second-hand thought. I mean, I think second thought still takes the cake. You know, actively, explicitly cheering on murder, I think wins, right? Hands down.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Vosh, look at that. Vosh, big fan of the show for $2, says, why can't I find Amanda hug and kiss?
Yeah.
There you go. Amanda hug and kiss. Well,
Yeah.
good luck finding Amanda hug and kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I beg you all to save these news broadcasts and tweets about the anti-Israel riots around the world. There will come a day, like sooner than you think, when lefties claim that racism is a right-wing phenomenon. Show them. That's a good point.
Look, it's not racism. They've redefined racism, so whenever they do it, it doesn't count.
It's anti-Zionism, okay? We're not bigots. We just hate this country filled with these specific group of people, but not because they're Jewish.
It's just sad because you think, look, we got them. They're against racism, but they're being racist pieces of shit. But you pull it out, you're like, look, this is racism. They're like, that's not racism. Look, Israel are oppressors.
T plus P equals R. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is good persuasion. So
To point out that they're being racist. I think a
Yes.
lot of people are genuinely waking up to the fact that everyone is being gigantic racist, but
yes, I agree. And just completely insane. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I realize I've thrown hundreds of dollars at two people I have a parasocial relationship with that I've never met for them to acknowledge me. Wait, is this OnlyFans with extra steps and no nudes? Listen. It's like OnlyFans for your brain. Okay. We're tantalizing and titillating.
OnlyFans isn't for your brain?
No, it's for your penis. What
Oh,
are you
okay.
talking about?
Oh, okay.
It's for your brain. Okay. This is OnlyFans for your brain and your moral intuitions. Okay. We're
Right.
tantalizing and titillating your brain and your moral intuitions.
It is fun.
Right.
I mean, it's fun to have a bunch of us read your super chats to a bunch of people. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Live for $2 says, speaking of chemical smells, I hate car air fresheners. And for the record, new car smells absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
now,
what is that?
gasoline, that's a smell. Okay, so that's a
Dr.
weird.
Diddler said that?
Dr.
That's
Diddler,
kinda
listen.
crazy.
I agree with you that car air fresheners usually smell gross, but I think new car smell is great.
Really?
Well, it depends what kind. Like usually I associate the new car smell that's good is like it's like a leather smell,
Oh,
like a
okay.
fresh leather smell, right? Isn't that what it
No,
is?
I think more of plastic.
Plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic never smells good.
Yeah, I don't like new car smell.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
fresh plastic.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I usually associate with
But
leather.
look,
Like a nice leather smell.
I do like the smell of gasoline, though. Gasoline is
Everyone likes the smell of gasoline.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it's really super fucking bad for you though. You should not be
I've
smoking.
heard.
I knew a guy friends with, he would always sniff the thing. I'm like, stop doing that, you psycho. It's like
Rubbing
super
alcohol
fucking
too.
bad for you.
Rubbing alcohol is like,
Wait, what?
yeah.
Now that's weird. You like the smell of rubbing alcohol?
You don't like rubbing alcohol?
No,
I mean,
it smells like shit.
it's almost like gas.
It smells nothing
Got
like
that
gas.
same. Okay.
What are you? Wait a minute, guys.
I got some
You-
rubbing alcohol right over here. I'm gonna go give myself a sniff. Look,
You,
I'll
you
be
guys,
right back.
listen. You guys, like, I'm not crazy,
Be
right?
right
First of all,
back.
rubbing alcohol smells bad and also smells nothing like gas, right? Right, right, chat. Okay, that's weird to me. Yeah, it smells like poison ammonia. Yeah, like that's weird. That is weird. He's huffing fucking rubbing alcohol. Well, I mean, rubbing alcohol and isn't like nail polish remover like mostly rubbing alcohol? So I guess that's why they smell very similar. It smells kind of good. What the fuck? Really? No, man, rubbing alcohol is gross. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Rubbing alcohol smells like vodka. They're both terrible. Gas smells good. I don't know what you're talking about. Rubbing alcohol. Okay. Okay. Let's see. J. Kate for $10. Thank you. Says, can you guys cover the Sean Destiny debate? It was actually a close debate between two competent debaters. I can see people thinking either side won. Watch Sean's version of it. It's the same, but with less cringy editing. I haven't had an opportunity to watch it yet, but I will. And so, yeah, maybe we'll cover it. Maybe we'll cover it. Dotems for $2 says, the real power move is someone meows at you, you woof back. Listen, Dotems, you're not going to make any friends woofing back at them when they meow at you. Listen, I'm telling you this, Dotems, because I love you, okay? You don't, when the girl meows at you, don't woof back. Don't woof back. They're going to be confused and scared. Academic Agent, look, it's the real Academic Agent for $3. Says, whoa, whoa, whoa. You mean the leftists are going fully anti-Jew? That's my thing. What the devil am I supposed to do now? Anyways, hate you guys. I know, look at that. Raining on Academic Agent's parade. I bet. He's really mad. They're in his space, taking his whole brand. I haven't actually followed any of his takes on this Israel situation. I'm sure it's nothing good. Let's see. Live in Deswall specifically for $5 says, quote, but what does it mean to goof the floof? But what does it mean to goof the floof, laddie? It's not obvious, don't you know? It's going to the belly of the beast. Quote by Jordan McPeterson. There you go. Jordan McPeterson. It's a new stream character.
What's up?
What's up? Did you watch the Destiny Actual Justice Warrior debate yet?
No.
Oh, okay. I haven't either.
Did you?
No. We'll watch it and see if it's worth covering.
Okay. Yeah. Do we?
Muggy for 15 MYR says, have you guys seen Ethan talk about low effort React videos with Hasan on their show? Hasan would chop off his dangly bit if Ethan implied it to him. Yeah, we did. I think we covered that.
We did watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very
And
funny.
Ethan actually was pretty strong about Hasan freebooting content.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, what happened? Why did why did Ethan lose his balls? What happened? Did your balls drop off?
Well, when he's going after his livelihood, he's talking about content creation. Then he's strong. When he's going after the state of Israel, his ethnicity, is like, screw it.
I know why you have your little tea parties over Zoom. Okay. Anyway.
Over Zoom?
Don't worry about it. Anyways.
Are we done?
We're done.
Sweet. What are we talking about on Tuesday?
I don't know. What are we talking about on Tuesday?
I think we have Brianna Wu may come on.
Oh, that's cool.
She's been getting beat up over Israel.
Yeah.
And IRI was going to come on too.
Neat.
So if we get two lefties that come on together, that doesn't have to devolve into like a 2v1.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming we're not. I mean, I think her and IRI are pretty pro-Israel, so I'm gonna argue about that.
We're gonna have to hit them with from the river to the sea, thou shalt goof the floof. See how they take that. We'll have to share that article about the gender imbalance and make Brianna read it on stream. It'll be hilarious.
There you go.
So that's what we're doing. Might cover a video and should be fun.
Might watch the Marvels tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, we should do that. Be great.
Talk about Loki. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Ethan, I guess, for getting emasculated on stream for us to watch. Hopefully you realize you're in a toxic relationship and you dump that bee. Okay, sometimes you gotta tell the bee, gotta get rid of the bee and tell her no more. And thank you, you who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true goofers of floofers. And we will see you all on Tuesday. Make sure you don't smell any rubbing alcohol or gasoline.